Y'all keep sharing the live out. Let's get to over 100. There we go. Thank y'all. Y'all keep feeding the beat. Thank y'all. What's up to the YouTube fam? Welcome in. Say what's up in the chat.
Yeah, she good, you. Tap in, get school. Think of talking, you still trying to play hero? No. Don't say thinker. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thinker. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thinker.
Welcome in to the J Raiders. Thank you, Jay. Hey, what's up, Fresh from Florida? What's up, relaxing? What's up, Blessing? Absurdist Ichthius? What'd you say, Dunky? Dunky said, think about her today. Think about her tomorrow. Jay Raid. Yeah, I would like it. We were on Zena's live earlier, and we were talking about the churches, the church social experiment, and the church responses to the social experiments, y'all. And one of the churches that, well, organizations that I think her name is Nicolene, contacted and that was willing to help was the Satanic Temple. And I said, well, when Jesus says no, Satan will say yes. And I was like, I gotta write that song because does anybody remember what's her name? Is that Kelly Rowland? Michelle's. No, is that Beyonce?
Michelle.
When Jesus says yes.
Yeah, Michelle Lee.
Nobody can say no. That's Michelle's song.
Yeah, that's Michelle.
Yeah. So I was thinking, I have not wrote the song yet. I haven't written the song yet, but it made me think about that. Right when Jesus says no, Satan will say yes. When it comes to feeding the babies and everything else, and that's what have believers in the tizzy, and that's what they're calling witchcraft. Is because they got caught. I would say with their pants down, but they got caught with their hands in the cookie jar and not sharing the cookies with the kids, with the babies that need to eat. But the devil did. And then there is their perceived devil. There is a pastor who's going viral right now for calling her a witch. Yeah, saying like this is a trick of the enemy, and it's convincing the people in his congregation that they shouldn't pay attention to this because this is just how the devil works. And this is what's crazy is that they're the ones being tricked into continuing this, behavior. Like they're the ones being tricked into allowing pastors and churches to use them. And I feel like y'all know that other song that's going viral right now. Use me. Why do I let the people use me? It's so goofy. Y'all know that song?
I don't know it.
Use me. Y'all haven't heard that? There's a artist. I can't remember her name, but that song is beautiful. But she's talking about letting, people use her. But it makes me think about, hold on, let me see if I can find that song. It makes me think about believers, because them sitting there allowing the pastor to convince them that her calling churches and making it known that churches are not helping people or feeding the poor, shining a light on it, that's witchcraft. That's demonic. And they're in the background going, amen, hallelujah.
Oh wow.
And then not even in the background at the churches, on fucking live stream, because the pastor was on live stream saying it, this stuff, And the people who were watching the sermon on live stream, you see the amens, hallelujahs keep going past us come up the screen.
Damn.
Right? And it made me think of this song. The song is fucking beautiful.
It's a beautiful song, but the wrong message.
No, I'm talking about this though. Hold on.
Oh.
Do I have an open invitation saying, use me, use me, use me? Why do I choose people that don't choose me? It's so stupid, it's so goofy. You're not even scared you're gonna lose me. You used me.
That's believers. They don't give a damn.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
don't
you got a
care.
point.
And then there's another part of her song. She goes, "It's so goofy. It is goofy."
Wow.
And yes, believers have an open invitation saying, "Use me," because believers will be on the altar screaming, "Use me, Lord." And when the pastor can convince you that it's not their obligation, after teaching you like how they got you in the church, is that Jesus is the type of person that was a social justice warrior. This is how they got you in there. Jesus is a social justice warrior. Jesus will fight for you. Jesus was against religion. Then they get you in the church. And then all of a sudden, Jesus is the religion. Jesus isn't obligated to feed the poor. The church isn't obligated. Like literally, there's a pastor saying, we aren't obligated. The obligation is on you because they brought you in so that they could get their money from you so that they could pay their bills and to convince you that it is your responsibility to feed the poor. And the crazy thing is, it is your responsibility. It's all of our responsibility to take care of the poor. But you believe that the church is supposed to do it because you've been sold that Jesus wants to do it, while at the same time saying that you are Jesus because Jesus you carry Jesus thing. Like your whole thing is just fucked. You don't know which way to go. You don't know who to point the fucking finger at, but you should be pointing the finger at yourself. And that's what the fuck I want to talk about tonight. Because if you are a believer who's mad at the church, rightfully so, but why ain't you mad at yourself?
Yeah.
You should be mad at yourself because you keeping it going. You still believe that Jesus is supposed to feed the poor. And then when we ask you where Jesus at,
And you got a point. I mean, that's a good point too, because it seems like they would be mad at themselves. You're a part of it. Shit.
like, I don't know why they're not, because you still gonna give the money to the church. You still gonna give the respect to the church. And then a lot of y'all are mad because you respect the church. You're mad because you've put a lot of stock in the church. And you still believe that this is what the church is set up for. You still believe that those people open their doors because they give a damn about the poor.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't.
In the scripture, like there's a lady doing a video, and she's like, Jesus didn't want this. Jesus said, when Judas, who was the betrayer, by the way, Judas would be the equivalent of the Satanic Temple here. Judas said, "Hey, yo, why you wasting that 300 denarii on oil on your body, bro? Like, there's hungry people. We could sell that shit. Do you know how many poor people we can feed?" Jesus said, "You gonna always have poor people, homie." Jesus said, "Them poor people ain't going nowhere." Jesus said, "I ain't gonna be with you always, homie. I'm worth the 300 denarii. You gonna always have poor people." And y'all up here screaming, Jesus wouldn't do that. Yes, the fuck he would. And he did. What? Y'all up here mad at a Jesus that didn't exist. And I'm talking about the Jesus that y'all been sold. You been sold a Jesus that look like you. The type of Jesus that wouldn't waste $300 on a fucking bottle of perfume when you know there's hungry people around you. And then, to be honest, some of y'all are the Jesus that would do it. Some of y'all would go and buy $300 worth of perfume, knowing damn well your cousin next door ain't got no food, and be like, I gotta go out of town. I gotta have my perfume because we supposed to be going to Vegas, and I can't. I gotta have my perfume. Jesus. Like, some of y'all do match the Jesus in the book, but some of y'all are mad because you were sold a Jesus that ain't in this damn book. And y'all keep trying. Y'all keep expecting the church to give you the Jesus that they sold you, but that ain't what they can do, because they followed the organization, right? They followed the rule book. In the New Testament, they set up little communities where the people, in order to join the community, you had to go sell all that you had. Jesus said, sell all you had and give it to the poor. And the poor he was talking about was them. It was his own people, his own fucking group. He wasn't talking about outside of them. So they had, in order to be a part of the community, they had to sell their riches. It's in the fucking Bible. The proof is in your book, Demeter. They had to sell their stuff. They had to give it to Peter and Paul so that Peter and Paul and the apostles could control it and divvy it out, so nobody in the community had more than the other person. The fact that you motherfuckers who believe in this shit are asking me for verses, the fact that you don't fucking know what you have signed up for, that's the fucking problem. That's what I'm talking about. You've been sold a fucking lie, and then you're mad because the lie ain't coming true, and then you still want the lie to be true. That church that said, that Germantown Baptist Church said, our resources are for members. They ain't fucking lie. That's how it's set up in the book. You mad because they did what, you're mad because they did what the book said do. Take care of your own. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's what the fuck we've been telling y'all this whole fucking time. And because they lied to y'all, and said neighbor means everybody. But on the inside, them motherfuckers like, nah, if they ain't no member, we can't help them. And now you mad because you believe the lie. You mad because you called us demons when we've been telling y'all for 2 fucking years. That's what the shit say. That's what I want to talk about tonight. Yeah, exactly. And then they don't even really help tithing members.
Nope.
I saw a lady today who said she gifted her friend or somebody gifted $250,000 to the church, and then when she needed help, the church told her no. $250K, and then when you needed help, nope.
That 250 coming out of somebody behind. I promise you.
That's craziness. And then y'all see them. They coming out. The pastors are coming out defending themselves, and they're saying we're not obligated. We're not obligated to feed the poor. They're saying the words to y'all. They're not. They're only obligated, according to this book, to take care of those within their community, according to the book. And we talk about Ananias and Sapphira in here a lot. While your Holy Ghost killed Ananias and his wife for not giving all of their money to Peter, to the community. That was a requirement for joining. And then when they tried to keep their own keep part of it and lied, the Holy Peter was like, "Oh, you lying? That you lying?" That's why I say it's mob. It's like a mob. It's set up like a mob.
I mean, it's a it's a money making business. I will say that. That might explain why there's 45,000 different denominations of that shit. Cause it's money.
Yeah, it's like it's multiple little subsidiaries of one big conglomerate, and then that's why I said the Abrahamic religions are like like Walmart, Target, and Kmart. Like, and you know how Kmart went out of business. One of them gonna go out of business. One of them gonna go out of business. I don't know which one it's gonna be, and then the other two gonna keep going at it. Walmart, Kmart, and Target is Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Legendary Dream, how are you?
Oh, I did not mean to do that yet.
Oh, that's okay. I'll drop you down. Have a good one, okay?
All right, you too.
All right. Sao Paulo? Sao Paulo? Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and you must be 21 or up to participate. Flocat, why you run, Flocat? That was interesting. Last night, Flocat had a lot to say, a lot to not say. Yeah.
Oh, we.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you are 21 and up and you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, don't be afraid. Like I specifically do want to know from believers, those of you that still believe in this God, why aren't you mad at yourself? Because you obviously know Jesus ain't raining manna from heaven to feed hungry people. Maddie is on Tuesday night, Brenta. Um, like you obviously know that Jesus isn't gonna rain manna from heaven. Y'all don't play. Don't he? Y'all know what Flowcat is doing. That's all he know how to do is be slimy. He know he's scared. He knows that his tactics that he tried to use yesterday didn't work on me. So that's all he knows how to do. All Jesus followers know how to do is be slimy to defend this shit because people are shining light on it and they're not allowing them to hide in the weeds anymore. You're going to see more sliminess come out. The thing that they've been calling holy is you're going to see the the devilish the devilness in it. Yeah. You're going to see it. The wool's going to be pulled away from your eyes. The veil is going to be pulled from your eyes because they're not going to have a choice. They're not going to have a choice anymore. Because those of us that are like putting the heat on them, we're shining the light on them, they're not gonna be able to hide. No, somebody on YouTube thought tonight was Maddie's hour. Well, then come prove me wrong, keyboard warrior. Come prove me wrong. Like, do you think that it bothers me that you have my profile picture as your PFP? That you have one of my pictures as your PFP? It doesn't bother me. That just means that I'm in your head instead of Jesus. You do realize that. That means that what I'm doing and saying is getting to you, and that you think about me when I'm not on live. So much so that you went to my TikTok all the way from YouTube to take a picture, right? One of my pictures and make it your profile picture. That doesn't bother me. You probably thought about that all day and was like, "Ooh, I can't wait till she see this." If your reasoning for doing that was to piss me off, you wasted your time. Okay, I'm flattered. I really am, and that means that I'm doing what I want to do, and that's pissing y'all motherfuckers off. I'm doing exactly what I want to do. I see you believers here in the comments. Are y'all scared to have this conversation? I think the fact that y'all won't have this conversation is because you know it's the truth. You know that no one can feed hungry people but other people. And then if you are saying that Jesus is doing something for you or that Jesus is in you, then you are responsible for that. Like, you should be mad at yourself just as much as you mad at the churches. Where y'all at? I see y'all in the chat. I see y'all in the chat.
Yeah, I never really got that either. I mean, believers will sit there and call out to Jesus and pray for certain things, and Jesus never shows up. But then when a human shows up, then they say it was Jesus. That's got to be the most idiotic thing I've ever
Hello
heard.
guys. Hi guys.
Who is
Did
that?
you hear Nelly
It's
talking?
me, it's foreign. Actually,
Hold on. Did you
I
hear
just
him
wanted to
talking
say
though?
this.
No, no. The hell is wrong with y'all? Like, you don't come up and interrupt someone who's already in the middle of talking just to hear yourself speak. That's rude.
Okay, whatever, I heard you. Sorry for that.
No, you aren't sorry because you wouldn't have said whatever. That's another thing y'all do. Like, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you, and you're a Jesus follower, right?
I'm not a church goer.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, are you
Yeah,
a
I'm a
follower
Jesus
of Jesus?
follower.
Exactly. But y'all
Yeah.
all behave the same way. You all behave the same way. Y'all are rude. You have no expectation of accountability, and the fact that you are 21, like, you're too young, I think, to even give a damn about this conversation. I think you're on here for content and
No
wasting
way.
wasting
I'm
our
not
time.
in here for
Yes.
content.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
You
you
should
are.
hear me
Like,
out.
you don't know. Like, you haven't even lived enough to give a damn about poor people. Like, your parents probably still feed your ass. You probably don't even know what it's like to have to feed yourself, to be responsible for your own fucking bills, to be responsible for another person. Like, I don't even know why the fuck you're even in here.
Can I talk now?
For what?
Alright, so what I was trying to say is just something simple. Okay? I'm not trying to take side here. I'm just trying to, um, bring my understanding. What I think will be, understandable when it comes to spirituality. Because no matter what you say, you can't ignore the
Nobody's talking
aspect
about
of.
spirituality. No one in here is talking about
But
spirituality.
What I'm saying is that
No.
Christ is spirituality. It's not about
No, we're
church,
not talking
right?
about spirituality. We're talking about those of you that believe in a Jesus and expect that Jesus to do something with feeding homeless people, feeding hungry people, housing the homeless people, healing sick people. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
We're not talking about spirituality.
yeah, that's part of it. That's what I'm trying to let you
You don't
understand.
even understand what I just said.
I do.
No, you don't.
You're talking about helping the less privileged, right?
Who?
The church, I mean, the Jesus followers and all those.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
No. No.
all right, clarify. What are you talking about?
Exactly. You don't understand what I'm saying. You those of you that believe in a Jesus, believe a Jesus does these things while at the
No,
same time
I don't think
expecting for
so.
humans to do it.
No, I don't think so. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, believing in Jesus is so different from how we act around people, right? I mean, you have a choice and you are aware.
A choice to what?
Give a choice to help. No one is
What is
holding you
Jesus
back.
good for? What is Jesus good for?
Well, Jesus is a
Why yeah,
spiritual being.
that does what?
Jesus is a spiritual being
That
that
does
does a
what?
lot of things.
Like
That he
what?
does he does everything you can expect, everything you can
Like what? Does
imagine.
he feed homeless? Does he feed hungry people? How?
He do feed.
How?
When they have hope, he do send them an helper.
How?
When they have
Do you
faith,
see the
hope,
problem? Do you see the problem? This is what I mean when I say you don't understand.
listen, listen,
Stop
listen.
talking while I'm talking. This is what I mean when I say that you don't understand what I am saying. You don't understand. You positing that your Jesus is a being that can do a thing, i.e., feed hungry people, while at the same time knowing that it is human beings who have to do it is the problem.
All right, so can I talk now? I understand what you're trying to say, but
This is your third time
everybody,
saying you understand and you don't understand because
yeah,
you're
yeah,
listening to
I do
respond.
exactly what you're trying to. I do exactly, I do exactly understand. What I'm trying to say is that when you go through the process of transformation by Jesus Christ, you have the state of mind to help people. Okay, Jesus Christ doesn't come from heaven in person to come and help anyone. But when you go through the transformation of his spirit, you become helpful to everyone around you.
This is a bunch of bullshit, woo woo bullshit. Like
But that's the
that's the
truth.
only thing. Like you're just saying a bunch of fucking words. You're
Do
saying
you
a
know
bunch of
about the fruit
nothing.
of the
You're
Holy
saying a bunch
Spirit?
of nothing. You're saying a bunch of nothing, and all y'all
Do
ever
you
want to
read the
do is preach.
Bible?
Shut up while I'm talking. Damn. Like I wish Jesus was real, and then he could transform y'all into like better conversationalists. Because for some odd reason, all of you think that the proper way to have a conversation is to talk while other people are talking. You're basically just preaching, and that's all y'all have ever done to people. And this is exactly what I was talking about when I started the live off. You get people into the churches with this bullshit. You get people into the belief system with this bullshit woo woo shit. And then convince them that a Jesus can do a thing. And then when that doesn't happen, because the reality is that humans are doing it. Even you claiming that a God sent a human to do something. That is you saying that a human only helped another human because a God made them do it. It is humans doing good. It is humans doing bad. And this woo-woo bullshit that y'all keep spewing and peddling to people is doing nothing but hurting the way people think,
I
hurting
agree.
people's. Stop talking while I'm talking. It's hurting the way people think. It's oppressing people. It's taking money from the people. It's messing up It's justifying genocide. Those of you that still believe in this, that think that the church should be doing more, you should be mad at yourselves because you are keeping it going. You are continuing to give the church authority. That's what I want to talk about. You can talk now.
You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
I tried to send him an invite. It won't let me.
I'm going to count to 3, and then I'm going to move on. All right. Nelly, are you eating something?
No, I think I'll bite down and this gum will pop. I'm trying not to.
Oh.
No, I'm not eating it.
It sounded like I thought you was eating pistachios.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. M.
It's Aaron. So you
How
said
old are
that
you?
I'm 27.
And are you a Jesus follower?
I grew up in the Catholic Church, yes.
Yeah, I asked if you are you a Jesus follower, not if you grew up in the church.
Yes.
Okay. Why aren't Jesus followers mad at themselves for the church is not helping?
You don't think that
To
the
feed
churches
homeless
help at
people.
all? Can you give any,
What did I just ask you?
Why aren't we mad at ourselves? Because why
For
should I
the
be mad?
churches, why aren't Jesus's followers mad at themselves instead of the churches for not helping to feed hungry people?
The churches do help to feed hungry people.
Are there hungry people on the planet, Aaron?
Absolutely. Do you
Are
think
the
that the
churches
church...
feeding them?
No, because there's not enough people in the churches.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the fucking question again, Aaron. Why aren't Jesus's followers mad at themselves for there being hungry people, Aaron?
Why should I be mad at myself for there being hungry people when I donate to the church and I go to food drives and I volunteer at soup kitchens? Why should I be mad at myself when I have gone on many a mission trip where I fed hungry people in the Dominican Republic as well as the majority of my congregation? Why should I be mad at myself?
Aaron, can I ask you a question? Why is
Yes.
it that white Christians always want to go to the Dominican Republic or Africa on mission trips because they think that there's only hungry people in fucking countries with predominantly people of color? Like, why don't you feed the hungry white people in America, Aaron? You don't
We
have to
do.
go. You don't have to get on a fucking plane, Aaron, and spend all that goddamn money flying across the fucking continent to go and feed hungry people when there's hungry white people here in your backyard. And then if you're carrying Jesus inside of you, Aaron, and you're so much donating to the churches so that they can feed hungry people, then there shouldn't be hungry people in America, Aaron. And if Jesus is with you and Jesus is the God of all and all almighty and all riches belong to him, why the fuck are there hungry people, Aaron?
So you know why we go to the Dominican Republic? Because there's this thing called mustard seed communities where there are children from Haiti and from the Dominican Republic who are deformed.
Are there deformed white people in America, Aaron?
Absolutely, and the government's
Then
supposed to
why
help
the
them, are
fuck?
they
Then
not?
why
But
the
we
fuck are you
do.
going
But
all
we
the way to
do.
Haiti? Why are you going all the way to Haiti to feed deformed black people? Like, wow, this
Not
is what
about
I want to
feeding
know.
them.
Every time I talk to a white Christian who go on mission trips, y'all always make the black community your fucking mission, Aaron.
It's not about the
As if
black community.
then
It's
why
about the
the
people
fuck did you do
affected by
it?
the hurricanes in Haiti.
Then why the fuck is it always a mission trip in a predominantly black country? When we talk about hungry people, for some odd fucking reason, in your head, Aaron, only hungry people are black. only hungry people are non-Americans.
You get
there
so
are
mad.
Americans that, yes, because y'all are fucking stupid.
You get so
Y'all
mad
are
about
selfish.
people
Yes, but why aren't you
interrupting
mad?
you,
That's the fucking
but
question,
yet that's
Aaron.
all you
Why aren't you mad at yourself as a follower of Jesus? Why aren't you mad at yourself for there being hungry people in your fucking backyard, Aaron? Why aren't you mad at yourself? Why are y'all just mad at the church? Y'all the ones keep this shit going. You the one who believe that Jesus is doing something.
Why don't you let us talk?
Motherfucker, you were talking.
And you interrupted me multiple times.
But Aaron, I will interrupt you whenever I fucking feel like it.
Okay, you're a miserable human being. Why don't you go fuck?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Why the fuck aren't you mad at yourself, Aaron? And you were
Because
the one in the comments begging to come up. Why aren't you mad at yourself?
You won't let me.
I'm not the one muting you. Don't mute her. Like, there's no point in muting her. Don't mute her. Why
You
are
won't
you
let me
mad
talk.
at yourself? I'm not the one fucking muting you.
Yeah, but you're talking over me every single time
Aaron,
that I
you
try.
haven't said shit. Why aren't you mad at yourself? Answer the fucking question that I asked.
I'm not mad at myself.
Why?
Because I have. Do you know where I live in HUD housing? Okay, I live in HUD housing, and there are people surrounding me that were affected by the food stamps by the government shutdown. And you know what I've done? I've helped them. My neighbor who has a 2-year-old gave her diapers, bought her as many groceries as I can. Why the fuck should I be mad at myself?
Aaron, did you just not tell us that you've been on mission trips and you've been feeding people and you flew other way? You in fucking Dominican Republic feeding hungry black people when you fucking live in hood housing.
With
this
money
is the shit that I'm
that
talking
I've raised
about, Aaron.
as a
Why
kid,
the fuck?
because I grew up
Aaron,
in a Christian household that was wealthy, and then my mom died.
Aaron,
I live in HUD housing because my mom died and circumstances affected me. Does that offend you?
Aaron, it sounds like you're fucking lying, Aaron. That's what it sounds like. It's like you're making up shit. That's what it sounds like, Aaron. That's what it sounds like. There's no reason.
Again, muted.
Right? Like,
muted
if y'all
again.
if y'all would stop lying, if y'all would stop lying for Jesus and just face reality, right? It is humans who have to feed other humans.
Lying about what?
And because,
what do you think I'm lying about?
Aaron,
what do you think I'm lying about?
Aaron. First off, the bullshit that you came up here talking about, you raised money to go feed hungry black kids when you were a fucking kid.
No, that's what we did.
And you're 27 years old. Like, why the fuck are you talking about some shit you did when you were a kid? What the fuck does that do today?
Because that was something that I did with my church.
What the fuck does that have to do with today, Aaron?
That's pretty.
Shit is crazy. I don't fucking get along with selfish ass people, and don't expect me to.
How he back up here?
He said he had to go answer his
Host,
phone.
I just want you to calm down.
I must have
Right?
missed that.
Shut the
Calm
fuck up.
down.
Shut up, foreign say. Don't fucking tell
We're
me what
not
to do.
fighting.
Shut
Are we
the fuck up. Don't fucking tell me what to do, motherfucker. Answer the question that I asked before you left. I'm not holy.
Well, I can't
As
even...
a matter of fact, I have unholy intelligence. I never once told your ass that I was holy, Jerry King. I am unholy. I'm not like you motherfuckers.
I'm saying that you should have the
Discernment
emotion.
on negative.
Shut the fuck up, foreign. I'm not talking to you.
That discernment is on negative.
All the way on negative. Like, I'm not like you motherfuckers. The fuck? Answer the question that I asked, foreign.
Are you talking to me?
Is that your name?
Oh, I didn't even hear a name. Anyway.
Aaron, shut the fuck up. Like, you literally left. You left. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all can't even stay. Like, you'll say one thing, and then change it to something else. And then you run and you make yourself the victim.
Also, I
That's
have
a
all the
fucking lie.
pieces for
Nobody kicked
you.
you out. Stop fucking lying.
I have
Y'all
all the
lying
You
pieces
did.
for
asses.
you.
Nobody kicked you out. Your lying ass. Y'all
Anyway,
lie so shut up for it. Y'all lie so fucking much for this God. It's fucking ridiculous. And then y'all don't understand why people like myself who see what y'all do and the harm that y'all cause, and y'all expect us to just be honky dory about that shit. We are sick of y'all. We are fucking sick of y'all's asses. We are sick of the harm you cause, the harm you allow. We are fucking over it. Answer the question, Foreign.
all right. What's the question?
Foreign, I know you didn't leave and come back with this.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you talk louder?
No.
Well, that's bad. I'll struggle to listen. Anyway, what do you ask? I do an asking a question.
These are the minds of Jesus. These are the ones that speak. These are the ones that have Christ consciousness, y'all. These are the brilliant Christ consciousness, Christ conscious minds. This is just fucking ridiculous. This is the spirituality right here. This is why people should be okay with there being starving people on the planet, homeless people, genocide, women being abused and raped. This is why, so that people can be this fucking dumb. There has to be hungry people on the planet so that Jesus would know that people are willing to be this damn dumb for him.
So let me say something, right? So do you really think that it is Jesus' fault that poor people exist in the world?
There is no Jesus, Foreign. There is no Jesus.
Okay, maybe that went a little bit deeper. So do you think that it is because of the church that we have poor people in the world today?
Foreign, what the fuck did I?
I'm so sick of him.
There is no like, there's no fucking brain there. There's
Like,
nothing there.
think
There's nothing
about
there.
it. I'm just asking, is it
No,
Jesus'
no,
fault or
Foreign.
is it
It's
the
the
church fault?
dinosaurs. It's hoodoo. It's what's that little turtle looking motherfucker that's in the chat right now? Hoodoo. It's his motherfucking fault, Foreign. It's the dinosaurs.
Host, I want to be honest with you
I
as
am
an
being honest with you.
individual.
I am
All
being
right,
honest with you. I'm being honest with
all
you.
right,
No, there's no Jesus. It's not the church. It's Hoodoo's problem. It's Hoodoo's
okay.
fault.
Okay, so you know what? I want you to understand when it comes to the matter of poor people, it is not about religion, it is about individuality. It is
Right.
everyone responsible to help anyone around you, even you.
Right.
That includes you,
Right.
me,
Yeah.
and everyone
Right.
here listening.
Right.
It's not about
Right.
religion,
Right.
okay? It's about empathy, compassion.
Right. Right. Yeah. That's true. Let that be the reason that religion has the most money. Your Jesus has the most money stored up in banks, the most property.
I don't get it.
Yeah, of course you don't, because your brain, Jesus will not allow you to get it. Jesus is the doorstop that is blocking you from getting it.
Oh, I see. You have a worldly
No, the
view of
fuck you don't.
Jesus.
You don't see it. No, you don't.
Oh,
Don't use words that you don't understand. You don't fucking get it.
it is your own perspective.
Fucking gosh. This motherfucker here.
Just think about it. You're the one who have a worldly view of Jesus. You're looking at man that claim to serve Jesus doing wrong, and you're judging it
What
attached to
hey,
Jesus. But that
hey,
man has a
foreign,
choice.
foreign, 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 foreign. Where is Jesus at? Where is Jesus?
He's in heaven, sitting at the right side of God the
He's in
Father.
heaven, sitting on a throne,
Of course.
with gold streets and a
What do
palace.
you think?
He in heaven, sitting on a throne
Actually, you can go there if you
with
want
gold
to.
streets. He got streets of gold, right?
I've not been to heaven before. I don't know if the street is gold.
Would your Jesus be living in the projects in heaven?
I don't know. I just know that he sits at the right hand side of God. I've never been there.
So is your Jesus rich?
How will I know that? I mean, do they
So
even
you
use
don't
pen
know.
in heaven?
You don't know nothing about the Jesus you serve.
Do you think they use pen in heaven?
Do you know anything about the Jesus you serve?
I do.
Okay, is that Jesus wealthy?
Well, I don't think that there is any need for money in where he is.
Is it that where he is? Is it
Instead of saying wealthy, I'll say
is
it's
it glamorous?
abundant.
Is it no, I'm gonna say the words I want to fucking say. Is it glamorous or is it project?
But I literally tell you that I've not been there. How can I describe it?
What do you expect the Jesus you serve to be living in?
Well,
Foreign? Is he living in
unfortunately,
glamorous or is he living in the projects?
unfortunately, I didn't mean to disappoint you, but honestly, I don't assume things. I see it for myself.
I think
So when we get there, I
you know what
believe
I
it
think?
is.
You know what I think, Foreign? I think you are a liar. I think you know that your book says that heaven has streets paved with gold.
But
I
I
think
never
you
told
know.
you that
Nope.
I'm a
Stop
Bible
talking while I'm
reader.
talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. I think
But
you
what
are a
if I don't
liar.
read Bible?
I think you are a liar, and I think you all have to be liars in order to defend this bullshit, right? But
Well, I
your
don't read the
Jesus, shut up
Bible.
while I'm talking, motherfucker. This is why y'all get cussed the fuck out.
You're judging me wrong. I
Shut
don't
the
read the
fuck
Bible. I'm not a
up.
book.
Shut the fuck up. This is why you get muted, and this is why you get cussed out. Y'all have some of the worst personalities on this planet. Y'all lie so fucking much, and it's easy for you to lie. The very fact that you are trying to pretend like this damn book doesn't say that heaven has streets paved of gold and that you will have a mansion in the sky, and the belief is that y'all motherfuckers are going to be living in paradise in eternal life because you think you're going to die and go get something for nothing. It's
No,
bullshit. Stop
I
talking while I'm
am.
talking. Go back on mute.
All right.
I got you, foreign.
Like, y'all are full of shit. But you want to say that it is man who took your Jesus's words, who took your Jesus's book or your Jesus's religion and did wrong with it. But still, there's no Jesus doing anything about it. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm asking you, where is your Jesus? This Jesus that you claim is a being in a so-called heaven that can do anything. Where is that Jesus? Because it is your belief in that Jesus that keeps people in this bullshit, that keeps putting authority to the church, to the motherfuckers that's doing harm. It's people like you. This is why I said, if you're mad at the church, you're mad at the people for taking your Jesus's words and doing wrong with it, you should be mad at your damn self too.
All right, so that's nice. The way you say that, I think I understand where all this is coming from, and I understand why you're saying all of these things. But what I'm trying to make you understand is that among the Christians, there are Christians. It's not every Christians you see really have the understanding of the mystery of Christ. I'm trying to let you know that it's not about church and about all these outgoing things that they are doing. It's about the mystery, the deeper
Shut the
consciousness.
fuck up, foreign. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Oh, damn
Because you
it.
didn't listen to shit I said. You didn't listen to a damn thing I said. You didn't listen to anything I said.
What makes you
Y'all are
think so?
so
I
y'all
mean,
are
yeah.
all y'all care about is your fucking belief. All you care about is
Really?
validating your belief. You didn't listen to a damn thing I said.
I do.
Y'all are some of the most selfish people on this
Oh my
fucking
God.
planet.
Really?
Get the fuck off my stage. Get off my stage.
Y'all
Just
are issues.
selfish as fuck. And I told y'all his ass is up here for content. That he was laughing in the background. These motherfuckers don't give a damn. All they care about is validating what they believe in, what they feel like makes them feel better. It's why apologetics exist. They don't care about the harm that this belief system is causing. They don't care about the authority that they give to it. They only care about how it makes them feel.
Hello?
If your Jesus loved me, Edgar, then he knows how to fucking show me that, don't he? Well, he wouldn't need you to tell me, would he? The very fact that you have to tell me that for your Jesus means that your Jesus didn't tell your ass to tell me that.
Hello?
Hey, Guru, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Uh, I'm not going to be on here long. I didn't really have no thoughts on the topic. I just wanted to show my appreciation and thank you. Y'all listening to like the community and listening to y'all, have the conversations that sharpen my intellect, you know. And I was trying to figure out like where I connected with it and where the disconnection was, you know. And
Yeah.
I realized the disconnection was simply I don't know anything about the topics and anything about the Bible or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't know anything about the topics to have the conversation.
I
But
mean, the topic is believing in this God, and believing that a God can do a thing while there's poor people and homeless people on the planet. The topic is about quoting scriptures that say, "Judge not, lest you be judged by the same measure," and not expecting that shit to apply to you as a believer. Like the crazy thing about it is that the church has been judging those outside of the church for fucking centuries, and now that the church is getting judged on fucking TikTok, you don't think you're it's supposed to apply to you. Not you. I'm talking to Edgar, who's telling me not to judge. Like, hey, do what you do, right? I feed hungry people, right? I'll empty my bank account out for somebody who needs help. You're not gonna catch me telling a person no if I have money in the bank. But y'all will quote that damn scripture, "Judge not, lest ye be judged by the same measure," and now you motherfuckers are being judged by the measure that you fucking set, and you don't like it, and you want us to shut up. Go ahead, Hood.
Okay. I realized the disconnection was simply I just didn't know about any other topics, but I realized the connection was the same frustration and the same feeling that you felt like betrayal from believing in this and having full faith in
I
this
don't feel
system.
betrayed. I
You
don't feel
know,
betrayed.
well,
I
just
don't feel
like,
yeah, no, just do me a favor and don't speak for me, right? Like I'm not. I don't feel betrayed.
oh,
I'm
I
angry.
apologize. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. See,
I'm
that
angry
act.
at the. Hold on, I don't feel betrayed. I am angry at the selfishness. I'm angry at the harm that the conversations that I've had with believers over the last 2 years. Not betrayed. I'm fucking angry. I'm over it. That's what you feel. Not betrayed.
Yeah, yeah, and I realized I got that same feeling. I realized I had that feeling, but it wasn't dealing with religion. It was more dealing with the lies we were taught in the public school system. You know, and I then when I figured out that was the connection where I resonated with what you were saying, I realized the parallels in the two, and I realized both of them play a part in like the toxicity of each other because as a child, they push religion on you, and at the same time, when you go into the public school system, they push the like slavery story on the Black history. And I realized how detrimental that is to children. And I started drawing the parallels between like, I realized it's kind of like a pattern I see. The same way they teach us to fear the authority in like most of these things that's built in our society. They teach us to fear the authority. So when I'm looking at it and I'm looking at the Black history and I'm thinking like they're showing Black children basically how quote unquote white people was treating them, you know, in the past. And I was thinking about the psychological, just the what that does to a child's psyche and how it teaches them to fear. Like thinking about the Emmett Till, when I first seen the Emmett Till story and I seen that they had an open casket and then they showed the two faces. Imagine like what the fear that's instilled in our children from seeing everything that these people have done to us, you know? And I realized that ties into the religion aspect of it. Because in religion, they teach you to fear the authority of God. In school, they teach you to fear the authority of society. But they still instilling fear in us. And not only does it instill fear in our children, but it creates it's like they're trying to get our children to feel inferior. You know?
I'm not just. I think I kind of understand what you're saying as far as the indoctrination into this belief system, right?
Yeah.
The indoctrination is quite literally why you see Black people saying that they will partner with white supremacy in order to stomp out gay people because their God doesn't want them to, right? Or why you see Black people on social media saying that they're not Black and that their God is about to come up against the God of Blackness and don't be on the wrong side. That's like the indoctrination. But it goes deeper than that because I'm not just talking to the Black community. I'm talking to humanity.
Yeah.
I'm talking to humans
Yeah.
about humans who claim that they have a belief in a God who can do anything. Yet these same motherfuckers believe that this God wants them to sit back and just allow genocide, hunger, rape, child essay in the church so that this God will know that this human chose him over watching other humans suffer. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking to humanity today, not just the black community.
No, no, I understand that, but I was using it as an example. You know, I was using that as an example of how those two things are parallel, and I realized like the same way, like you may have deconstructed from religion, I deconstructed from the public system. You know, but that was just like one part of it. But then you got things like the medical industry that does the exact same thing. You see what I'm saying? It's like the medical industry, they have a lot of truth in it, but it's like, let me put it to you like this. Like the same way it's a lot of people that died waiting for Jesus to come back and save them, is the same way people died believing in their doctors and the information that they had when the doctors told them they can't,
No,
you have 6 months to live, you can't cure cancer. You
that's
know,
not the same thing. That's not the same thing, Hood. It's not. And I think like, but Hood, you believe in this God.
I don't believe in that guy. I believe in a God of unity. That's like a collection of everything that moves in harmony
The
because
last
everything
time
is
I talked to
connected.
you, the last time I talked to you, you believe in the God of the Bible. You just believe that the God of the Bible is unity.
But then I told you that I only read Genesis, and the creation story actually makes sense. But I realized the God in the creation story and the God in the Adam and Eve story is two different things. But I just wanted to like the thing that you're saying when you saying you're talking to humanity, I realize is it's not just religion. It's like everything in the society that's like toxic. You know, everything like, and it's all built in the sense of like we have to fear this authority because even the doctor, if you believe and have enough faith in the doctor, then they
Hood,
might as well have authority
Hood,
over you.
Hood, hold on. Here's the thing. It's all of this is unnecessary, right? When it's just simple. It should be very simple, right? Don't harm another human. Don't justify harm to another human,
Right.
right? That it should be that damn simple. All of this other stuff is unfucking necessary. All it does is further complicates, right? It creates these avenues that people can hide in, right? To do harm, to justify harm. All of
Right.
these philosophical arguments for why this is allowed to happen, why the is grape really grape? What is evil? What is the definition of good?
Yeah.
The shit should just be basic. And then the crazy thing about it is those of you that believe in this God, that believe in this Jesus, your claim is that exactly what my motherfucking demonic ass is saying is what you believe your Jesus said. But it's the very thing that you will fucking fight against. You're in the fucking chat typing "be Christian" while at the same fucking time believing in your fucking fucked up ass head that your Jesus was against that shit. Make that shit make sense to me. It should just be simple. Yeah, you Donald. It should be simple. Don't harm another human. What the fuck else needs to be said? There you go. Take it up with God. Where the fuck is he, Donald? Where is he? You all want to keep this damn fairy tale alive. In your minds, you want to keep this fairy tale alive, and you justify harm. You give it authority. That's the fucking problem. And I want to know why y'all aren't mad at your damn selves. That's what I want to talk about. Because you're just as responsible as the churches that you mad at. Because you keeping it going. Y'all like little kids sitting in front of the fucking TV on Saturday morning watching cartoons, imagining that you're part of the fucking show you watching. That's what you remind me of, Donald. Yeah, the Smurfs, like they're a part of it, and it doesn't matter that it's not real. It doesn't matter that the shit that you are claiming you cannot see in reality. Y'all will fucking deny reality for your fantasies, and you don't care about the harm that you are causing when you do that. You don't care about what you are justifying. You will sit there and let a pastor convince you that somebody calling out the harm that the church does is demonic, and you will say, hallelujah, amen, pastor. And then go home and whisper about the pastor sleeping with such and such. Or whisper about the pastor essaying a child. And then say, honey, but God gonna get him. He gonna get his in the day. And then show right back up on Wednesday night Bible study. And then come on TikTok and tell us why we need to do the same shit you do every Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. And then you'll go and get on your knees and pray and ask your God why. Or how long, God. While ignoring that your ass is a part of what's keeping this motherfucking shit going. Did you have anything else?
No, I just want to thank you, bro. Just want to thank, because remember, I just said, when we first talked, I said I wanted to understand like your perspective, and I do, and I feel your anger, but like my anger is more towards the public information. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like detrimental too, because it's like it's given to us as facts, but it's like lies mixed in, and it's like it's really bad. And that's the same anger I feel when I hear you like talk about it and you get to flashing and cussing these motherfuckers out. It's the same feeling I feel when I see like how this society is just coming at us from it, not just religion. They're doing it they're coming at us from every different way. And I realize like I deconstructed from a lot of public information, and that's why I resonated with you. And I want to thank you because, like, it's like you opened another lane in my brain to make more connections, so I can fully understand what's going on. But I'm gonna let somebody else get on here, and I appreciate y'all, and I enjoy listening to y'all because y'all be handing it to them, and I enjoy it because you know people need to be challenged to think more, and not just critical think about the information that's given to us, but critical think from a raw point of view, meaning you are observing and drawing your own conclusions too. Because these motherfuckers is liars and deceivers, like that's their tricks, and they use the lies and the fucking truth to fuck the whole world. And it's not even about black people and white people, it's about everybody in the society. And I realize like all this information and false information is detrimental. And I feel your anger towards it. But y'all have a good night.
All right. Thank you, Hood. Have a good one.
All right.
Nelly and Selena, don't y'all find it interesting that believers believe that Jesus was a social justice warrior who was against religion, but they're in my chat typing Team Jesus, be Christian, religion. Don't you find that interesting?
Yeah, that's it's interesting, but it's well, it's just downright stupid. I mean, I don't know no other way to put it.
And
It's
I think,
just ignorance.
yeah, and the frustrating thing is like it's the lie. It's like the lie is standing right in my fucking face and saying, "Ha, you can't do nothing about it. Ain't going nowhere." That's what the fuck it feels like. Like, have you ever been? You remember when you were kids and
Mm.
your brother or your sister used to like come and bother you and be like, "Ah, nanny, boo, boo." Like,
Hmm.
that's what the lie feels like it's doing right now because these motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's whoo. Yeah, I'm losing patience with these believers. I really am.
It's like what like if I believed in demons, it would be a demon dressed up as a church mother, like Mrs. Doubtfire,
Hmm.
saying, "I got these motherfuckers tricked and they shit. You can't do shit about it." Dancing and saying, "This is what they see, right? They can't see the real me."
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's what the fuck. And this motherfucker know. Like, when the demons, when Jesus was like walking throughout the town, and the demons like, "Hey, homeboy, what you doing here early? Why you here already?" And Jesus like, "Hey, don't tell nobody I'm here. Like, shh, be quiet." Nobody, like, the demons knew who Jesus was.
Mm, mm,
And he
mm.
was like, "Hey, keep quiet. Don't tell nobody." Like, they knew each other.
That's wild.
That's what it feel like.
Yeah. Uh, I don't know what to think. Like I said, I'm so ready to go back to just researching and learning shit because it's talking to them. It's like I'm getting to the point talking to them is like moving 100 steps backwards.
Yeah. And if it were not for, I think the reason that the conversations have shifted, right? One, the social experiment. Two, what we're seeing happening all across the globe in the name of this God.
Right.
When the shutdown happened, right, and we saw believer after believer make video happy that people were going hungry,
Yep. Woo-wee.
wearing Jesus shirts, Jesus saves shirts, while
Mm.
dancing in the grocery store, happy that people were no longer getting EBT, but will go to church on Sunday, give their money to a church because they believe their job in Jesus is to feed the poor.
Just
That's
ask
the Miss
Baptist.
Doubtfire line that I'm talking about that's dancing in front of all our fucking faces.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I just wanted to say that those aren't true followers of Christ.
I don't know who you are, and so you don't get to say anything until I qualify you for a conversation. How old are you?
29.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
And the question that I have for you is, why aren't you mad at yourself as a believer?
Mad about what?
What is it that you think Jesus wants you to do as a believer?
Christ wants us to spread the gospel and to um, serve others. to serve human dignity. You know, that's what I believe Christians are called to do. And yeah, there's a lot of extremely hypocritical Christians. I mean, I think that's why most people who actually practice the faith and follow the faith understand that we are all sinners, and through Christ, through God, we're actually changed, and our hearts can find the strength to be better people. So
What
I
is
think
human
that
dignity?
it's a great it's a great role model for everyone to have is the
What
way
is it?
Jesus
If you're serving
lived.
human dignity, I just want to know, right, that you know how to do your job. So, and the only way, right, for us to know that you know how to do the job that you claim your Jesus wants you to do is to know if you actually know what that is. What is human dignity?
Well, I agree with you that we shouldn't, the Ten Commandments, like I don't think we should do any harm unto others, and that we should absolutely.
I'm sorry, no. I'm asking for the definition of human dignity. What is human dignity?
Human dignity is the principle and the concept that every human life is a gift from God, that it's precious, that it's beautiful, that it's valuable, and that
No.
it should be prioritized
Mm-mm.
above
Nope.
above corporate interests and
Mm-mm.
the
No.
obsession with
No.
efficiency
No.
that we
That's not
have.
human dignity. That isn't human
And
dignity. Human dignity doesn't have anything to do with a God or religion. Human dignity is just the ability to recognize that a human has the right to life, that a human has the right to exist despite a God, despite their race, despite their gender, despite their differences and beliefs. That's human dignity. So you don't know. If you say that that's what your Jesus wants you to do, you don't know your job.
I mean,
and
I
and
think
and you would be, and because you put Jesus in that, you would be a part of the problem.
I don't think I'm part of the problem. I think that the problem that we have is that there is real evil in this world. There
And you are
is
part
real
of it.
evil on this planet. I mean, in the way that we all sin, sure, we all have flaws, right? We all fall short from grace. We all fall short from
I
the
No, I
highest
don't.
standard we could hold
No, I
ourselves to.
don't. You need to
So
speak
you're
for
perfect?
yourself.
You're telling
I
me that
don't.
you're
I do not
perfect?
sin. I don't fucking sin. Sinning is for you. You are the one who is bound by whatever law you think Jesus set for you.
Well, the Bible
I
teaches
hold on, stop
that
talking while I'm
Christ is
talking. You're
perfect
sinning
and
now
that we
because the law
must
I said in
become
here is that you
like
don't talk while
Christ.
I talk.
Who's perfect?
You don't talk while I talk in here.
I'm
Sinning
just
is
telling
for,
you.
so you don't talk while I talk in here. Sinning is for you because you follow this God and whatever law you believe this God gave you. You sin. Don't put that shit on me.
I mean, okay. I mean, you're free to follow whatever worldview or philosophy or personal beliefs that you have. I'm just telling you what mine are.
No, you didn't. You said we all.
I mean, as Christians, that is what we believe.
That you believe you sin.
We believe that all humans fall short of the grace of God and that we need the grace of God. That without the grace of God, we wouldn't be able to do anything. We wouldn't be able to be successful at anything.
the
We,
your the without the grace of your God, there wouldn't be genocide, right? Without the grace of your God, there wouldn't be children being
you,
essayed in
you really
churches.
think true
Why are you
Christians
talking while
support
I'm
those
talking? You don't
things?
have grace with me. You don't have grace with me. Without the grace of your God, there wouldn't be genocide. Without the grace of your God, there would not be children being essayed in churches and pastors still being able to pastor. Without the grace of your God, there would not be churches with billions of dollars in the bank while there are hungry people on the street. Without the grace of your God, there wouldn't be successful people in the world owning properties while there are people sleeping in parks and being arrested and threatened to be executed for being homeless. That's the grace of your God. The grace of your God is your God not existing. That's the grace of your God. And then the crazy thing about it is that you come up here and you talk about the grace of your God and you attach it to success.
Listen,
I don't serve your God. I don't fucking need your God's grace.
I think all of the terrible, horrific cruelty that you're talking about, if you actually think that Christians support that, Christians don't support what Israel is doing to the Palestinians.
That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. And I'm
Well,
not talking about
true
what Christians
Christians
support. I'm
don't
talking about
support
what your
that.
God supports. If your God is real, your God supports it because your God's grace abounds in it. Your God's grace allows it. Your God's grace does nothing about it. I'm talking about your God.
I think Christians need to take control of Israel again. I
I'm
think we need to
talking
go
about
back.
your God. I'm
We
talking
have
about
to.
your God. I'm talking about your God, Donald. Your God.
We we
I'm
have to have
talking
a
about your God.
righteous
Donald,
crusade. We
Donald,
have
you
to go
can't talk
back.
about your God. You can't talk about your God. You want to talk about what humans do because, Donald, deep down, you know that it's only humans. You know that your God can't, won't, and don't do a damn thing because your God does not exist.
We must
That's why
restore
you,
the.
Donald, I want to talk about your God. Your God.
We must restore the kingdom of Jerusalem.
Why doesn't your God do it?
I mean, we are called. We are called to be the vessels for God. As Christians, we're called to go out into the world and serve.
Who told you that?
Who told me that?
Yes.
I mean, it's it's a common kind of Christian understanding.
No, it's a common thing that Christians spread among each other. But your God does nothing. What does your
Oh,
God do? That's what she's asking. What does the God do? Take the humans out of it. What does the God do?
God is, you know, I
I didn't
suggest
ask
you
what he
maybe.
is. I asked what he do.
What does he do? I mean, God has done so much. God
God
has
hasn't.
done
Okay, what has God
everything.
done? What has God done?
What has God done? I
Yes.
think all things good God has done.
So you're accumulating
All
all. So you're
all
accumulating all. Hold
miracles.
on, you're talking too fast. You're accumulating all good things that happen. It's your God doing it.
I give all of the glory to God, absolutely. All of the
So
grace and all
so
of the glory.
so fuck the human that did it. Fuck the human. You're gonna get a glory to God.
Who
Fuck.
said who said blank the human? You're saying that. I never
No,
said
you
that.
say. Oh, when you
You
say
literally said you give all glory to your God. That means all. That means it all goes to your God. There's none
Because
left
you are
for the
glorified
human.
through God. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The most glorious thing that I believe that you can do with your life is to be a Christian. That is the most glorious thing that you can do.
Do you not quite understand that when you decide to give the glory for what humans do to a God, that you are the reason that your God is being held at a standard and expected to do shit? Because you've taken this lump of clay and animated it and given it power and said that it can do a thing. Now people expect that God to be able to do a thing. And y'all are losing your shit because your God is just a lump of fucking clay. You have taken the responsibility from humans and put it on your God. But now you want to take it from the God and give it back to humans because it's all fucked up.
So there's a lot to unpack here and to get through. I would say that there's a difference between the Old Testament God and the New Testament God. The Old
Both of
Testament
them.
God
Both of
was
them. Both
extremely
of them. Ain't
wrathful.
no, no. Both of them. Ain't neither one of them done shit. Both of them is a lump of clay.
Well, as a non-believer, it obviously doesn't matter to you, you
You
know,
already told us that you are the one who give glory to the God. You've already
as
told us that you are the one who is giving the God power. You've already told us that. That is what you mean when you say you give all glory to the God. It is you giving it to the God, not the other way around. You've already told us that.
I just don't think that there's any glory in heresy,
I
I
don't give a
think it's
damn.
very
I don't give a
I think it's
damn. Let's
very
talk about the lump of clay.
devilish.
Let's talk about the lump of clay that you are giving glory to.
I don't know
Let's
what
talk
kind of
about the
analogy
dead
you're trying
thing.
to draw right
Let's
here,
talk
but
about the dead thing. Let's talk
as
about the dead thing.
Christians,
Let's
we
talk about this
worship
this lump of clay that you're
the
giving glory
living
to.
God, who
I
is
want to talk.
Jesus
It ain't
Christ.
living because you have to give it glory. It can't do anything unless you decide it can. It's not living. You are the one who decide how much glory it gets. It's not living.
You know, I am a Christian, like I said, and I think that we all fall short from the grace of God. I think that God is perfect. I think Jesus was a perfect human being.
This you
Uh,
just you went back to like the beginning. You don't like you're just repeating yourself. Did somebody press rewind on your ass? Like you're back at the beginning of the conversation. We already know what you think. We already know that you see yourself as a sinner. We already know that you believe you fall over and over and over again because this lump of clay who killed himself for you can't stop your ass from sinning. We already fucking know
but you
that.
don't think that,
I want to talk about. I want to talk about the lump of clay.
you don't believe that human nature is sinful? You don't think that
I
if we
want to
didn't
talk.
have,
It's are humans the God?
listen,
Should we put all our hope in humans?
what I'm trying to say
Should
is,
hey. Should we put all our hope in humans? Should all the
n-
glory go to humans?
no, we should put
Then
our
why
hope
the
in
fuck are we
God.
talking about humans?
We should
Why
put
why
our
are we
hope
talking?
and
Why
faith in
hey
Jesus Christ.
hey hey. If the glory doesn't go to humans, right? If humans aren't the God, if humans aren't the ones with the power, I don't want to fucking talk about humans. I want to talk about the God. I want to talk about the lump of clay. I want to talk about the thing that gets all the glory. Let's talk about that.
Don't be a fool for the devil, because that's
Another
what you're
cliche.
doing right now.
Another cliche. You
Christ is
can't talk. You
coming,
can't. Can you?
and
You
you're
can't
playing
talk
court
about. You can't.
jester.
You can't talk about the God because you know that your God isn't real. You know that your God can't do a damn thing unless you decide that the God has done a thing. You know that. You've been well
I
trained. I will say that. Like you've been well trained by Jesus, right? To go out and get more people to believe the bullshit, to believe the lie, and these sales scripts that you've been given. Right? You just repeat them over and over and over again. But
well,
you've not had a client come to you and say, "Hey, this shit isn't working the way that you said that it was going to work." There isn't anything in there for that, is it? There isn't anything in your bot brain
I
that
would
helps you respond to the fact that when you say you give glory to the God, that means that your God is a lump of clay and you're animating the God. There's no response there for that, is there?
listen. If I were you, I would try to get involved with a Bible study, or I would get involved
There's
with a
no
local
response for
church
that.
group.
There's no response. All y'all know how to do is deflect. That
I'm
this
just saying
just show
because
this just proves right that your God is not real. I have enough power, Mary, to keep your ass coming back night after night. That's all the power that I need. This just proves, right,
Does
that
the
your God
devil
is
give you
not
that
real.
power?
No, I give it to me. And then you all do.
Well, I'm here to just spread the gospel.
The
God
same
bless
way,
you.
the same way you give glory to your God,
Christ is
you give
King.
power to me.
Hallelujah.
The same way you give glory to your lump of clay, you give power to me. You come back night after night. Night after night.
And I think you should strive to be more like the Virgin Mary, perhaps.
Mm.
The
Are you
Blessed
done?
Mother.
Are you done letting people know you serve a lump of clay?
You know,
Are you
I
done?
I think it's funny to converse with you, but I really do recommend that you look more into the Christian faith.
Sure. Are you done letting people know that your God
Did
is a
you
lump of
grow up
clay?
in any sort of denomination or did you go to church or
Are you done letting people know that you serve a lump of clay? Like you've done a very good job at letting us know that your God isn't real. And I appreciate you. You served a purpose tonight.
I mean, what do you gain out of, denying the divinity of Christ? I don't understand. Like
Well, I just
what
told you, right? You came on stage to prove your God's divinity. Yet you quoted cliches. You ran from every point. You acted like a bot, and what you did was prove that your God has no divinity.
quoted
And
cliches?
and and you and
The
you did a very
Bible
good
is
and you did a
the
very good job at that. You did a very good job at that, and thank you. You served my purpose.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I think anything where I get a platform to promote Christianity, I'm
Sure.
absolutely happy to do that.
Yeah, you did a great job. I just want you to know that.
Well, that that makes me feel that actually makes me feel quite honored. I'm happy to
You
hear that.
should. You should.
Great.
You really should.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And I hope you understand that there are there are absolutely Christians, I believe. I hope to be one of them who actually care.
No, don't
That was my
you
no, no, no. That was my fault. Mm-mm. That one was an accident.
oh,
I'm tapping the screen with his thing up.
oh. What were you saying, Donald?
I hope to be a Christian who demonstrates that I actually care about the hypocrisy. I think that the people who do
No,
evil in this world,
you
should
don't. You
absolutely
you
be
didn't.
punished.
So I'm gonna tell you, you failed at that. But what you did show us is that
No, I do believe
you might
that.
as well have church at Pottery Barn. Like any piece of lump of clay can be your Jesus or be your God. I mean, there's no reason for you all to be giving money to these big ass elaborate churches. Like you could go to Hobby Lobby and worship your God. I mean, he's on aisle 9 and fucking Hobby Lobby. You know,
I think that
I mean, he's
one of
he's
the
in
great
he's in
things,
Lowe's. Like your God is in the garden aisle of
one of the
Lowe's.
great
He
things
could be
about
one of the fucking hobbits, right? Like that. What
Christianity,
the people put on the front porches, the front lawns. Like that's your Jesus. Like who's gonna tell me that is not? Right? You decide. You give glory to the God. Like if I wanted to, I could walk into Hobby Lobby right the fuck now, point at a goddamn statue and say, "That's Jesus." A gnome. Thank you. Not a hobbit. A gnome. Thank you, Pikmin. Yeah. Jesus is a gnome. I've decided. The God is a gnome. And nobody needs to go to church. Go take your ass to Hobby Lobby and worship him.
I think one of the great things as well about Christianity is that because there is so much evil and there is so much pain and darkness in this world, because Christ represents the light and you know, the strive for excellence that we can all achieve of being ethically perfect as Christ is. I truly
Did
believe that
did he say ethically perfect?
Yeah, that's what I was
he
laughing at.
Ethically perfect.
isn't it amazing?
I mean, of course,
It's
of
amazing
course,
how dumb
Jesus
you
is a
are.
supremacist. Jesus is a supremacist. I expected that shit to pop the fuck up. Like, you guys think that we don't know that, right?
Christ is supreme. Christ is king.
Christ ain't shit.
But I think that I don't think that they really like. It's more of a joke to them, right? They know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they know.
We know that Jesus is our God. I know that you might not believe that or understand it, or you haven't been brought up in it, you haven't been educated in it, perhaps. But I know that there is a plan for you and there's a path for you. And hopefully it's the Christian path.
Fuck the Christian path.
Because I don't like the other paths and I don't like what the other paths are doing.
Well,
I
what is
don't
the
like.
Christian? Hold on, stop. What is the Christian path doing? What is the Christian path doing right now? Tell me what they're doing besides taking your money. What else they doing?
I think Christians support having a
Okay,
more
stop right there.
humane
Stop.
society.
Hold on, slow down. I don't need you to begin your sentence off with what you think. I said, tell me what you know.
So I'll tell you what I know. As a Christian, I don't support at all what the state of Israel is doing to the Palestinian people. And do you want to know why? I respect my Jewish brothers and sisters, but in that religion, they have denied Christ. And I think until we restore Christ all across the Middle East, until we can restore the kingdom of Jerusalem, and make Israel Christian again, if that's what we need to do.
What?
Have a
Okay,
righteous
so
crusade of
hold on,
morality.
stop. God damn, I can't hear no more of your preaching. Why you motherfuckers is worried about what the fuck's going on over there? Well, when you need to be fixing shit here.
We need to fix the globe.
No, you
That's
need to
what we need
fix
to
shit
do.
here.
We need to fix. I think that's also just part of the call of being a Christian is that we are called to save the world. Like
Who told you
that is
that?
what.
Hold on, stop. Who told you that?
Who told me that?
Yeah, who told you you was called to save the world? Who told you that?
I gleaned it from my experiences studying theology and
Okay. You studied theology and you came up with that out of your theology studies. Is that what you telling me?
that that is what I understand the call of the
Okay, stop
gospel to
right
be.
there. So if you're called to save the world, then what the fuck is Jesus and God for? What is God for then? If you're called to save the world, what you need God for?
Brother,
Don't brother me. You just said Christians are called to save the fucking world. Okay, if Christians are called to save the fucking world, what do you need the God for?
because he empowers us to do it. He gives
Where is
us
his power?
the
Where is his
grace to
power?
do it.
Okay, let me ask you something. If I tell you I have the power of fire in my hand and I strike a lighter and you can see the fire. So now you know that I have the fire in my hand. You can't prove that your God is doing a damn thing. All you can do is attribute things that's happening in the world to your God or to a Satan. That's what humans do.
I'm just
You,
saying personally, I think that in our culture in America, when we stopped prioritizing Jesus Christ and we stopped prioritizing Christianity and faith,
okay, stop.
we started to go downhill in our culture.
You do
Wait,
realize, you do,
hold on a
go ahead.
minute. Hold on. How many people did they feed when Jesus prioritized his body being rubbed down with $300 worth of oil?
I mean, Jesus multiplied the loaves to feed the
Was that
poor and the
before or
needy.
after? Was that before or after?
Jesus multiplied the fish for people to eat.
Before or after?
He is the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega.
So this is what I hear when you talk. Okay, there are hungry people in the world, and
And we should
Jesus,
feed them. And you know who is
Jesus,
feeding them? The
Jesus,
churches, the
Jesus,
Christians.
Jesus, Jesus is worthy. Jesus, Jesus is
The nuns
worthy.
are feeding.
Jesus, Jesus is worthy. Be Christian, Christian, Christian. Jesus, Jesus is worthy. That's what I hear when you talk.
Get thee
Like
to a
that's
nunnery,
all
witch.
that's all you know how to do. And you sound so in like insecure. Like you don't sound like you are serious about anything that you're saying, right? You don't sound like you're sure about anything that you're saying. Right? You honestly you sound like a troll.
My faith in Christ can never be shaken.
I don't give a damn. Like you sound like a troll. You don't even sound like you really believe in this Christ. You sound like you know that your Christ
Well,
is the thing
you
that is
sound
causing
like a
harm. You
poltergeist,
you
and you
sound
might need an
cool. Good.
exorcism.
Good.
Okay,
Good.
bitch.
Then exercise it, motherfucker. Where is your Jesus? Tell your God to come do it. Ain't that what he's supposed to do? Ain't he supposed to get rid of demons like me? Ain't that what the preacher said in the pulpit? Right? That demons get rebuked. Then fucking do it.
I do rebuke thee, Satan. Get
Okay,
behind me.
then all right, then I'm still here, bitch. I'm still here. Now what? Just like
Keep
your
praying.
lump of clay, just
Pray,
like your
pray every day.
just like your lump of
Pray every
clay,
day and get thee to a
ain't shit
nunnery.
happening. Ain't shit happening. Just like your dead ass God, your dead ass lump of clay, ain't shit happening.
Pray. Keep praying.
You you guys know that you are the harm on the planet. You know that you are causing harm and you don't care. That's why you think it's a joke.
Hmm.
No, Christians, we are not the harm. Christians, we are actually here to help others. That's what we're called to do.
Do you know
Genuinely.
you? Do
We're
you know
called to
that you?
serve.
Hey, shut up
Guys,
for a second. Shut up. Shit. Did you know that you could take World War I, World War II, Desert Storm? What other war we didn't have? Did I name them all? World War I, World War II, Desert Storm,
Civil Revolutionary.
the Revolutionary War. You could take all them wars and roll them up into one. And Christians are responsible for more deaths. Did you know that? That's facts. That's history.
Oh, he don't care.
I mean, yes, there have been many wars throughout history, but I think we've reached such an amazing time in the history of Christianity.
Mm-mm-mm.
2025 in the year of our Lord,
I don't think
you
this
know,
person is a either this person is trolling or he's
Mm-hmm.
just completely dead inside. Like this person, there's no fucking way this is real. Like they're not real.
Yeah, you're right. We can't shake your face because your brain is shook. That motherfucker's on shake right now, on straight vibrate shake.
Yeah, I don't think they're a real. I don't think they're a true believer. Right? They're not a. They're.
Mm-mm.
I
Yeah.
absolutely am
But
a
I do
true
think they're
believer
a
and a
horrible
true
human.
follower of Christ,
I do think they are a
but
horrible
you
human.
clearly are
I don't.
not,
I don't think
and
that they
that's your
are.
choice.
Sure, okay, cool. I don't think that they are a a real believer in this Christ, but I do think that they are a horrible human.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the the real life situations that's happening in the world, they think that it's a joke and it's something to be made light of, right? Um, uh, and while they aren't a believer in this Christ, it is the effects of this, you know,
Right.
No,
that is
I
the
am such a
result.
believer. I believe we need to have a righteous crusade. That's what I believe. I think we need to
Yeah,
restore
I
the
think he's
kingdom of
looking for
Jerusalem.
things. Yeah, he wants to be racist. He's a white supremacist. I'm gonna tell you
Oh
that.
yeah,
He wants,
definitely.
yeah, yeah. He wants to be racist. He wants to rage bait. He wants to say the most egregious things that he could say. He's a horrible human, and they know that they can hide behind Jesus and say these things. That's the crazy
Mm-hmm.
thing. They don't believe uh, the social justice Jesus, the Jesus that they know that they can hide behind is the one in the book, the supremacist Jesus. Like, that's what he is. That's why he keeps talking about the Jewish people in Israel, saying the things that he's saying. He's a racist.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just believe what I say.
You're a racist. You are a horrible human being.
And so is Georgiana. She
I
done
think
with it.
Israel should be Christian.
She realized she's gifting you.
You are a horrible human being, and the fact that y'all can hide behind the label Christian speaks volumes. A lot of you have hid behind that label, have worn that identity, and it because black people took it and made it into something that people actually want to see in the world, right? They want to see people care about other people. And so now there's this fucked up ass conflation of what Jesus actually is and what he represented, which was Israelite supremacy. And white people want what the Israelites had, right? They took it, they wanted it, and they packaged it up for themselves. And now Jesus is the representation of white supremacy, when Yahweh is the representation of Israelite supremacy, and Allah is the representation of Muslim supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's all this is. And you
Yeah.
all are fighting. You all are fighting for that. And then you got dumb fucks like Lalo who actually think that this Jesus represents humanity, and it doesn't. The devil represents humanity. The things that y'all are calling demonic, that represents humanity. It's always the demons who are being harmed. You're a demon because you recognize the harm, because you call out the harm, because you're angry about the harm. You dumb
I just
fucks.
believe that Christ is inspiring me in the same way that he inspired, David and Solomon and all of the great prophets. We're called to
Dude, like,
serve, we're called to
there's
evangelize.
there is nothing else that you're going to be able to wreck your fucking brain to say that's going to make you even more any remotely a little bit interesting. Like, you've already been clocked. You are a waste of time, and you're boring. Quite frankly, your conversation is boring as
Well,
hell.
who
About
controls
as
sun?
boring as your monotone ass voice. At least if Jesus is gonna come up here and be racist, at least put some inflection in your fucking voice. Like, you sound like a tape recorder from 1952.
Why do you want me to be racist so badly? Because I'm not.
You are that already.
No,
Yes, you are.
no.
Like, why do y'all deny it? Like, the it's like wearing the fucking hoods. Like, you are racist. Like, it's better for us to know, right, who you are, so that we stay the fuck away from you, right? We don't want to be around you just as much as you don't want to be around us. Like, stop wearing the fucking hoods. Let us know who the fuck you are,
Christianity
so we
is
leave
not
you the fuck alone.
a
But
race.
you know that you're racist, right? But you're ashamed of who Jesus has made you, and you hide behind, like, this is what I'm talking about, the Doubtfire shit. This is Mrs. Doubtfire bullshit. Just fucking be who the fuck you are. That way everybody knows who the fuck you are and can stay the fuck away from you. And
Well,
then
I believe that
y'all
Christ
can
is the
go and
God
y'all can
of
go
all
and build your
humans.
cities, build your neighborhoods, live amongst yourselves, right? Don't engage with the rest of us, the rest of humanity. Let us build our world together. Y'all go and do what y'all gonna do and leave us the fuck alone. But y'all
Christ
don't
is the
want that.
God
Y'all
of
don't want
you.
that. Y'all want motherfuckers bowing down to you like Jesus did. Jesus wanted motherfuckers to bow down to the Israelites. Y'all want motherfuckers to look at y'all and think that y'all are chosen, to think that y'all are holy. Cause that just existing in your own world and everybody else minding their business ain't enough for y'all. That's why y'all come into our spaces when we ain't studying y'all's asses. Y'all come into our spaces just to show and execute your racism. Because it makes you feel special. Why? Because you're lying to yourself. You've adopted this fucking lie and told yourself that you are chosen, that you're special.
Christ
And
is
you don't
called
feel
to
it. You don't
evangelize
feel it
the
because the God who lied to you is a lump of fucking clay. And you need human energy. You need humans to feel what you have lied to yourself about. So you bring your ass in here to get your fix. But you ain't gonna get it in here. You're in the wrong motherfucking place.
Can I ask you a question? Honestly,
Go ahead.
God is the Alpha and the Omega, like you said, right?
Well, yes, that's what the scripture says, of
Right,
course.
right. So he's the Alpha Omega. He's all knowing, right? Right.
Yes, of course.
And God is all powerful, right?
God is omnipotent. Absolutely.
Okay, great. So why the fuck he need you?
He doesn't. We need
Obviously he
him.
does.
We need God more than God
Don't
needs
No,
forget
no,
us.
no.
he said earlier that the God did need them,
Yeah.
right? He said that earlier.
That's what I was getting at. You said it. Why
We
would this?
need Christ.
Listen to what I'm
Christ
saying.
didn't need humanity.
Listen, I don't give a damn if it's Christ, God, Buddha. I don't give a fuck who it is. You can name him whatever you want to name it. The God that you believe in, if he's fake, why the fuck does he need you to show his power? Why does he need you to defend him? Why does he need you to go feed hungry people? Why does he need you to do the shit? He's all powerful. He can do the shit himself. Why does he need you?
Because we're called to be his servants, his vessels. He acts through us.
Oh, so
We
he
as the
can't.
body of Christ, the church of
Thank you so
Christ,
much. You know what, man? That's the most smart thing you said all night. You right. The God is through y'all. And you know what a God is? It's in your
and
motherfucking brain. No, it's
Christ
in
is the
your
head
brain.
of
It's no, it's in your brain. So whatever you think, and whatever you think is good, whatever you think you want to do, you're gonna give the credit to the God. That's what you're doing.
Christ is the head of the church, and we are the body of the church as
Christ don't give
followers.
a first of all, Christ don't give a fuck about a church.
No, Christ established his church with his
Mm.
disciples, his apostles. He had
Go
followers.
back and read that again. Go back and read it again.
He had followers. He had 12 followers. He started out with 12 followers, and he became
And so did Buddha. So did
the
Horus.
the
A lot of
most
gods had 12 followers. So what the fuck that mean?
the most honored Christ, Messiah, God that he has revealed himself to be, that he
You
always has
you know
been.
what, man? And I'm gonna
The
be
more he
honest with
talks, like the more
yeah.
he talks, it just
Mm.
reminds me that the harm, like the hate that is in society,
Hmm.
this is what it is. It's like if Jesus did exist, right? If
Hmm.
Jesus was real,
He
then Jesus
absolutely
and Jesus
does exist.
represented love, right? If he was real and he represented love, then Jesus would be talking to Donald and saying to Donald, "Hey, I don't condone this.
He
Hey, this isn't
represents
me.
holy
This isn't."
love,
And
absolutely.
Donald, as the person who represents that hate, that allows that hate, that perpetuates the hate, that makes room for the hate, would be talking back to his Jesus in that monotone ass voice, just repeating the same things over and over, right? Not
Hmm.
actually hearing the Jesus talk. Like this is what it feels like to me that Christians represent. Like, it's just this, and it feels hopeless because they don't care. Because they're riding in a car, um, and saying that the car is taking them to love, but they know all along that the map they have is taking them towards hate.
Yeah.
There's no, like, what can you do with that, right? They know they're perpetuating hate. They know
No,
that they're keeping harmful shit alive, but they
I'm
don't
sorry, but you're
care.
wrong. You're just completely wrong.
They
We
don't
are
care.
on Ezekiel's chariot to heaven. We are creating
He's
heaven
he's
on
doing
earth,
that shit on purpose,
New
I know
Jerusalem.
it. Man,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. I can't listen to him no more.
Yeah,
He
I'm
sound like a
thankful.
goddamn recorder.
He's doing that shit on purpose. This is funny to him.
Well,
It's funny to him.
you can hate.
Y'all can bring up somebody else, I guess. He's he's doing this shit on purpose. He's just a reminder that the
Yeah, it's
selfishness, the like he to me like he just he represents the selfishness in the belief. His whole monotone voice, like if there were spirits, if spirits actually did exist, his monotone voice would be the representation of that selfish spirit, right?
right.
When you're talking to a believer.
That yeah. Mm.
Gentle Coup. What is it? What is that? I can't see it.
Gentian. Yeah. Hi. How you guys doing?
What? How do you pronounce it?
Gentian.
Gientian.
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
Well, almost 50.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Well, I
Really
used to
quickly,
read the
which one?
Bible.
Really quickly, believer in the
Um.
God, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Well, not a believer. I mean, like used to learn. I
Are
cannot.
you deconstructing or are you an atheist? Like I don't want your story. I need to qualify you really quickly before we get into the story. Are you deconstructing from your belief in this God, or are you
Well,
a
most probably,
non-believer?
yeah.
Deconstructing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so the topic that we are talking about tonight is the
Hmm.
fact that the church I feel like the church is being judged right now. Um and they don't like it. Right? When I say church, I'm not talking about the buildings. I'm not talking about the place the organizations that people go to. I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about people who believe in this God, whether they go to church on Sundays or not. Those that uphold the belief, that go out and tell other people they should believe, right?
Right.
That believe that this Jesus lived, came, and died for the purposes of saving their lives so that they can go to eternal life, whatever that means to them. And that
Oh
those
no,
that believe that
that's
he
not
lived. I'm
true.
sorry, I'm
That's not
talking right
true.
now. I'm talking right now.
All right.
I'm trying to explain to you what the topic is so that you don't come up here talking about
Okay.
something else. Okay. Um, those that believe that he lived his purpose, while he was alive was social justice, feeding the poor, taking care of people who didn't have anything, right? Putting people first, loving everybody. Those people are who I think are also responsible for upholding the shit and giving the authority to those who are causing the harm. And then they justify the harm because they believe that a God needed to know they loved it so fucking much that it is worth all of this fucking harm on earth. That's what I'm talking about today. What are your thoughts?
All right. Cool. Well, first of all, thank you for having me up, and I appreciate what you guys doing. All right. Well, people have been to school. People have been living all over the world in different kind of states and different kind of religions, and people have been pretty much indoctrinated. I mean, like I can tell my own story, and I know a lot of people like still doing the same, but things are changing, and well, I'm happy that I'm seeing things changing, and honestly, I appreciate you guys what you're doing, right? So religions are being created just to start up some wars, so the government could um, govern whatever left over after these wars, So it's pretty much very easy to be understood, but it depends on the point of view because some people don't get it, but basically it's very easy like to get through that. So my own opinion, as long as I've been reading the Bible, I'm not saying that I've been studying that, but first of all, Bible itself has a lot of contradictions, like either starting from the numbers of the books.
I'm sorry. We're not talking about the Bible, Gillian.
No, no, I got it.
We're talking about the
I'm getting
harm, the
somewhere.
beliefs. Hey,
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting
hey, hey,
somewhere.
hey, 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 hey. The one rule I have in here is you do not talk when a host is talking. So if I'm talking, if Nelly is talking, if Betrothed Dimsel is talking, you don't talk. Okay, our job here is to keep the conversations on topic, to keep the conversations valuable. So do not talk while we're talking. That's the only rule that I have when you're on stage. And don't be racist or homophobic or ableist. Right? That's the only rule. You can cuss me out because I'll cuss your ass right back out. I don't give a fuck about that. Just do not talk over us. Okay? Okay?
So you done?
I'm gonna say it again. Okay?
Ma'am, you called me racist for no reason, and actually, I don't understand why you did that.
Did he say you called him a racist?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
They don't fucking listen. The Patraby. The Patraby. Hannah. Oh my goodness. Sugar Daddy, how old are you?
55.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe that God is in me, the one that came in me, the one I believe in.
Okay, we're not talking about that God. So I only
Well,
talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are
I do believe
deconstructing.
in the
Hey,
God
hey,
of the
hey,
Bible.
hey, 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 hey,
You see,
hey,
you
calm down.
wrong.
Hey. You can't talk while I talk. Like, what the fuck is this? I only talk to people who currently have a belief in the God of the Bible, people who are
I do have a
hey,
belief.
wait, hey, I'm talking right now. People who deconstruct that belief or atheists. If your belief is that you are the God in that book, I'm not interested in talking to you. That's not what I'm looking to have a conversation about.
I do believe in the God of the Bible.
When I asked you that, that's not the answer you gave.
No, but you, because the way you coming out, you being very
No,
aggressive.
I asked, are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yes,
Are
I
you
am.
deconstructing or are you an atheist? And your answer
No,
was you believe you are the God.
no. I didn't say I'm the God. I say I believe in the God that's in me, which is the one in the Bible.
I think you all just like hearing yourself talk, so you lie so that you can stay on stage.
No, I'm not. I'm not lying to stay on stage. I'm just telling you. Now, you give me a chance, I will explain to you.
That's what the fuck you said. That's what you said when I asked you if you believe in the God of the Bible.
Of course, I do. Of course, the James King Bible. I believe in that God is in the Bible.
The James King Bible. That's the Bible you read every day? The
No,
James
I don't.
King Bible?
That's the one I grew up believing in.
God, I fucking swear.
Now, what you want to debate about?
I fucking cannot.
I don't know who you think you talk to.
Why is your God ignorant?
Which God?
Why is the God in you ignorant?
My God is not ignorant. Why? Because I can tell you more about the God that's in me. One thing He said, love your neighbors yourself. Right? He came. God, when
Which Bible
Christ,
did he say
when
that in?
Christ, when Christ died on the when
Hey,
Christ
what
died
Bible
on the,
did he say that in?
in old Bibles,
What
but
what Bible?
Remember what Christ says. It's done.
Hey, what
It's
Bible did he
done.
say that in?
You see, you only believe in the color of your car, your
Which
God.
Bible?
God
Which Bible did he say that in?
and James King Bible.
And can you pull that up? Go find the James King
But
Bible for me.
it tells you I don't have the Bible in front of me. But
Go find the James King Bible for me.
let's talk about your Bible. What Bible you believe
Can
in?
you go find the James King
Because the
Bible
God
for
that I
me?
believe in, and the God doesn't, it does not curse like you doing. You
Can you go find the
humiliating
James King
people.
Bible? All I'm asking is
Go
can you
find it,
go
baby.
find the James King Bible with me so that I can read it with you? That's all I'm asking. I don't know why you're getting so upset about that.
Right.
Can you go find it for me? You're on mute. I understand that the God in you isn't smart enough to recognize that you've been put on mute.
You see, you don't want to hear the truth. And I will shock you with what I gotta say to you. Because God is love, and spirit of God is love.
Mm-hmm.
God does not curse.
Why
This is
is your
why you're
God not
cursed.
smart?
Remember,
Why is your
remember,
God spirit? Why is your God
the
not the
slaves were
spirit of
cursed
intellect?
because they did not obey
Why?
Christ,
This is
the
why you
word
get
of
muted.
Christ.
This is why you
The
get
Ten
muted.
Commandments.
This is why you get muted. Why is your God not the spirit of intellect?
Remember, when Christ got on the cross, he says, "It's done." What he meant by that? What does he mean when he says it's done?
No more knowledge. Knowledge is
Because
done. The
his
days of
spirit
intellect
is
is
in
over.
us. Christ is in us. God is in us. He made us
Why
his
is
image.
the Christ
When
in
God made
you
us his image,
not smart?
you all black think that God made y'all your image. God is not black. God
I
is
don't give a fuck. I
spirit.
don't give a fuck
Black
what color
is
this God is.
with black is
I don't give a damn what color the God is. I want to know why the God is not smart. What does your God have against intellect? That's what I want to know.
God created us to be equal. There's no race,
Equally
there's no
dumb?
color. There's no color, there's no race. He
I want
just
to
put
know
his spirit
why
in.
what your God has against intellect.
My God had nothing against your thing. I'm just saying what you saying because you're over here humiliating people when they call you and they believe in Christ, they believe in Christian.
Do
You
you
got
even hold on? Stop. Do you even know what intellect means?
listen, y'all I guess y'all
Do
don't
you
know.
know? Do you know what
Y'all,
intellect means, sir?
y'all don't know because it seems like you're all about yourselves. This is why you go through what you
Do you know what
you know
intellect
you
means?
know when Christ really when God showed
This
his
motherfucker. Hey, do you know what intellect
you know
means?
the word motherfucker came from slaves when they call y'all
Oh,
kids for fucking your own mothers. That's why motherfuckers came from.
I
This is why
thought
when the thick of the chain,
Christian. Hold on, I thought Christians don't cuss. I
the
got
slave
your ass cussing,
the
boy.
slave masters call y'all motherfuckers because you were fucking your own mothers, and this is how you produce more slaves by
Oh
the blood.
yeah,
Yep, and then this is why you have the thicker the chain, the more the slave is worth more. Okay,
yeah,
this is why.
yeah.
This is why the thicker the chain, the more the valuable the slave was worth. Okay, it was more
Okay.
worth more money.
And do you
Okay,
know what intellect means?
of course I do. You do you know?
Tell us, because
No, no.
obviously
What
you
I'm trying to
don't.
tell you. Can you tell me why is
She
it that
asked you a question. Her question, did you answer her question?
I did answer her question, but she don't want to listen to me like she's not listening
You
to
didn't
everybody
answer her
else.
question. You didn't answer her question.
Okay, so this is why Christ
That ain't what I look, motherfucker.
When Christ died on the cross,
Answer
not
the
on the cross.
question. Answer the question, stupid ass. Answer the question. Can you do that? Can you answer the question? I don't need you to preach.
I'm
You
preaching to y'all and going to wake you up
We don't
because
need you
even
to, man. You
today,
can't wake up shit. You answer the question, you dumb ass
we gotta
motherfucker.
get up that black curse.
We getting why are we getting all these racist people up here?
It's not racist. You're the
Because
racist.
Christianity is like
Is that
it's
about
rooted in
Christianity?
racism. Like there's black supremacy, there's white supremacy, there's Christian supremacy, there's Muslim supremacy. Like it's just rooted in supremacy.
Yeah.
Do not follow religion.
The
You,
fact that I think the
God
one
created.
thing that we haven't realized, Nelly,
Let me
is
tell
that
you
there's
something. Can I
ignorance
say- can I tell
supremacy.
you something?
Mm-hmm.
They prioritize being ignorant.
God
Exactly.
revealed Himself when they tried to assassinate Trump, and Trump is alive. That's revealed. God revealed that God is all about
Yeah.
everyone, not just about your own kinds.
Yeah. There. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's
To the
right.
mods, please remember that I've increased the mutes from 5 minutes to the entire live. Um, do not use
And look
caps
for
in
the
my
real
comments.
Christ.
Don't use
I guess
caps in
I
my
got him for
comments.
the
You will
whole
be
life.
muted the entire live. I'm not doing 5 minute mutes anymore. Like that's ridiculous.
Mm.
Christ died for every God. When God
Man,
put
shut the
Christ on
fuck
the
up.
tree,
Wait,
he
man.
went for everybody.
I can't talk to this dumb motherfucker. This
But
motherfucker so stupid.
his own people, his own people. When Christ by his own people,
I can't stand ignorant
You don't
motherfuckers.
have you don't
It
have to
just
mute
bothers
him.
me.
You don't have to mute him.
I'm not a motherfucker. I didn't do what you did when you became your own sons and fathers, because
What
that's what
race?
slavery did to
Can I ask you a
y'all.
question? What race are you?
Just like you, I'm half black, half Spanish, and
Oh,
I know
okay.
my
So when you say
history.
y'all, you talk about yourself too, then, right?
Of course, me and y'all, but then again, like I
Uh
said, do you know? I know my history. Do you know what when
No,
the
you don't. No, the
when the
fuck you
when
don't.
the thick
You
of the
made that
slave
shit up.
when the word the word motherfucker came from the slave masters where they were forced their own children screw their own mother to be produce more slaves. And who owned the slaves? Anthony Johnson. He was the slave master. He was black and he owned all blacks. And he auctioned y'all,
That's a
our
fucking lie.
people.
Shut the fuck up
Oh
with your
yeah, he
lying
Shut
I
ass.
ain't
up.
gonna
auctioned
lie about
our
this
That's a
crap.
people
fucking
with
lie.
white.
Anthony Johnson.
Mm-mm.
Anthony Johnson had one motherfucking slave. One.
Yeah, he was the slave master. He
He was
auctioned
not a
every
slave master.
slave
No, the
master to
fuck he
every
was not.
nation.
No, no,
Yes,
he
he did.
was not. He had one
Look it
motherfucking
up.
white slave who ran the fuck away. He didn't even get to own the motherfucker. It's a fucking lie.
Anthony Jackson, and he
So
auctioned black slaves to the white people.
Shut your ignorant ass up with your
So
lying
look it
just
up.
ass.
I'm sure every
You are a fucking
dumb
liar.
as fuck.
look it up.
Y'all are ignorant as fuck. And then y'all go out here and you just regurgitate lies. You regurgitate dumb shit and you make humanity even dumber.
The God's lie that he cursed, no, right? The spirit of God doesn't put that curse like
Shut
Satan
up,
does.
motherfucker. You already cursed.
You see, you're
You
cursing.
already
You
said it.
curse.
And so did you, bitch. So did
You
you.
curse because I got some black in me. Because the blacks
Y'all
will
are just
curse by
y'all like
Christ.
for some odd reason. Are you mad because you're not all black? Are you mad at your Spanish
I'm
son?
glad no. I'm
Or
glad
like
to be
I'm just trying to figure out like why black people are in your mouth right now. Like, are you mad because you're not all black?
no. You asking me
Obviously,
question. Then when I ask
obviously,
you a question,
obviously,
fine.
you've got some self
Listen.
hate going on. Like, are you mad
I
because
don't
you're
have
not
hate. I
pure?
have no. That's why I'm not cursing. That's why it's not. I'm not cursing because the spirit in me. God, when God comes in your heart and your soul, you will not do the things that you are doing,
You
cursing
already
and
did it,
and
motherfucker.
humiliating people.
But I mean, you
No,
can
I'm
lie to
not a mother.
yourself. You can lie to yourself. You've
I'm
already
not gonna lie
fucking
to
cussed. You
myself.
already cussed. Like
Americans
like
gonna be great again.
you denying fucking reality only works with your dumbass.
Thank God for Donald Trump. He's making great American great again, releasing all the slaves.
Did you think that was gonna make me mad or something?
No, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
think you.
saying.
Yeah, you
Happy
said
for
it
Donald
because you
Trump.
thought that I was gonna get mad.
He's he's saving black jobs because he said it. They are taking the black jobs, and that's why I see
Stop,
many more
stop,
black.
hold on, stop, stop, stop. What?
He's rage baiting.
Yeah,
He's
stop
rage
that
baiting.
shit.
No more fried chicken and baked barbecue chicken, all of that stuff. Now it's going to be healthy food, like
Hey,
Kennedy
did you
said.
know that Jesus? Did you know your God talked about fried chicken in this Bible? You know your
He
God
said,
like he said put salt on that shit. He said fry it up, put salt on that shit, and
no, it
bring it
was
to him.
not fried. Back
He
then,
said
they didn't
that
use
yeah he did. Like this
there
is why
was
I
no
think the God
there
might have
was
been
no
black
fried,
because
nothing
yeah he
fried.
did. Yes he did. He said don't forget the salt. He said fry it up. Don't forget the salt. God loved fried chicken.
God didn't like none of that stuff. God created us for to choose what we like, what we want. We wasn't
Yeah,
forced
no,
by
he
God.
did. Yes, he did.
No, he did not force
Yes,
us
he
to
did.
do
He
the
talked
things.
about putting it in the olive
Oh, so
oil and cooking it. He
then
talked about putting it in olive oil. He said to prepare a
olive
table.
oil. Then
He
olive
said to
oil
put it in
is
olive oil and he said to put salt on it. He said you shall season all my motherfucking food with salt. He said
he
do
didn't
not
say that
bring
word.
me.
He didn't
Yes,
say
he
that.
did.
He didn't
He
use our
said
mother
don't
F.
bring me. He said don't bring me shit that ain't seasoned.
He didn't say those things.
Yeah, yes, he did.
No, he didn't say shit and
Yes, he
motherfuckers.
did.
No, I'm sorry. God forgive me for
Yeah,
saying that. I
he
don't like to
literally
curse.
told y'all that he would rub shit on your faces in Micah, in the book of Micah.
Right, but then what happened with the slave when Moses came down from the mountain with the
What the fuck
commandment?
does that have to do with the
What
fact
did
that your
they
God
do?
wants to
They
rub
were
your face in
keeping
shit?
idols and they were
What does that
burning.
have to do? What does that have to do with your God saying that he would rub shit all over your face?
But
What
listen,
does that have to do?
they
What
were
does that have to
bathing
do with your
themselves.
God telling you to
But
telling
listen, let me,
Ezekiel to cook bread over human shit because he was so fucking mad at y'all?
no. Remember what they did
I
when they
mean, your
came down.
God,
They were burning the ashes
your
for the
God
false
called the
gods.
other gods shitty gods. Your
They
God
were
had no
burning
problem
ashes.
saying
They were
shit.
burning
He even got
ashes.
mad. He even got mad at your great uncles and granddaddies for shitting where they sleep. And he told them, I don't want to walk around amongst this shit. And if I have to step in this shit with my imaginary ass feet and keep smelling y'all stinky asses with my imaginary ass nose, I'm gonna let your real ass enemies come in and fuck y'all shitty asses up. That's what he said in his book.
Exactly. But then remember what they did when they were burning sacrifice. They were taking the ashes and bathing themselves with the ashes that they were putting for other false gods. And this is how they became more black. And that's what's a curse. Hello. Are you gonna tell me?
Like you ain't even smart enough to come back with a motherfucking good enough comeback, motherfucker. Like you are
Yeah, I
dumb.
am.
Like do you
I
realize
am.
how dumb you are?
Yeah, I'm
Like
saying.
in order to actually participate in a roast, you need knowledge and you don't fucking have it.
Well, I do
You
enough.
don't fucking have it. You
You
are
ever heard
too
of the
dumb.
Holy
You are
Spirit? You
too
believe in the
dumb to properly rage bait. You are too dumb to roast. Only smart motherfuckers know how to roast, bitch, because you need knowledge to fucking do it. You are too fucking dumb.
Do you ever drink? Do you drink? Do you believe in what Donald Trump is doing for the country? Hello? I guess they don't want to hear the truth. God bless you all and protect you. Have a blessed night.
Bow, bitch. You don't know how to leave?
Well, that's one thing I can say my mama was right about, boy. A lie don't care who tell it. Shit.
They're just showing like they think that they're like I don't know. All they're doing is just proving our point. Like they're serving my purpose, and they're not smart enough to recognize it. That's the crazy thing. Tip, you got muted the entire live, so you cannot come on stage. You disrespect the rules of this space, you cannot participate. So, if you want to participate, you want to come on stage, you have to respect the rules, and that is do not type in caps in my comments. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. You disrespect that, there's nothing that I want to hear from you. So, no, you can't come on stage. Lex, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Lexicon. On accident? Okay. They be making dumbass decisions. They want to get mad. Like you did it. You knew damn well. Everybody kept telling you to stop typing in caps. Now ask Jesus to unmute your ass. Alfonso, yesterday you kept coming up on stage not saying anything. Are you here on purpose or are you about to pretend snoring again?
No, I'm here on purpose tonight.
Okay.
How you doing? You
How,
doing all right?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay.
I've been listening. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, I got to get on here tonight. But listen, I
Wait. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 51.
Okay. Go ahead. What are your thoughts on the topic that we're discussing tonight?
Okay. The topic that y'all were discussing, like I was listening, I was like, man, I got into a little. It wasn't an argument earlier with my auntie. She's a Catholic, and I stood up tonight. You know what I'm saying? For myself because she's always telling me about Jesus, telling me I need to do this and do that, and I need to pray and all this and that. And I told her, I said, everything that I've never seen you do, auntie. She's 74 years old. Everything that I done ever seen her do in my life, she did it. I ain't seen no God. I ain't seen no Jesus. I ain't seen nobody come help me later. And every time that she saying that she praying and all this, I ain't never seen that one of her prayers answered. And she's, you know what I'm saying, she was in the car saying that thank the Lord for, God helping my sister and all that. I said, and I told her, I said, Auntie, I said, God ain't up there doing none of that. I said, that's I said that's something else doing that, but what you talking about, that ain't true because you've been praying all this time and stuff still keep happening. You still getting old, your people still dying. I said everything's still going on, but you still praying. You done gave these folks all your money. You work for the government. You gave these people all your money all these years. You can't get one dime from them to even put a roof over your house. But you still telling me to pray to these people and put my faith in some that I ain't never seen before, some that ain't never talked to me. I done seen you, granddad, all y'all work all y'all life. I ain't seen no God come around and pay for no house. I ain't seen no God take me to no mall, get no school clothes. I ain't seen none of that. But you want me to sit up here and believe, and you want me to put all my trust and my faith in some that ain't never worked for me, period. And I ain't never seen it work for none of y'all.
What was her response?
She told me, she said that she didn't want to hear it, and I'm wrong, and you know and I'm like, I told her, I said, only thing I'm asking you to do, auntie, just go do a little bit more, get you a little bit more knowledge on what's going on in the world and about this religion stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I told her, I said, you don't even remember the reason why when we was little, when you used to try to take us to that church, the reason why we didn't want to go to that church, Auntie, is because it was a bad feeling when we walked in that church. And me and my brother and my cousin, them, we used to try to take, we told our mama, but she always tried to take us down there anyway. And we told her, we said we didn't feel right. It was just a bad feeling, like, oh, we can't, like we're not supposed to be. It was like a evil, like it was a bad spirit. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't right. And I didn't never want to go back. Especially when I used to start hearing them horns and stuff blowing in that church. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't even supposed to be here. And I was a young kid then, and I knew it then. I ain't had to wait till I got grown to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Like I told her, I said, I hope one day, what I'm saying, before you leave this world, that you know what I'm saying, you actually get some kind of sense of what's been going on, and why you've been here doing what you've been doing. You've been here taking care of everybody. You done took care of my mama, she passed. You took care of grandmama, she passed. Granddaddy, he passed. Everybody done passed over you. And I'm right up under you because I'm the first grandbaby. So I done seen all y'all put y'all faith in y'all talk into Jesus and God and all this, and ain't never worked. I don't think I done seen this family do is go down. When them elderlies when everybody over her went, man, everything else fell apart. But you been
It's like
praying
it's
this
like
whole
they want
time.
us to ignore, right, what we see and what we experience. They convince themselves, right, that it's okay, and that, so that, like, it's so weird because they'll say that the God doesn't want them to suffer, but then at the same time they'll say suffering is what Jesus wants them to do, because you have to suffer because he suffered on the cross. Like, they're a walking contradiction, and it's like you can't. It's difficult to actually get through to a person who is constantly contradicting themselves in their mind, because there's one part of their mindset that says this isn't the way things are supposed to be, and then there's another part that will immediately contradict that thought and say yes, it is the way that it's supposed to be, and both sides are coming from who they believe to be a god. There's no
Mm.
room for you to get in there and and stop it, because it's constantly moving and constantly contradicting itself.
Man, I just had to get that out there, boy, because I sit up here and I've been listening to you for a while now. And I was like, man, I sit up here and this lady here, I just tried to talk to her, and she just put all this right here in my face. I'm like, no, I can't go on that, Auntie, because I ain't seen no proof of that nowhere. Not in the family, not in the streets, not nowhere. I said, I ain't seen no Jesus answer not one of y'all prayers. Nobody. I don't care who it is. You can say you praying and you ask for this and that, but I ain't seen that one prayer answer that doesn't say anything about God or Jesus. I don't think I see people doing it, going to work, paying their bills, and doing it for themselves. But
And
she
barely
telling,
making ends meet with that, because
yeah,
they got to
but
pay Jesus bills too. Like, this, here's the crazy thing. They have to work to take care of themselves, right? To take care of their children, the multiplication that they believe this God created them to do. Be fruitful and multiply, right? Create more laborers. But then on top of that, the money that they make, they have to give some of that to the God so that they can pay the God's bills. And then on top of that, they have to take care of the less fortunate. They barely have money to take care of themselves. They got to take care of Jesus. They got to take care of themselves, and they got to take care of Jesus's people. That's what they believe that they were created to do, and that is Jesus's goal and Jesus's mission for them. And then after they do all of that, they have to give Jesus credit for doing it, even though Jesus didn't do shit. That's the belief.
And you know what? I said that was in my conversation this evening. I said, so what you saying is your God, Auntie, he brought you here to the world to go to school, to go to church, get you a job, buy your house, pay your taxes. I said, that's all you supposed to do? I said, you telling me whatever made this your God that made this big old world out here, this big old universe. This is the only thing that he had for you to do on the earth all this time now. You saying, okay, if we supposed to live 75 years or 120 years or however it's supposed to be, what y'all saying in that Bible, you telling me that's the only time that he gave you here? But ain't just a little bit of time. That's all the little knowledge and time you need on the earth. Then you die and you don't come back. You just gone. They put you in the box, put you in the dirt up there. She's like,
Yep.
Jumbo, the Lord gone. Come on, I just want to know, is this all we supposed to do when we get here? Because I asked her, I said, I had rolled by your church. And I said, when I called you that night, I asked you, I said, Auntie, come down here and just let the people in the basement at the church. I said, it's all on the radio and everywhere. It finna sleet and it finna be freezing out here. And I'm riding by and I'm seeing all them homeless people on the steps and stuff. And I'm like, where God at? Where Jesus at? It's raining, sleet, and snow. I'm trying to get home early so I don't be in no accident in there. And I'm telling her, you know what she told me? She told me they wanted to be out there. I said they want to be out there. I said, you telling me them people down there, I'm seeing them people with no shoes on, up on them cardboard boxes, look like they got rugs on them. It's raining. They ain't got no bathrooms, no nothing, no they outside. You telling me they wanna be there? I said, man, something ain't right, man. I said, something ain't right.
The crazy thing about it is 60% of people who are unhoused have a job. They work. That's over 60%, I believe.
Mm,
Them people ain't out there because they want to be. Who the fuck wants to be
exactly.
outside when it's snowing, when it's raining, when it's 100 degrees without having shelter, without having air conditioning, without having heat, without
Exactly.
being dry?
Exactly. But this the God that she want me to follow. This the house she want me to walk up in. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is what she want me to do, and she want my kids to follow this. She keeps saying, I have to listen to this every day, and they already know. My kids. I've been already teaching them. You know what I'm saying? Something else. Look, y'all believe in yourself, and they've been doing just fine. They've been doing just fine, believing in themselves. My son ain't out there in no game. And he's sitting around here, you know what I'm saying, getting on his knees praying to nobody. He believing in himself. He get up, he take his shower, he go to work, and he ain't messed up, you know what I'm saying, because me and his mom ain't together or nothing like that. Him or his sister. And both of them are they in their early 20s.
Yeah, it's the lie that the church tells. Like the church will ignore the fact that a lot of the abuse that happens inside of families comes from believers.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Because if them aunties and them people over you, if they keep saying this, keep talking this and that over, like they do me. They try to talk that stuff to my children, but I'm sitting up here trying to teach my children something else. I'm trying to teach them to believe in them, get up, look, believe in yourself. All that stuff what they sitting up here talking about, no, we're not doing that here. And guess what? They been fine. They not depressed. They ain't, you know what I'm saying? They ain't in no bad position or none of that. So
That's good.
she just, I just had to put that out there, man, because it's a lot of our elders out here, man. They really lost. But I could tell when she was sitting in that seat, it was really getting to her what I was saying because I was repeating a lot of stuff that you say. I was repeating a lot of the stuff that, you know what I'm saying, I hear on here. From the other guy, I don't know his name, but the other guy that was talking tonight, I was repeating some of this stuff to her, and she was so quiet in that car. It was like whatever energy I had with me, it was like it overdid it because she tried to put on her headphones on her phone that wouldn't work. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just looking like she ain't got no trouble with the list. But I know it touched her tonight. And I just had to get on here. I've been, like I said, I've been listening to you for a while. I ain't never just got up here and said that, but I had to say that tonight because I had to stand up to that tonight. I had to. I couldn't go no
Well, I
more because
appreciate it.
she kept putting all that. She kept putting all that to something else that's outside of her. Because you know what I'm saying, she going down there helping my little cousin at the hospital and all this and that. Talking about, I'm like, you don't give yourself no credit. I said, I just hear you keep saying Jesus, Lord, to thank. I'm like, you got up out that bed. I don't seen you do all that. I ain't seen nobody else come in and do this for you.
And that's why, like, when the other guy, that troll, was on stage, and he was saying that he gives all the glory to the God. They do not recognize that when they are the ones busting their ass, making the sacrifices, and not acknowledging that they are the ones doing it, the the harm that they're causing. They're giving the glory to this God, which means that you're giving the authority to the God, to the church, to the pastors, the bishops, the popes, those that they claim are misusing the God, because y'all keep giving glory to something that is not alive, and you're ignoring that it is humans that are doing the good things. It's they don't have a problem saying it's humans doing bad shit because they want to keep the image of the God good and pure and holy. But when they do that, all you're doing is further giving authority to the thing that you claim is causing the harm.
Hmm. Yep.
Then they say they're wretched. The good that your God does comes from you, but at the same time you say that you're wretched, you're a sinner. There is no good in you. You you can't be good because somebody told you that you were created in sin.
Hmm.
And I don't understand how they expect to raise humans who want to do good when, as soon as you birth them, you're teaching them that they were created sinful, that they were created evil, they were created with a deficit. How the fuck do you expect humans to become good if you're telling them over and over and over again how fucked up they are from birth? Because a God in a book 8,000 years ago said that shit.
Mm.
Or because some man wrote in a book that a God thought that shit about you.
Shoot, she still judging me for my teenage years. She just like I told her, I said, Auntie, I said, everybody around me, they know I done changed. They know I ain't that same dude. I said, you the only one who sit up here and you look at me and you'll say that out your mouth. I'm not him. That him is gone. I don't know where he gone, but he gone. I done had kids. I have grandchildren now. I don't roam the streets and stuff like I used to, like you used to see me going around here doing all this and that. And you know that. But when you get mad, or you trying to put your God on me. That's when you say all this stuff to me.
It's kind of like, how they go back to creation. Like when we ask them, well, what can your God do? And the only thing they can point to is the fact that the earth exists. There are trees, right? There's a sun. Humans exist, but they can't, you know, point out anything today that the God actually does. And so, similar to you, right? You are not what she expected you to be growing up. So the only thing she can do is go all the way back to your youth, because who you are today doesn't match what she expected you to be as a non-follower of this God. So she has to ignore reality, right? They ignore the reality that their God isn't they can't point to anything today that their God actually does. So they ignore that reality and they go all the way back to creation. And she has to ignore reality that you're not this person that she thought that you was going to be without the God. So she has to go back to a time where when you were a child and you were, I don't know what you were doing, but she has to go all the way back because her reality doesn't match what she's been taught.
Mm. Well, yeah, that's what get me so aroused up with her when she do me like that. You know, 'cause I be like, man, I'm not that same person. Yes, I did this, but I might have got in trouble and stuff. But guess what, man? I went in that courtroom by myself. I bonded out by myself. Didn't know God. Didn't nobody come help me. She didn't even come. I didn't even ask for her help. Even though I was a teenager, I was still a man back then. I didn't need her or my mama help. I didn't even bring my dirt home. I didn't even bring my dirt home. And for her to, just keep holding that over my head, you know what I'm saying? The same people that was, man, 3 decades ago, they not even around today. So why would you even still look at me like that? I'm not even driving the same car. So why is that still in your head?
Because she doesn't have anything in her immediate life, like in her immediate reality to point to. All she can do is go in your past to justify her hatred or her anger or her belief. Her reality does not match what she believed. That's what, like, honestly, that's all they know how to do. Like, this is why they use church hurt as a weapon, right? As a comeback when someone says they don't believe in a God. They've been taught by a pastor who has washed their brain that the only reason a person would leave a God or not believe what the pastor is preaching is because church hurt, and they regurgitate it. It doesn't matter if it's true. It sounds good and it feels good in that moment to them, and it validates their belief.
Yeah,
And sometimes I think their goal is to hurt you because they're hurt, right? Like they know that what you're saying is true because it's reality,
that's how I
right?
felt tonight. That's how I felt tonight when she was saying that.
Yeah. She wanted to hurt you because she felt hurt. Truth hurts. And so, whatever way that she could dig in to make you feel what she's feeling, that's what she was aiming for. There was a guy on Zena's Live who was a believer. He got so mad at Lord's that he literally said, I want to put a bullet in your brain. He was that damn mad.
Ooh,
And then tried to do a round of apologies at the end. And then when I pointed out to him that what he need to pay attention to is that he allowed himself to get that angry, that he was hoping, that he was really wishing that he could put a bullet in her brain. That those There are times when people get that damn mad and they do it, right? If Lords had been in front of him, who knows what would have happened? And then it would have been too late. Me pointing that out, that was too much for him. He said, I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go. After he had just done a whole round of apologies. Like they don't have an expectation of actually, being better. That Jesus allows them to be these fucked up individuals because they've been told from beginning, you are bad. You can't be good. You were created this way. And you need Jesus to forgive you for your bad nature, your sinful nature. So there's no expectation for them to actually become decent humans. And when they see you be able to make these changes, right? Not denying who you were, right? But you're able to make these changes intentionally and intentionally be a better person. It goes against what they've been taught, and that truth hurts. And if they can bring you back to where they think you should be, which is where they are and low, they're going to do it because it makes them feel good because now you're right where they are. And they'll call it love. They'll tell you they're doing it out of love. In reality, and they're doing it out of love for themselves because they don't like the way it's making them feel.
Mm. Well, well, she like I said, she expected something out of a God or whatever she believed in, and it just ain't been work. It ain't work. And I just wanted to tell everybody, they need to quit it. They really need to wake up, you know, because you here by yourself. That's just how I feel. You came out that womb, hey, you gonna leave up out of here by yourself. I don't know why everybody keep talking about somebody else, a middleman and all that. I just ain't seen. I ain't seen.
Like they don't have an expectation. Like they're claiming to have this all powerful God inside of them, right? They accept the power of Jesus. They accept Jesus. They accept His Holy Spirit, but they are not any different than someone who doesn't. Like there's no expectation for this power to actually do anything in them or for them. It's just the way that they've brainwashed themselves to just believe the lie and live the lie and perpetuate the lie and regurgitate the lie and call it truth while not expecting anything. It's just weird to me.
Like I told her, I said, I said, Auntie, I said, what God was when my daddy unalived himself? What was he when my mama was suffering with that lupus? I said, Mama made us get on that floor every night, me and my brother, and say that Lord's Prayer. But all of a sudden, here come chaos. My daddy, he ain't the lovable husband no more. He turns into this monster where I'm looking at him beat my mama, shot at my mama in front of me and everything. But remind you now, my mama got me and my brother on that floor every night before we got in that bed and said that Lord's Prayer. It did not work. After we said that prayer, when my daddy came in the house, it was like hell came in the house. So what God was then, Auntie? He was there. He was with y'all the whole time. I said, ain't no way in the world you gonna tell me God was sitting right there watching my daddy beat my mama while she had lupus. You telling me that it was a God? Come on, man. I ain't never believed that. And then he killed himself. Then you leave your wife, you leave your son. Your wife here sick. Now your son, now your oldest boy gotta take care of your wife. What a God and a Jesus in that. Out of all that praying that we did. And today, out of all that praying, look how distant even me and my brother is because of this. Because of the same thing that I'm going through with you. Because of his belief.
That's
If
fucked up.
if he is if it is a God and a Jesus, they are sitting back just watching and just getting off on all this misery.
That's why I said that that's what they're calling grace.
Shit. Ain't no
It's
grace.
that's
How
what
it's
I'm
gonna be
saying.
grace and I'm sitting up here, I'm a 10-year-old little boy and I'm watching my daddy beat my mama then shoot at man, come on. And I'm asking God, I'm talking about while it's going on, you think I ain't calling him? You actually
What
think
they'll
when that stuff
say,
was going on, you think when them tears were coming out my eye, I'm hollering and stuff. You think when I was calling him, you think he came? No, he didn't. Nowhere
they'll
in
say,
sight.
you got through it, you still here, aren't you? His
That's
grace
what
got you through that. His grace allowed you to go through that and not lose your mind. His grace allowed you to go through that and still be here today.
that was me staying up, couldn't sleep no more because of what that man did.
Hmm.
That's what got me through. I couldn't sleep. So I had to wait till he went to sleep. Where was God then? When I was crying out. When my little brother was too, when he was too young, he didn't even understand what was going on. He barely could even remember the prayer. And to this day, he don't remember none of it. And that's a big thing between me and him because when we talk about it, when I be trying to, talk to him and tell him different things that went on, you know what I'm saying? He don't be want to listen because he's so tied up in his belief in the God. I said, Mama had that lupus. I said, bro, but we had to put her in hot water every night. When that lady came home, she was a beautician. When she came home from work, her hands used to be aching so bad. And I could hear her in there. She'll be crying and saying, Jesus, Jesus. And the only time that pain stopped is when she got in that hot tub with that vinegar and that salt. That's the only time I seen her calm down. And I
We
had to
have
run the water.
yeah, we have a co-host that, like, she can't even participate right now because she has lupus and she's in a lot of pain.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I actually had to go through that coming up as a teenager. You see what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
I'm sitting up here, I'm asking her, what was God when all that was going on? I seen that water, I seen that water take that pain from my mom.
And I
Look,
guarantee
my
you
auntie
that
saying that it
that
was
was
God.
Jesus. Yep, I
Yeah,
was gonna
that's what
say.
they saying it
Yep.
was, but I'm telling you, what I went to that cabinet, got that vinegar and that salt and put it in that hot water. And when she got in there, it stopped. So you telling me God made that stop? That made that stop? Her pain stop? No, I did that, and I had to do that every night. That was after my father. It was when my father was alive, and it was when my father after my father killed himself. I mean, unalived himself. But you telling me as a kid the whole time that is Jesus been holding you and your brother this whole time, and he got a plan for you. And I said, a plan for me. I said, okay, I'm gonna see what that plan is.
Why don't they
So
think the plan is exactly what you are doing now?
well, this what it came up to. Because guess what? That walk that I had to walk through, guess what? Wasn't no God out there with me in them streets. People can say what they want to say, but that was me being fearless. You know what I'm saying? Even though I could have got unalived and all that, but at the same time, that was me making me go out that door and go out there in them streets and deal with the people that I had to deal with. I got back home because of me. But ain't nothing else helped me. I did all that, and that's what I've been proving all these years. I'm 51, and that's all I done seen. I ain't seen
Right.
nobody from the sky come from nowhere. I ain't seen. I just ain't seen. I see everybody still getting old around here. Everybody still going to the hospital. Everybody still, I go outside every morning. I'm seeing all the people. They still going to church, but they still getting old. They still getting. It's like they falling off. And I said, I'm 51 years old. And I don't look then like that. I ain't even got no damn gray in my hair yet. But I see dudes that's younger than me that they got all that silver and they, you know, everywhere. And I'm like, what I'm doing? Is it that I'm telling my body, cause I don't celebrate no birthdays or nothing like that? Is it me telling my body I ain't aging? Cause I do little stuff like that. I think, I just be thinking like, man, I ain't getting old. I ain't gonna never get old. I be trying to help other stuff, but they just won't listen. They keep telling me about, you know what I'm saying, this imaginary God. And I've been telling them, y'all been doing this stuff on y'all own the whole time.
I mean, I remember I did a video. This lady had commented in my comments that God was with me while I was raising my kids. And I made a video and I said, like, if you got to tell me that the God was there, then the God wasn't there. Like, I went through the house and I asked my kids, I was like, who all helped me raise y'all? And they named my friend Lacan because Lacan was always there. Like, we helped each other. Um, and my sister. And one thing that the kids never said was God. They not one time said God was there. And I said in the video, I was like, if God was there, my kids would have known. They listed the people who they know helped me take care of them as a single mother. They didn't see a God. I didn't tell them a God was doing it. If a God was there, they would have known that a God was there. You shouldn't have to. People shouldn't have to tell you or convince you that the God was there if the God is actually there.
I just always had looked at it like it was just something just funny about it, you know. And when I got up in my teenage years and I started listening to the streets, I even found out more. I really found out the truth. It really wasn't about that, you know. It was just certain people that stayed with it, and it's the other half. They ain't trying to hear none of that. They
That's
like
the
us.
point, my aunt. I'm sorry, Alfonso, 1 second. That's the point, my aunt. If the God was there, they would have known. That's the point. You shouldn't have to tell people the God is there if he's actually there. Sorry, go ahead, Alfonso. I don't understand how
Now
come they don't like that simple thing. They don't get it. They don't get it.
these people know they ain't heard. They know they ain't heard and they ain't seen it. They know what they going on. Them people, man. My auntie, she too smart. I know she can't. That's the reason I had her quiet in that car today. They can't be. They can't be that dumb. They can't be that dumb. Ain't no way. It's just enough people don't know about it. Everybody ain't getting this knowledge. But I know people like where I come
Mm.
from. Man, I'm trying. I've been telling all my partners, what I'm saying, about what's going on, and we've been around here talking about this a lot. I didn't even let them hear a couple of your little spars on, a couple of times. And they be like, who is that? I was like, this thing. I said, just listen to her. Look how she be snapping on everybody, y'all. Just listen. Y'all done had the whole gang out here listening to you. You know what I'm saying? So you got an audience. You got a bigger audience. Don't think just because you don't see them numbers up there, that don't mean people ain't around. Got 10 and 15 people listening to you. You understand what I'm saying?
Appreciate that.
We listening. They waking up slowly but surely. It's just that the elders, it's hard with them. My auntie, me 20, me clogging up, boy, it's hard with them. They still driving the church buses and everything. And I'm like, man, y'all stick. I'm talking about, you should see them. You should see them on Sundays how they be acting. Getting on all them pretty clothes and stuff and doing all this. And the lady across the street from me, man, why come, man, the preacher be coming over here at night. I'm like, man, he don't even talk. I thought he was married. This man Cadillac be over there, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about at our house.
Wow.
But you sit
Wow.
up here, you want me to follow your God, but you, your children are my age, and you got this man coming over here at night like that. I see him leave in the morning, early in the morning.
Wow.
I'm looking at it like, okay. And then when she said every time she come out that house, she'll speak to me. Hey, she'll get in that on her van and she'll jump on. Like she ain't committed no sin for what you saying in that Bible. You know what I'm saying? So if you sit up here, you sleeping with the pastor, and the pastor doing it with you, evidently y'all don't believe what y'all sitting up here preaching. Y'all
What are you
playing a
talking about?
game. Y'all either playing a money. Y'all playing a game to me because everything you sitting up here telling folk not to do because of God and Jesus. I'm sitting up here while everybody sleep at home, don't even know the rest of the church at home. Y'all meeting up at night, and I'm watching it with my own eyes. And then you got the other neighbor calling me, telling me, "Dude, you see the pastor?" I said, "Yeah," but don't want nobody to say nothing about that right there. Evidently, y'all don't believe in what y'all sitting up here preach. Y'all playing a game, like like y'all trying to get some money. I don't know how y'all running that church or whatever, but whatever y'all doing,
It's a
y'all
fairy
can't
tale.
believe. You can't believe in your God and you doing that. That man coming over there like that. Ain't no way.
It's like a lot of it. Like I said, there are some people who got into it because they believe that this is what would make people care about other people. And usually those people who got into it for that reason find out that that ain't it, right? And they end up either leaving, deconstructing, or feeling disappointed, feeling lied to. But then you have the people who are in it because it gives them access to power, right? Access to money. Um, some women are okay with it because it gives them access to the proximity to masculinity, right? The power that masculinity has. It's opportunists, and they don't want to let that go. Like there's benefits in it when you are able to convince people to obey you. How many people let that type of power go easily? They're okay with you believing a lie.
Well, they quick to say God gonna get me. I'm still sitting here talking to you, and I've been hearing that for a long time now. And
But
it's
that's
all
the thing
because,
is,
I just refuse to just believe and just go by that. Oh, God gonna get
God gonna get you for not believing
you. That's what
what they
I'm telling
believe, but he ain't gonna get the pastor for sleeping
you.
around on his
Exactly,
wife. He
exactly,
ain't gonna get the priest for
exactly.
essaying. The Catholic Church, just the Catholic Church alone, has essayed over 330,000 children. Just the Catholic Church alone. That's not including the Protestant churches who have been brought up on charges for essaying children. The Catholic Church by itself has essayed over 330,000 children. That's the God's grace. The God ain't gonna get them for that, but he gonna get you for not believing.
And running the streets. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he gonna get me. I'm gonna go to hell because you know I did all that. I ain't killed nobody. I ain't harmed no woman. Come on now. And I got to go for that. And I changed my life and I walked away.
And
Come on
they
now.
don't even pay attention to the fact that like it be them that be calling down these so-called punishments, these curses. Like they be hoping. To them, you not believing the way they believe, you shaking their faith or invalidating what they believe is worse than a pastor essaying a child. It's worse than a pastor sleeping around on his wife. It's worse than genocide.
Mm.
And then they'll say like that pastor that made that video and said that somebody needs to get rid of the lady that's calling the churches. Like fixed his mouth in a video to say that somebody needs to take her out.
Mm.
I ain't seen not one pastor say that a pastor essaying children. Like every other day, I see a video of a pastor getting arrested for essaying a child. Multiple kids that like they've been doing it for 30 years and they finally getting arrested. But I don't see videos of pastors saying somebody needs to take that pastor out. That he needs the electric chair. But I see videos of pastors saying that homeless people need to be electrocuted, or believers saying homeless people need to be electrocuted. People that's calling the church out need to be electrocuted. A believer came in here last week and said she wished she had power, and if she actually had power, she would kill me with it.
And
Another
she's
one
supposed
said that he would. A black Christian said that he would hang me by a noose,
mm,
and that's holy. The guy that told Lord today that he would put a bullet in her head. That's holy. That's not demonic. Demonic is you using your brain, you asking questions, you saying this don't sound right. Where the money at?
mm.
Why are there so many hungry people on the planet? If you doing all these fucking mission trips, why is it that when y'all go and do these mission trips, the organization gets richer but the people get poor? Just so you can feel good about yourself, right? You can put a check mark on your end of life list and feel good and feel confident that you're going to go into heaven and get a mansion when you die. That's demonic.
A mansion in the sky. Yeah, I done heard her say that a couple of times. I heard her say that a couple of times about the heaven and stuff. But you ain't seen nobody, ain't nobody that came back to you and done actually told you that it was actually there or whatnot. Everybody that you know, they up there in Boot Hill. And
And
they ain't
then they
came
don't
back and
even
said nothing to
realize
nobody.
how, yeah, like haven't even allowed themselves to think about the fact how like it's really a selfish end of life goal that you know your whole life you're waiting to have a mansion for you to live in by yourself. Cause what the fuck you need a mansion for in death? Why do you need a mansion in eternity? If
Right.
everybody, yeah, if everybody's working for this mansion, like all of y'all gonna have a big ass house with 8 rooms, with 32 rooms, like for what? What do you need that for? In eternity, like why? You don't even ask yourself that. Like it doesn't make sense how you're
Expect
willing to not live here so you can go there and live in a big ass house by yourself in eternity for what?
cause who gonna be studying that when you go?
Right.
Who gonna even be thinking about a mansion? Hold up. If you die, you leave your body here, right? You leave your body
Yeah.
here. So
Right.
if you actually going spiritually, so that means that shit, it's gonna be you gonna be a spirit. That means wherever you going, I guess everything else like that supposed to be a spirit too, or in that form of a spirit, right? You ain't gonna have no hard ass body. Your body gonna be here. So all the stuff that you used when you was on the earth or whatever, you ain't gonna be able to use that there. And how do you know that you are going to another body anyway? How you know you just ain't
Belteshazzar,
gonna be a light?
Belteshazzar, you commenting that like l- literally that's what we're saying your God is doing. Like you're there. Do you realize, Belshazzar, that that is the scripture that I use when I bring up the fact that there is nowhere in this book where your so-called loving God is actually laughing with you, is actually enjoying you. The times that your God laughs in this book is when he is mocking your pain and he's laughing at the fact that he's going to increase it. He's amused with himself. Never is he saying, "Look at my uh beautiful humans, they make me laugh. They're so hilarious." Never. Then pull it up, Teflon. Pull it up where he's laughing at how adorable you are. When he's laughing in this book, it's in a mocking a mocking fashion. He mocks your asses. But that's love to y'all. Teflon, Belshazzar just put the fucking scripture. Shut the fuck up and go pray and ask God for a neck. He gets on my nerves. He gets on my nerves.
Roast them, roast them, roast them. These folks sound so stupid. Excuse me.
Um, did you have anything else, Alfonso?
Nah, that's it. It was good talking to you, man. If I come up with anything else, I come back up.
All right, it was good talking to you too. Have a good one.
You too.
Y'all some whining asses. If you don't like the fact that I curse, why the fuck are you here? I like you don't have to be here. Just like there's channels on your TV and you decide what you watch and you don't want to watch people who are kissing the same sex and you don't watch that shit, don't fucking watch me. You're the one crying, motherfucker. Bring your motherfucking ass to TikTok. You're the only one who is scared of anger. Like you type in anger, little girl doesn't do anything. That doesn't change anything. It's not gonna change my tone. It's not gonna change what I say. You're the one who's scared of it. Are there not 12-year-olds on YouTube? Is YouTube for adults? Like, do you think that makes you more mature because you're watching this on YouTube versus TikTok? Like, y'all say dumb shit. That's very intelligent. I mean, you answer like a 12-year-old. You realize that, right? That's another 12-year-old answer. Another 12-year-old answer. Like, y'all just say shit. I already told you, motherfucker, why I'm angry. Because you dumb motherfuckers. Can you accept that answer? Or did you think that I was going to go back and forth with you and deny that I'm angry? Does it harm your argument that I don't live in shame of my anger? Is that why you now have to respond in emoticons? Here's the thing, like, you've been lied to by pastors, Christian influencers who told you that using that was enough. Yes, I am. I'm 45 years old. I live to see another day. You should be mad at whoever the fuck you're listening to who's teaching you about Jesus because they did not prepare you. You are ill prepared. Go back to the drawing board. That's called waking the fuck up. That's called my body does a thing. That has nothing to do with fucking faith. Well, then if your Jesus loves my angry ass, then what the fuck are you crying about? Y'all need to like literally do some inside work and figure out why you have such a bad relationship with your emotions. I am angry, motherfucker. Like is that okay? Like, you don't understand when I say those words? You need to ask yourself why you are not okay being angry. Why you have to live in a false reality. Why you have to pretend, right, that you are happy every day. You need to ask yourself why Jesus wants you to see hungry people and call that blessed. I know you don't, because Jesus is a fucking Percocet. Jesus is hydrocodone for your soul. Of course it's not Jesus' fault because Jesus ain't real. Do you even understand what I mean when I say he's a perk? Dumbass, You are literally saying that you see, right? Like you go through life and you don't experience any moments of anger. Like you're high all the time. Jesus numbs your brain. He numbs your emotions. He numbs your thoughts. Yes, I said it, dumbass. I said it twice. What the fuck does sin have to do with you being angry? Incredible truth. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you? Are you doing Tinkle?
I'm
You
doing
good?
good. Yeah. Why do believers? What do believers have against the emotion of anger?
Why do believers have emotional anger?
No, no, no. What do believers have against the emotion of anger? Do you know?
Okay. With me, like, I just feel that people tend to understand life in different ways because we have been manipulated in various dimension or various ways also, and
But
religion
no,
is also
not religion. The emotion
yeah.
of anger. And then I forgot to ask: are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Okay, I'm a believer,
Okay.
but what I'm
No,
saying,
I just
actual
I want to
fact is
know.
that
I want to know about the
yeah.
emotion of anger, not religion yet. Not religion yet. Don't go there yet. Okay.
Okay,
The
cool.
question I'm asking right quick is what is the issue with the emotion of anger when it comes to believers? Why is that?
Okay.
Why does it feel like uh, believers have this sense of shame when it
Mm.
comes to expressing anger, or they try to, make it seem like it's a bad thing to be
That's
angry?
that's where I'm
Why?
going actually. That's where I'm going actually. That's why I'm saying that things have been manipulated. We are living in a world that is based on realities of life. It's practical. So even if we get to understand that there's spiritual element, but practical is life. So now we have been manipulated and configured in a way. Even tradition also did it, culture also did it, but ways of life also did it. But what they did is this: they want you to be configured in a way that certain things are wrong and certain things are right. So, in the quest of that, if you tend to express how you feel, even when your emotions is running through you, you still have to be judged on that. So, to me, I just feel that uh, whatever believers feel, I think life is reality. And anyone who
I don't
feels
know.
that
You
they
aren't
have to,
answering my question though. You aren't answering my
every,
question because it's like
yeah,
saying, like what you're saying right now is, I would have to apply that to the emotion of happiness too. That you are
yes,
also, if you feel like you're going to be judged for being angry, you are
yeah,
also going to be judged for being happy. You're also going to be judged for being sad. You're going to be judged for being scared, right? Like
yeah, that is
emotions,
actually mm,
emotion, no, emotions are a part of your physical makeup, your biological makeup. They're
composition. Yeah,
natural, not
yeah, yeah.
conversationally, not conversationally. That
No,
is
I mean composition,
biologically.
composition. It's part
Oh,
of your. It's part.
composition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
composition.
Yeah. And so like it's natural. It's a natural emotion. It's a natural feeling, right? A
Yeah,
natural response.
yeah.
And that the thing is that what people should pay attention to when they're angry, or when they're sad, or when they're happy, or when they are scared, are the actions that they do because of those emotions. But having the emotion itself shouldn't be the thing that is judged.
Mm,
And Christians are very big on creating the feeling of shame, or the
mm,
emotion of shame. The
mm,
thing that you guys preach, that's supposed to be the thing that brings peace, that brings liberty to the
mm.
mind and to the life of a human. You guys create this emotion of shame and you own it. You all are the ones who own this shameful feeling that people feel. But the thing is that you won't shame yourselves. You won't shame your pastors because you feel like that's your God's job. You
You know
won't
what you
shame you won't
you know
shame the
what you
church
say.
because you feel like, let me finish and then you can respond to me.
Okay.
The shame, you won't shame the church. You don't want the people outside shaming the church. This feeling of shame, even though y'all own it. And you try to use it to control other people or to convince other people that they should join you. It doesn't make sense. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Actually, you're speaking the truth. Like I feel that we all came from a different background, different exposures to realities of life, different upbringing, and different orientation. Even if as a believer, whatever you believe in, for the fact that the atmosphere or the environment you grew up differs from others, it's also part of the composition that made you to be what you are today. But the main thing is now saying that you are a believer. What I just stand for, I stand for the fact that emotions are part of the system that has been created. Emotions are part of your configuration of whom you are in the quest of living life in a practical essence. So either you believe or not, your emotions are part of you. Your system is part of you. How you deal with issues, how you relate with issues. Now, you now trying to check and balance it now depends on how you want to portray yourself, how you want to work on yourself, how you want to guard yourself, and how you want to display or relate based on how you feel and what you feel. But just like if somebody tells me maybe a terrible word that I don't want to hear or that is not good for me, I might react to say, no, I don't want you to tell me or talk to me like that. Some people might even turn into a fight and it becomes physical. So everybody have different ways of how they take things and how they relate things. But the most important thing is, who are you as a person and what you believe in? So if you don't believe in those things, nobody should come to you and tell you shit about some things that you don't believe in. So even if they want to tell you, so what I feel is that
But I feel like
emotions
you're
are
not.
part
I
of
feel
you.
like you're getting away from what I'm asking, though. I agree with everything that you're saying as far as, right. Nobody has the right to tell you, right,
Yeah.
how to feel. But my question is, why does believers instill the feeling of shame into people for being angry? Why do they focus on that?
The
Why do
problem
they
is
try?
they
Why
try
do
to
they
want to
try to?
manipulate. They try to want to manipulate the system. They try want to manipulate the whole process. They just want to manipulate. I think
And
that
how does
believers.
focusing on anger? How does focusing on shaming anger do that?
Yeah, remember, if you get angry, they feel that for you to get angry, to me, like is a sin. Because also in some cases, it's already there to say, if you get angry to do this, you don't have to. You have to be at peace. You always have to be at peace, as if, okay, when I was studying science in biology, there's what we call Mr. Ninja D. Part of the Mr. Ninja D, there's what we call high there. It talks about irritability. Irritability is ability to respond to stimuli. So when they pinch you or they pierce you with something strong, then you react. It becomes painful. But now we have been molded to say that when you are a believer, you have to be at peace with everything that comes your way, even when it gets you angry, even when you are angry and pissed off. So you just have to make peace with it. So which is wrong. I That's why so many people bottled up a lot of things and becomes depressive. I feel that everybody should walk and express how they feel. So it just matter that you need to control your temper, perhaps maybe in some cases, so that you don't get out of order or out of care, whereby it becomes violent.
But realistically, you just have to express yourself, and there's no shame in that, in expressing how angry
But
you should be.
I'm asking, why do believers focus on that? Like, what is it, right, that believers have against the feeling or the emotion of anger? There's nothing in this book that says anger is bad. There's nowhere in this book that says that a believer has to always appear to be at peace.
There are places right there.
No, it's
Example.
not. There's nothing
That,
nowhere in this book that says a believer has to always be at peace.
okay, they didn't say it directly like that, but there is a part that says if you have been slapped on the right leg, on the right cheek, you need to
That's
turn
not
back the
peace.
other
That doesn't have anything to do with peace.
way. It just says that
That's
you need to at
pacifism.
least,
That's
yeah.
pacifism. Well, there is nowhere in this book where it says the criteria of a believer is to always be at peace, or to always look like you're at peace, or to never express anger, or to never be angry. There's nowhere in this book that says it. And so I don't understand why so many believers,
Mm,
it's not even like a drop in the hat. It is damn near every believer tries to use the anger of someone, even if it's another believer. If another believer is angry because something that's happened in their life, or something that a member at the church has done, or something that the church isn't doing, that believer will hone in on the fact that
mm,
that person is angry, and they will use that anger as a weapon against that person to try to convince that person that their anger is the problem and not what
that
that
is.
person is angry about. And I want to know why the church, like why Jesus's followers focus on that.
You are saying the truth, actually. You're saying the actual truth. I think that the word of God, or the believers get the message in a wrong way. Perhaps maybe the way they do the teaching. I think the things that have been taught over years have been something that has to do with not being taught the truth. The truth have not been spoken. A lot was hidden, a lot was taken away, a lot was used to manipulate the system. So even the believers have been manipulated. So I think you're saying the truth, because even in the Bible or in the book, there have been cases where people have to fight to gain their freedom, have to fight to gain their land, have to fight to put through so that they can have freedom
You mean to gain
of,
someone else's land?
yeah.
That land
So
wasn't theirs.
you see, so now there are people like there are a lot of shit that has gone wrong through the system. So I think it's an avenue to actually manipulate. So they manipulated the believers. Most of the believers have been manipulated, and that's why they're not seeing the right teachings or the right word right there. So the system is corrupt already, and you are speaking the truth, because there's no wrong thing in expressing how you feel, how angry you are about things that are pissing you off. You shouldn't be like um you shouldn't be nailed or crucified for you expressing anger. And that's why I support what you're saying. Absolute truth you're speaking.
But the thing is, right, is that so many believers do this thing, which means that they have a goal of manipulation, right?
Remember,
This
remember.
Jesus, this Jesus, hold on, I sat quietly while you were speaking.
Yeah.
This Jesus that believers are claiming gives them the fruit of the Spirit is filled with manipulation, because their pastors teach them that this is the proper response when someone comes to them angry about something, some harm that they have done. It's narcissism. It's what narcissists do. They turn it around and they turn the victim into the offender by focusing on the emotion of anger, especially when you're being asked, right, to prove your God, the claims that you have, right? The claims that you as believers are making in society about this God and the things this God want. and those claims are not being reflected in reality. And when someone like myself brings it to you and hold you accountable for what you are saying, believers will turn it around to deflect because you can't, right? You turn it around and you deflect and you use manipulative tactics to try to convince the people who are listening, who might be in the same room with you, who might be in the same live as you, to focus on the emotion of anger and not the words that are coming out of my mouth. Not the lack of evidence that is coming out of yours as the believer. That's why. And then you instill this feeling of shame onto it so that people will be quiet, so that they don't say anything, right? They choose to not feel embarrassed, to not feel like they are undesirable. So they bottle it up and they choose to ignore it, just like the believer who instilled the shame. And you keep creating people who are willing to do this, who are afraid to speak out, who don't want to be seen as different. While at the same time, y'all are preaching that believers are different. Believers are peculiar people. But what you really want is people who think like you. People who respond like you. People who ignore like you. Anger is anger. You calling it righteous anger doesn't change the fact that it's fucking anger. And honestly, I think you calling it righteous anger is your way of saying that a believer can be angry, that you can be angry. But when someone else is angry, especially if they're angry at you, then it's wrong. It's not righteous anger. All it is you allowing yourself to be angry while you're judging other people for being angry. It's manipulation. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, everything you're saying is the truth, honestly. And I think the word, one of my speeches, I actually gave a speech that was talking about encountering the true God. And I specifically spoke there that you encountering the good God does not, you shouldn't be forced. You shouldn't be even compelled or persuaded. It should be something that has to come natural where you have to encounter. Now, what I've discovered is that most of the believers in any doctrine, they have to mold them in a box so that they will not yield or they will not come against them. That is how the word has been projected from inception. And now, going forward, looking at the structure at which the doctrines have to operate, they don't want, knowing fully well that other believers will also want to take from them, or they will want to migrate or change opinions or have different views, then they had to make it possible for them to put those people in the box where they will not be able to turn back or turn against what they believe in or what they have been molded to believe in. So, but over years, I have seen that life is changing tremendously. The knowledge that people cannot confront before, the knowledge that people cannot fight before, cannot question before people can question things. Even when you question it, they think you are rebellious. But now
That
things have
hasn't
changed.
changed. That
No,
hasn't
things
changed.
have
That has
changed.
not. That hasn't
People are
changed. There's
questioning
always
now.
been no. There have always been people questioning. Where do you think the whole idea of heresy comes from?
That is true. That is true. But I think it's more open-minded now. People are now
No, it's
coming
not.
to really.
No,
Really, I think it's much better than before. People don't have voices as much before. They silence them. They see them as rebellious. They see them as satanic if you question
They
something.
still
But
do that.
I think it's much better now because everybody's eyes is now opened to see
No,
that
they're
shit is
not.
going.
No, it's
Really?
not. No. Like the literal reason why I'm angry is because of what you are saying.
Mm,
They're not.
mm.
Like, I know you don't think 600 people are in here and 100 some people on YouTube are here because they think I'm telling the truth. The majority of the people sitting here watching are believers, hate watching because they don't agree with what I'm saying. They don't think that I should be hosting lives talking about what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know if you heard me say the amount of death threats we get. They would rather shut us up. They'll sit and they'll hear me say that a Christian said that he want to put bullets in our heads, and they'll say that's not hate. They'll say that's not demonic. I just shared with the last guest that a believer said that he wanted to hang me.
Wow.
And a believer will sit there and they will watch and they will listen to these conversations. They'll see racist believers who believe in the same damn God come on this stage and spew racism. And they'll tell themselves after listening to that conversation, what they'll do, they'll either scroll away so they won't have to listen to it, and they can pretend it doesn't exist. So they can keep telling themselves that they don't serve the same God as the racist that was just on stage. Or they don't serve the same God as the person who wished that they could put a bullet in my brain or in another host's brain. Denying it isn't everybody's eyes opening. There were anti-Christian uh, believers, humans back then that were writing about it. You just don't know about it. They thought they wrote the same things that we're saying today. The followers of this Jesus are the unintelligent class. They justify harm and call it wisdom. They do evil shit in society and call it holy. The same things that we are talking about today, they talked about even back then. And what the church did, what the bishops did, the apostles did, is they demonized that. And they made people afraid to engage in those conversations. They made people afraid to acknowledge it. The church executed heretics. They executed people for not believing in this God and this story the same way, in a specific way. And then today in 2025, just today alone, I saw 2 different pastors call for the head of a woman for doing a social experiment that shed a light on the corruption of the church, on the lack of the church. The authority figures called for violence. But what we're supposed to do is keep being fed some spiritual woo-woo stuff. While y'all ignore that it is your authority figures, those that y'all have given power, the influence, the money, that is convincing people that this is what a God wants.
Thinker, I feel that, I feel that people also, because they lack knowledge, and that's why they perish. I think enlightenment and exposure in terms of searching for the true knowledge also would expose your mind. I don't know how you got yours, but I've always like gotten to know that a lot was wrong also in the process of making group of believers to commit to something. And I see that a lot of manipulations, a lot of deceptions, a lot of lies were also part of the process. And I think if people can just put aside how they have been configured or molded, they just put it aside and just want to really, really be objective about practical sense of life, of how things should be or how things are, and basing it on the fact of what things are in this world. I think there will be a lot of things that will be changed, and I think a lot of development will also come up, and people will have questions that they won't even be able to get answers to. And you have said the truth, talking about how people have been manipulated based on all the
How?
details.
How, when they are being fed from a book that they believe has authority from a God, they're being fed scriptures that says the clay it shouldn't question the potter. They're being fed from a book that says that this God will destroy the wisdom of the wise, right? They're being fed
Mm,
from a book where the God tells the prophet to make the people dumb, to make it where the people can't see, and they call that good.
mm,
These scriptures have authority in their mind that knowledge is bad, that they literally believe that they are sinful and are condemned from the beginning of their life because two humans in the beginning of time acquired knowledge. How are you saying that you think that it's gonna change when the authority is still there? The authority that knowledge is bad, that questioning is bad, questioning the God, questioning authority in the God, questioning the humans who have self-identified as authoritative in the God is bad. The only people who are willing to do that are the people who have said, you know what? Nope, I don't agree with this shit. How are you saying that it's going to change without deconstructing from the God?
Okay, I think from my angle, I think a lot of tremendous changes has occurred in over time, like precisely over time, over years. I can cite some certain things that were not done before or that were not accepted before, but now people have started to change the pattern of operation. For example, I don't know how, but there's so many, like, I don't want to be specific, but there's so many things that were not acceptable, like women preaching before, or women wearing trousers before, or you doing this before. But now things are changing drastically. People are getting to be enlightened about the what is inside the book, because before, I think people don't have access to information, but information has been unleashed right now. You can make research, you can go deeper about things and get the facts, and get to understand deeply what is going on. And you yourself trying to say, okay, this is what I believe in, this is what I will accept. But there's so many questionable things that we are not clear about before. But now I think
Incredible truth. Let
gradually,
me ask you a question.
yeah.
Allowing women to preach the things of this God,
Mm.
did that lower the abuse or genocide in society, the oppression
Not
in society?
not at all.
Do you think that allowing more people the ability to further brainwash people increased the acceptability of this oppression?
Hmm. Hmm. That's deep. That's crazy. Uh, I think I think the mind of people, from how everything is popping out, it's also getting to be free from that kind of oppression that has taken place for years. Looking down from it, from the Catholic, from the Roman Catholic, from the other doctrine that has occurred probably before now. I think then there was some judgment that will be displayed operationally in terms of you don't have a way to fight it. But I think now people can actually stand their ground and say whatever they want to say and
No,
still stand their
so
ground.
you're positing that because women can now preach and women can now wear trousers, the message has changed.
Not necessarily. I'm just saying part of the changes has occurred like that. People are getting to be there's an eye opening in a way.
An
It
eye
might not.
opening of what? An eye opening of what? I'm trying to understand, right? Women can now
Yeah.
preach. Women can now wear pants. What changed in the messaging?
Now, a lot of things have changed in the messaging. Before, the way they used to preach, you receive it like that. When the pastors or when the bishop says this, that is the way people receive it. But now, I
I'm
think,
asking what changed in the messaging. Prior to women not being able to teach, men
mm,
were the head of the house. Men
yeah,
men were dominant, right? Masculinity was superior. Did that
mm,
change now that women can now preach? Or do women preachers still believe that the God made the man dominate?
mm, mm. I just feel that it does not change anything though. But in terms of everybody having the free will to believe in whatever they believe and accept whatever they accept and have the right to think. You see, then there was no free will to think, or you can think like this, or question like this, or accept
So
like
what,
this.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what are you saying has changed in the thinking? Is knowledge still demonized?
I think a lot of things have started to come out to people openly to say, no, I don't accept this. I'm not going to take this the way I used to have it before, or see it before, or believe it before. Now
But
people have
wait,
started to change their
hold on.
mind.
But I'm talking about in the belief system of this God, like
Mm,
because it sounds like what you're saying is people are starting to feel comfortable saying they don't believe in the God, they don't agree with the teachings, right? And that's
yes,
deconstructing. That's
yes.
people deconstructing. That's people
Mm,
walking away from the God. But what you're
sure.
saying is you're saying keep the God, right? And things are changing in the God and in keeping the God. That's what you're saying. I don't see that. Just because rules change, the messaging is still the same.
Mm.
I'm trying to hear
No, you're making a
what you're
point. You're
positing
making a
is
point.
changing in the messaging.
Mm.
Because remember, like my issue is the God is the problem. What the God teaches in the book, the justification of genocide, the superiority, whether that be superiority of a specific race, a specific belief, a gender, a way of life,
Mm.
the demonization of intellect, the brainwashing, the narcissism, the lack of being able to deal with reality,
Mm. True.
right? Those things still exist. The prioritization of death over life, right? Those things still exist, despite the fact that the rules have changed within the organization, right? Before women couldn't work, now women can work. You have more employees going out spreading the same message. How does that help? What am I missing?
I want to ask you something. Think of it. You know, I don't know if I'm right. In my own way, I'm a believer, but my ideology and orientation and exposure came to a point where I had to figure it out to say, what if God is one, but we have different ways, diverse ways, various ways that we worship Him. So everyone worshiping Him in different ways are just trying to control their own system of operation. So I'm just feeling that I want to ask you, do you think God is one, or do you think we serve a different God? I just want you to clarify that for me, please.
First, I think your God is an idea, right? I'm an atheist. I think your God is a concept that uh, lives in the minds of those of you that subscribe to the idea of something divine with authority. I think each of you have your own uh, understanding of this concept. Therefore, because of that, and because the concept, the God, gets authority from you, the believer that carried this belief around, you decide what the God actually says, what the God has done or will do, right? You give the glory to the God, right? Or blame if there is one that would say, well, God did XYZ, God caused this storm to happen, right? You are the one that do that. And each of you decide what your God will do, has done, won't do, or hasn't done. And so each of you have a different story, although the foundation of your story comes from these texts, these ancient Near Eastern texts, whether that be Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. You all have created your own God from your understanding, right? And the things that you are taught, no matter what denomination you are from. I definitely think your God exists as a form of a belief. And when you go out in society and you act based off of your belief, that is your God doing. If you believe that your God wants you to feed hungry people and you don't feed hungry people, then your God isn't doing. If you believe that your God wants you to harm people for not believing what you believe, then your God is harming people. If you believe your God wants a group of people to be in a specific land and war is the way for them to get that land, then your God, through you, is genociding people over land. Because I don't see anything but humans. I see humans believing in a God, humans deciding and writing what a God said and did, humans judging other humans over this belief and from this belief. That's all I see are humans. I don't see a God. And
So
and
you don't
y'all
see.
y'all want me to. Y'all want me to say I see a God, but I
Mm.
don't. And then when I tell y'all uh or I ask y'all, I give you the opportunity to show me the God. I'm wrong for expecting to see a God and not a human. Go ahead and you can respond if you have something to respond.
You know, what you say now actually makes a lot of senses because, okay, I'm a Christian, born into a Christian family, and I was talking to someone recently, and I said, we were born in a Christian family, and the lifestyle, the upbringing, the ways of life in terms of how we grew up is all about you obeying what you have been birthed into. Like me being a Christian, coming from this family, then growing up as a child, and you were configured to say, this is the way, this is the religion, this is the belief that you have to embrace. And perhaps maybe some people kicked against it or went against it, or personally, I followed it based on family values that we all have been through. So now, growing up, being a Christian, then I have to find my path. I have to find truly who I am, what I believe in. Maybe what I've been structured upon is not what I should be. Because when I was in university, I had a friend who used to be a Muslim. Do you know that today, as I speak to you, he's a Christian? And he was a very strong Muslim believer. But today, he's a Christian. So what am I saying, natural fact, that I think family values and family configuration in making you be in what you want to be, or it has molded you to become what you have to be or what you'll be or believe in. So I feel it's also part of the problem, where no one had the right to say, this is what I want, until when you get to some certain stage or age in life, then you start to see that, okay, no, I don't think that is good for me or that is right for me. And this is what I believe in. Because I know there's some people who don't even believe in anything. They just feel that life is just there. So with me, I'm still finding it to say, who have seen the real God, who have experienced the real God. We all believe in faith because we have been configured to say faith. You have to have faith in God. You have to believe that He exists. He can do all things through the book and the Bibles and Qurans and stuff that we got. So, and that is the way life has been structured. So it's also very difficult for everyone to just come out of it and say, no, I believe this or I don't want this. No, that is a lie. So that's why I'm asking you to say, do you really believe in God? Or do you think that
Uh,
God is one?
why do you think children are taught to believe in Santa? Just really
Mm.
quickly.
That what?
Why do you think children are taught? I'm sorry, I did not mean to bring this person up. I was trying to bring up Fee. So if you're gonna have to request again. That was an accident, MVic. Um, why do you think children are taught to believe in Santa? Why do you think they're not taught that Santa is, human, like real? They're taught that they need to believe in Santa. Why do you think that is?
I just think they want to catch them young to also make a progression in terms of to follow
No,
suit and carry on.
no, I'm asking, why do you think the parent teaches the child that they have to have faith that Santa is going to bring them what they want, or
Oh,
that Santa is
yeah,
going to read their
Santa.
letter, that they
Yeah,
have to believe that Santa exists?
yeah,
Why do you
yeah,
think
yeah.
they, right? It's because Santa is not real, correct?
It's not real.
Belief,
That's true.
right?
That's true.
Belief matters for what's not real.
Hmm.
And then the parent, knowing that Santa isn't real, knowing that they are the ones that's going to do the things that the child believes Santa will do.
Hmm.
the parent reads the letters. The parent asks the kids what do they want for Christmas. The parent snoops to find what the child wants for Christmas. The parent is the one who knows if the child has been good or bad. The parent eats the cookies. It's the people who dress up in Santa costumes at the mall to pretend to be Santa. This is what I feel when I talk to believers and when I engage in society with those of you that believe in a God. Your belief is necessary because you yourself know that you don't actually see a God in society. You see the God in other humans because it is humans doing the things that you are attributing to the God. Because all you see are humans. And you are the one deciding when that human is acting on behalf of your God or not. That's what I see. I see a bunch of adults who have an adult version of Santa. And all of you are making the fairy tale appear to be reality for those of you who believe. And you're not, like, you don't even care about how your participation or your willingness to keep the facade going is affecting those around you. And I'm not saying that it's a good or a bad thing for you to have a belief in a God. What I feel is that we need to talk about more is how that affects other people around you. How you're orchestrating your fairy tale. Because it's not just your household. Right? Like, at least with Santa, the way you orchestrate the fairy tale for your child to wake up on December 25th and believe that Santa came in and brought them or didn't bring them the things that they asked for, that doesn't affect the next child over. But your belief in a God doesn't stay in your house. It doesn't stay in your body. You expect other people in society to participate in your fairy tale. And you need us to make it feel real to you.
And I think, good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
I think indoctrination works, right? Not by forcing a belief, but by making doubt feel impossible. So when Thinker uses this example of Santa Claus, like a child who has no experience in the world, is they're not gonna question that, like, right? Like they see the gifts under their tree, they see the cookies they left out, they see that they've been, eaten. You do have some kids at an early age, they may ask some logical questions, which are usually suppressed. And it's the same thing that happens in churches, right? Like you asked us this question about, what do you believe in and, who has the right version of God? But you never stop to question that begs the question of what is a God? When I first started deconstructing, like a whole lot of people, we kind of go through this cycle of, okay, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. Okay, it's not spirit. The more you dig into different things, because different people's brains understand things differently, it takes a minute, or at least it took a minute for me to get to the point of, why am I required to believe in something anyway? Because I know what belief is. But belief, and people like to separate belief and knowledge, but they are absolutely under the same umbrella. Knowledge is justified true belief. It's knowing what you know and why you know what you know. And to Thinker's point, deconstruction is asking those questions of the things that you know. The problem with religion is that it offers what it labels as answers and explanations, but it does not contain any usable information. First of all, you can never show me how a snake could talk. There are no vocal cords. There are no lips. There are none of the mechanisms that are needed for speech. Snakes don't have that. Yet you've been taught, or we're taught from an early age to just accept it. And you're right. We are moving to a point where people are like, oh, that doesn't make any logical sense. But instead of actually examining what the data shows us They just change their relationship with that data. It's metaphorical. It doesn't mean it that way, but these rules are true because this God has done this in my life. You know, he helped me find this parking spot, or, you know, he helped me through this difficult time. We had somebody tell us that God got him a washer and dryer when we the other day, when we asked a few more questions, like, how did you get it? Like, did it just appear? No, he went and bought it. It was just on sale. Like, it's not teaching the critical thinking skills that humans need in order to coexist with each other peacefully. We're not trying to take your God from you, but we're just asking. We have these conversations because we see how dangerous it is when the authority lies in the book itself, and every single person can create their own version of this God. And the one thing that could clarify who is right remains silent, because when y'all stop speaking, we never hear from this God. It's funny how demons are on a Christian's back all day, every day, but they don't ever fuck with us. Because if your power only appears when there is belief, you are the power. You are the battery. And you've been doing it all along, but that independent thought is a threat to society. And now we got people justifying not giving a woman $15 to buy a can of baby food for a screaming 2-year-old. We've got pastors demonizing her, not what her social experiment reveals. And I think that the pattern that I've noticed in these conversations is that there's a quick moving past the discomfort that shows the problems with Christianity. It's a very quick sprint to forgiveness, which, to Thinker's point, you decide when God forgives you. Every single one of y'all. I did when I was a Christian. It was my decision. And it's dangerous because you got these people wishing harm upon this lady only because she's speaking what they are not doing, which, according to their own book, depending on how you read it, most Christians are going to teach, love the needy, help the needy, feed the children, the widows, the orphans. That's what is always preached, but what is done? And that's what we're not. I don't know. We've gotten to the point where I said this the other day. Religion has been insanely beneficial. It's like the scaffolding that's put up when a building is being constructed. And in this situation, the building is society, is civilization, is functionality. I think it represents the natural curiosity of humans. And Bash says this all the time. I don't think it will ever go away, just because I think it is people trying to put answers to things in this universe. And this universe is so vast, and there's so much about this planet we still don't know. So we've been on this planet for millions of years, and there's places we've never gone, right? So that curiosity is always going to be there. But when you can control that curiosity, when you can squash that curiosity, limit access to information, and then tell people a story that they don't have an option to not believe, this is exactly what you get.
I think too that it's interesting that there's a believer in the comments right now that's saying, why is it always Christians? But it's the Christians who claim to be the ones who have the one and only truth, the one and only true God living inside of them. And they don't have an expectation for that to reflect in society. And so when we are bringing that to their attention, that your claim is that your God is the one and only true God, that I should accept that God. You all are the largest group of religious followers, whether you are in a church or not, yet you don't want to bear the responsibility of the nature of society. You want to point the finger to other people, to other religions, to other gods, and blame them. And you want us to ignore the fact that your God isn't showing up in society. And then, because of your loyalty to this God, it creates unempathetic people. You don't care. that your God isn't showing up. You don't care that people who claim to be found by your God or saved by your God are causing harm. You call it yapping. You don't care that the majority of you who claim this God are the, like, y'all have some of the worst personalities on this planet, and you don't care.
That's what I told. I forgot to send that screenshot to you, Thinker, but I was telling Christina, McCoy got in my DMs because of some discord he was trying to sow between Zena and Christina. And, he's like, this is not like me, I something about God, blah, blah, blah. And I responded to him. I was like, this is the second time he's done that, right? This is a Christian, by the way, guest that comes in our spaces frequently and just tries to disrupt things. And I told him, I was like, your behavior is how I know your God has no power. You consistently do the thing that you claim is the wrong thing to do, come back and apologize for it, but you don't hold yourself accountable. So to the believer who Thinker was just responding to, Christianity has power. Then y'all say it's power in the name of Christ. No, it's power in the label of Christianity, because that power is set on a pedestal that no one investigates the source of. And the source of the power is nothing more than belief and mass belief that creates a mass delusion where you've got people walking around telling you that there's a spirit in them, and that spirit prompts them to do better, but that spirit also allows them to sit back and say, why are you looking at Christianity when Christianity is the topic of discussion? It allows for you to bypass accountability. It does not provide for you a system, a methodology to become a better person. It doesn't teach emotional intelligence. It teaches that emotions are bad. It doesn't teach self-awareness. It teaches that self ain't shit. These are the things that we know, the psychological realities of being a human at this day and age. We know, and there are tools to help us function through society. I think religion has become the most ineffective and widespread coping mechanism on this planet. And the reason that we focus on Christianity and Judaism and Islam is because these Abrahamic religions have done the most harm. And it's not even like it's hidden knowledge, right? We know what most people know what the Crusades are. This information is not protected. You can read the apocryphal text. You can see what they're talking about and very easily understand why they weren't included in this book. This is the problem that society has created, that the entire globe is reeling from consistently, because I don't know what y'all were talking about before I joined, but the fact that this idea of capitalism, putting other humans in a position to make one person wealthy, your God orchestrated that. And that template is being carried out in so many areas on resource-rich continents like Africa.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to ask. Do you believe in prayers?
Do I believe in prayers? In
Like
what regard? Like praying
like
to
uh,
something?
like
Yeah,
praying,
why would we
just like a
believe in
prayer.
praying? If we don't believe in a God,
Yeah.
why would I
You know
believe
what?
in
What I
praying?
mean. What I mean. Okay. What I mean is, I want to broaden the scope. Like now, we basically talking about Christianity, like believer, but I want to extend the scope to, even if it is not like Christianity, let's talk about in a broader aspect, like talking about even traditional, like sorcerers, like card readers, like palm readers, like
That's not prayer
various.
though.
Okay, no, I'm not going to prayer. I'm not going to prayer here. I'm just talking about in different beliefs of different kinds of how they operate. But now, I'm not centralizing it that do you, because they also have a way of meditating. They also have a way of praying. We might just use the word prayer. Prayer is acquainted with Christianity precisely, but I'm talking
Prayer
about even
is
in
a sincere desire of the heart that is spoken,
yeah,
or unspoken to a deity. So
yeah.
like
Do you
you
believe in
start the
it?
question off, why would I believe in prayer if I don't believe that a deity exists? Like who
Okay,
am I
thank
praying
you.
to?
Thank you. The second question goes like this.
Hold
Do
on, I
you
need to understand like why you would ask that question if we already told you. Well, I've already told you that I'm an atheist. Why would I? Like
no,
I don't
I'm
understand
talking
the
to
purpose of.
I'm asking what's her name? Fiyaweze.
It's just
Yeah,
Fee.
was it? Yeah, okay. Sorry. So now I understand you're attested. Like, but what I'm trying to say is basically I'm talking about, do you feel or do you think like there is a prophecy, like you can foresee, like you can predict the future, like you can foresee, you can foretell? I just want to ask that. Do you think it does occur or do you believe in it?
I don't know that you've actually been listening to us
I
when
don't
we
think so
speak.
either. Yeah, I agree with Thinker. I mean, I don't think anything about what I just said would lead a person to be ambiguous about whether or not I believe in things that are supernatural. Like,
Oh,
I just don't. I mean, a meteorologist is a future a fortune teller, if you will. They're telling what's going to happen, with regards to the weather. But there's a mathematical model to show why they do that. That's reliable, and even with that, is they admit that it's an approximation. But if you're talking about believing that there are entities and powers and people who can see the future, no. Well, show me how they did it, repeat the process, and then maybe we can start having a conversation. But I think
okay.
it's the fact that people approach claims as though all of them are on require the same amount of evidence, and they don't. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. There are things that happen on this planet that we don't understand. And there are experiences that people have had that I can't tell them they haven't had that experience. But I think it's erroneous to identify a source of that experience when you don't know what that source is. And usually the source that is ascribed is the one that they've been indoctrinated to believe is real. When in reality, it could have been any of these gods that are believed currently or have been believed in the past. So, no, I rely on critical thinking skills and I don't suspend those for any belief system or any claim, regardless of how comfortable it may or may not make me feel.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I got the message. Thank you, Thinker. Thank you for the opportunity bringing me up. I got a lot of exposure and enlightenment. Okay, with me, I just feel that this is my submission. Because I was born in a Christian family and I grew up to be a Christian, a believer. And honestly speaking, there are many times that I've, critically asked myself a lot of questions that no one was able to answer. And because I see that there's no way they can give me a satisfactory answer or answer that is satisfactory. Okay, but I have come to the point where I just feel that nothing just happens. Like maybe perhaps I concluded that it's possible there might be one deity that we all came from or we all connected to, but we might just be serving or worshiping, or either you worship him or not, or you don't worship nothing. I just feel that we all have a different ways that we are connected to that deity. So that is just my belief, either in the traditional or whatever way, Hindus, Buddhism. I just feel that, and those who don't even believe, I just feel that we are all connected to one deity, but in different ways.
But
That's why
I guess
everyone, yeah.
what is the purpose, right? This whole worship of this deity, for what purpose? Most people are sold the idea of worshiping a god is that worship will make you the type of person that will go out and feed the hungry, that will help those in need. that will keep you from harming another human. Right? That's the what how it's sold to you. Right? This deity will become a genie in a bottle. He answers prayers, right? The deity protects you. But then when we look at reality and we don't actually see that happening, then what? Like, what's the purpose of the worship? What's the purpose of needing to believe that there is a deity that you need to be out here worshiping, or that I should be out here worshiping, if I'm not supposed to expect the things that I was sold on? That's what I don't understand.
Okay, you're right when you put it that way. But looking at the way the world is built, personally, I thought that even scientifically, in terms of science, they also truly they have proven some facts, but also with time, with years, those facts are also being modified. And I see that it's like an endless thing that is occurring, that after so many years, the fact that was accepted last few years or generation could also be modified or changed. But what I've just discovered is that I feel that some things are not physical. Like, I feel that some things are spiritual or
No, no.
supernatural.
Do you feel like you're answering the question that I asked, though?
Oh, did you
That's what
ask
I
a
was going to
question?
ask.
Did I ask a question?
I just want to get it because I thought you were
Yeah,
just
I
talking
did.
about that.
No, I
Yeah.
asked, what is the point? What is the point of worshiping this deity?
Mm,
If the things that I was sold on,
mm,
right, I actually shouldn't expect. What's
mm.
the what's the point?
Okay, with me, what I worship, I think I've been able to get limelight from it. There's situation where it came true for me. Perhaps maybe everybody have a different ways of who they worship, what they don't worship. If you don't worship anything, then it might not answer anything for you. But for me, what I've been configured into actually came through for me in so many
So
ways.
so you're saying that your worship moves the God to where the God answers and does things for you, is what you're saying.
Yeah, personally, from my own view, from my own perspective.
Okay. And so the God the God that you believe wants worship is not doing anything about feeding hungry people. Like, okay, let's say, I'm talking to you about your God. And my question to you is, why isn't your God feeding hungry people? Why is your God allowing the genocide and the raping of women in Sudan? And why is your God allowing the genocide of Palestinians? Why is your God allowing the enslavement, the displacement, the genocide of Congolese people? Why is your God allowing millions of children to go homeless and hungry in America? Why is your God allowing people that believe in it and use its name to store up billions of dollars in bank accounts from other believers and not do what they preach that they're supposed to do with it? Why is your God just sitting back allowing all that to happen but answering your prayers? What's your answer to that?
Thank you. I just feel that okay, with the knowledge of the book, which can also be, please, I want you guys to just take it easy with me. I just want to also get clarification and enlightenment, but talking from as a believer from where I come from, I discovered that the God that I know, that I'm able to connect with, which is the deity, um, he actually put man into a situation where they have to govern themselves, where they have to manage the atmosphere, where they have to engage, where they have to take dominion over everything that has to be done. So I feel that men are the ones, human beings are the ones who complicated the whole thing, because we want to have dominion over each other. We want to actually dominate and oppress each other
But
and
he's
have,
answering your prayers. Even though he's given man dominion
yeah.
and you live in the same world that he gave this dominion to men, he's still answering your prayers. He's still getting involved in your life. So why is he getting involved in your life and not the lives of all these other people?
That's a sensitive question. Okay, I just feel that, okay, like according to the book, his ways are not our ways. He structured some things for some things. I'm not saying that it's a fair God or it's not a fair God, but I feel that there's some things that has to be in place. Sometimes we might not feel that way. There's some people who have actually taken advantage of others years back, because the Bible says that the sin of the fourth generation, I mean the sin of our forefathers, will be also there will be punishment, there will be consequences on the fourth generation. I just feel that whatever people have done in years past also come through in generations to come, that their generation will also be suffering about it. But that's not where I'm going. What I'm talking about is that I feel that God has a way that he has structured everything, that both good and bad has to take place. And some things happens for a reason, and some things are meant to be. But there won't be any ways for me personally to change anything. I can only just pray and ask, and whatever it feels like, he will do it as a
You
superior
notice how
deity.
the deity that you worship is willing to move hell and high water to answer your prayers, but everybody else around you has to suffer so that this deity will have a relationship with you. Everybody else becomes the sacrifice and your relationship. And this book justifies that, right? When you quote Exodus 20. But for someone else, Ezekiel 18 goes against what you just said,
Mm,
because Ezekiel's God did not punish children to the fourth generation for the sins of their father.
mm,
Ezekiel's God says, what the hell are the people talking about when their parents have eaten sour grapes that the kids' teeth get rotten? Like, I ain't never said no shit like that.
mm,
Although Moses' God said he'll fuck kids up for generations for what their parents have done.
mm.
And that's you align with what Moses' God said he would do. And it's usually what, like, you say that you don't know the mind of your God, but you are the one that is creating the mind of your God, because the mind of your God typically has you prioritized.
And if the people who wrote this book didn't have a consistent version of the God, why would we ever expect the folks following it thousands of years later to have one? Like and the problem is that most believers don't even read this book thoroughly. They don't read it outside of the lens of their belief, and they don't know that these different requirements and versions of these stories are in the book. They just listen to what they've been told by their preacher, and they accept it as absolute truth. I think you find it, and I find it interesting when you all tell us that God has left the affairs of the world to man, or he gave us dominion and free will and all of these things. But what I think you fail to realize is that whether God has entrusted the world entirely to humans or not, I mean, if he's done that, he's pretty much made himself indistinguishable from not existing, because the outcomes will be the same. The outcomes in a world where God has handed the reins to humans to do what they want to do would be the exact same as a world where God isn't even real. God has no hand in it at all. And what you'd expect to see, or what I would expect to see, is the very thing that I see: 45,000 different denominations of this God of Christianity alone, and believers not even knowing what's in this book, yet believing this God has the power to do. Like, I would expect to see the confusion where they tell us that, y'all tell us that we've got free will, yet every prayer you utter is a request for God to take it away from you. to take away your free will to do the things that you don't want to do or that you've deemed as harmful, or to take away the free will of me to use my brain and realize that none of this stuff makes sense. It's contradiction after contradiction that we are expected to ignore while babies are starving. We're expected to believe this God there's nothing that is impossible for God. Preachers every single Sunday talk about the power of this God, this power that we have never seen, because you are the person that puts the fingerprint of God on the thing that works out for you.
Like, do you know how sadistic it sounds to me that what you basically said is that people have to die in Sudan in order for me to have the personal relationship that I have with my God? And in short, that's what you said. Children have to be essayed by pastors in order for me to know that I am special to the deity that I worship.
I'm not gonna be in support of that. I just feel that men are wicked. You men are
No,
just
I'm
wicked.
saying that's what you basically said. And all of
No.
the pretty words, yes you did. And all of the words that you used to sum it up, all of this has to exist in order for you to worship your God and for your God to answer your prayers because of your worship. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. What I'm just trying to say in actual fact is that okay, before Christianity came into existence, there have been different mode of worship. Okay, in a traditional way from Africa. They have a different kind of worship, and so many of them still believes in it. Like we have a god of thunder, we have god of
No, 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 no,
river, and god of
no,
like
no, no,
that.
no. When I
Yeah.
asked you, why is
Yeah.
your God allowing genocide in Sudan? Why is your God allowing hungry people? Why is your God allowing all of this stuff to happen, but blessing you and answering your
Well, what I
prayers? Hold on. And then you said that he gave dominion to humans and humans are doing bad things. So that's why that's happening. I said, okay, even with him giving dominion to humans, he still gets involved in your life. And I asked, why is he not getting involved in all these other people's lives? Even with him giving dominion to humans. You remember that part of the conversation?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and you said that it had to happen. And what I'm saying is, like, for you saying that all of this evil stuff has to exist so that you can have a relationship with your God and so that your God will answer your prayers. All these other people in the world have to be sacrificed so that you can have a personal relationship with the deity that you have chosen to worship. That's the answer that you give yourself that makes you feel better about your God not doing anything about all of this evil that's going on in the world, although you believe he has the power to, because you believe he's getting involved in your life and blessing you. He's using his power for you. It's sadistic to me that you find joy and peace and comfort in a God who you believe is all powerful, but has chosen to only use that power to bless you.
Okay. You know what I feel? There are moments in my life. It has not been rosy, it has not been peaceful. It doesn't mean everything I've asked him, he has done it. In fact, I've experienced worst things also in my life, and I've seen good things. But what I'm saying to you is that the fact that there are things happening in other countries, there are things happening in other places, does not mean it's not also happening around me or in my side or on my side. It doesn't mean that he loves me more or he loves them less. What I'm saying to you is that a lot of shit is happening all over the world. Today it can be here, tomorrow it can be there. No one even knows what is coming for them. But what I'm
Does that
saying,
change? Does that change Does that, like, what does that
Yeah.
have to do with my question of why is your God allowing it to happen? Why is your God not doing anything? If he's answering your prayers, why is he not answering the prayers of the many people who are going through genocide,
Okay.
who are on the streets starving?
I want to ask you something. Okay, before I ask you something,
No, can
that
you
we
answer
live.
my question though? You
Okay,
keep
okay. Let me
answer. You
answer
keep
you.
asking new questions without answering my
Okay,
question.
okay. I will answer yours now. I want to ask you something. When we make money as
We
humans,
doing it
he,
again?
he, he gave us the knowledge. I'm answering your question. I'm talking about the wickedness of man, of mankind. Man is just wicked. And we all know that. Because in the quest of looking for supremacy, in the quest of looking for dominion, in the quest of looking for power, we also want to dominate. We also want people, we want to give orders, and the world must follow suit. So definitely a lot of shit happened.
Hang on a
So
second.
man,
Hang on just a
man,
second. Thinker, was your question about man or was your question about God?
The God, and they always do this. They always
Every
go
single
to the
time.
man.
because God put man in charge, and man is
But
not
he's
doing what is
answering.
right.
But he's answering your prayers. He's getting involved in your life, despite your belief that he put man in charge. So if he can use his power to get involved in your life, my question is, why is he not doing that for other situations on earth?
Okay, I want to say something. When you have kids, for example, you got children. There are certain times that you would have to be there for your children. And at a point, you leave your children, they make their own decision. Let's say they're in school, university, or whatever, college. Or let's say when they get to 18 years or certain age, you start to give them the chance, they make their own decision. There are little things you can actually correct or change about them or talk to them to actually conform with. I just feel that that also is a structure that was there. When
Would
God
you let
created
your
man,
would you let your child starve? If they say your child was 25, something went down, they didn't have money for food, would you let them starve? I
of
wouldn't.
course, of course I won't.
I
I
wouldn't
won't.
either. Right. I,
I
I
won't.
don't care. I don't care if I had to not eat. My kid is gonna eat. I don't care if I had to not eat for your kid to eat. I'm not gonna let a baby starve.
That's true.
But your God does.
But now I want to ask you something. When in the charge of economy, in the charge of okay, we can see this God as a supernatural being, but He put man there, and in this present state, no man should be hungry, no man should be starving, no man even should be lacking money. But men are the ones in control of this, and why are they not making it accessible? Why are they not making it
Right.
for everybody?
We don't disagree with you. I think this is that we come to this fork in the road with believers all the time. In this conversation, you believe that you have access to the ear and the power of an unlimited almighty entity. We
Yeah.
don't. We know that every single thing that happens on this planet happens at the hand of a human. We know that. So we know that humans are going to be the ones that have to fix it. We know that there's plenty enough food on this planet to feed everybody. We know that there's plenty enough space right now to house everybody. And we know that there are a small group of people at the top that hoard those resources. But what we know that I think you don't know is that a main tool that allows them to do that is religion. The very thing that creates compliance and acceptance of situations, of power structures, is religion. Because the reality is, if you step outside of this bubble, outside of this indoctrination, and you ask the logical questions, there's absolutely no reason, and at least for me, I would not cozy up to a powerful thing that does the wrong thing. I don't care how unlimited the power is. Feed those babies, protect those women, protect those men. Stop letting people get hurt. At the very least, if this is your organization or if this is your man's, like, give them a heads up that somebody's going to be doing a social experiment that shines a light that has never in my life that has never been brighter on the issue with religion, on the issue with the power that this belief system holds and the lack of help that it gives. So I don't necessarily think the answers that y'all give in response to the question Thinker asked you stays where it needs to be. It's not about what humans do. We see what the fuck they can do. We see that those in power are usually in power because they are willing to exploit those that are not willing to exploit others. And that's just how things have gone throughout the annals of history up to this point. But it's not going to change as long as there are systems in place that allow adults to ignore reality and accept a version of reality that doesn't exist. For adults to ultimately have their adult-sized Santa Claus that watches everything that you do, knows every thought that you have, but don't question it. It's not going to change until we can push. We can push, put a little bit of pressure on that tendency. So we don't want to hear about what humans can do. We live the results of what humans do. We want to know what the God can do, because to date we've never seen this God act outside of a human.
And that's the thing, right? Like when I say you all make this claim, and when we take you at your word, y'all don't like that. Y'all want us to join the fairy tale with you. You want us to be a part of your script. In order for it to be real for you, we have to play along. Like Santa, we have to be willing to put the cookies out and eat them too, and then tell you Santa came. And in order to do that, we have to be willing to ignore that there are people dying in Sudan in the name of your God, that there are people dying in Palestine in the name of your God, that there are people dying here in America in the name of your God. We have to ignore that there are churches with billions of dollars in the bank while preaching on Sunday that Jesus came for the poor, for the marginalized. And then Jesus puts out his basket again to collect more money to add to the billions of dollars that he already has in the bank.
So you can pay his light bill and then go home and pray to him to help you pay yours.
Okay, I want to say that I get where you're coming from, and you guys are really saying the absolute truth. And I love the fact that you also making me understand how it is, honestly. But I just want to say something that, okay, if you have a company and you have board of directors, or you are the owner of your company, and people are working for you right there. You have managers, you have directors and stuff, and they all have responsibilities, and they are not fulfilling the responsibility in terms of what they need to do or how things are supposed to be structured out. What do you think? Don't you think the company will collapse? Don't you think there will be a lot of problems? And I now get where you guys come in to say, you as the owner of the company, then what do you do? You have to restructure. That is where I see that you are saying, what is God doing in the midst of all this? What is he doing in the midst of all these issues and problems? When you call on him or when you don't, how does he feel wherever he is? But what I'm just saying, that's why you are saying that we don't have to talk about what humans are doing to each other, but what is God
You all
doing in
focus
the midst of all
on
this?
the blame. Like there's a believer in the comments talking about you don't understand the concept of the devil. You focus on the blame when we're asking you about the solution. And your belief is that the solution is the God. Then where is the God? I'm not asking who to blame. I'm not even blaming the God. Where is the God? And y'all can't answer that question. Because you too yourself don't see the God in society. You don't see the God in reality outside of your own life. That's why y'all focus on the blame. Y'all change the question. You change the conversation every time. No one in here is asking you to blame your God. We're not blaming your God. We're not talking about who's doing the harm. We're asking, where is the God?
But another thing I wanted to say also, in addition to what I've been saying, is this. I understand where is the God, but I think it's somewhere, perhaps as a superior deity watching. And I'll tell you a reason. Sometimes, you see, we men, we are so deceitful. When things does not go our way, when things are maybe
Why
going
you're
smooth
back
or
on men? You're back on blaming humans.
okay, no,
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 we're
no,
not. I'm
no.
not talking about the blame.
I'm
There's
not
no
saying the blame
like
now.
you are. You're back on blaming humans.
I'm talking
You
about,
literally start off and said that the God is somewhere,
yeah.
right?
I'm
The God,
just saying that.
where
I'm just
is
saying
the
that.
God?
I'm just saying that when we want something to change, we want it immediately. But before that, is there no way for us also to be uptight or to do
Where
what is
is the
needful?
God? Period. Where is the God? Period.
I rest my case. Thinker. You actually a thinker.
That has nothing,
Wow.
that's your, but you guys are talking about two completely different things. Like you're saying that we want immediate answers. Your response is, I guess, leaning to God is not a genie. Is that where you're going?
I was going that if something happens to this point and we don't see him react or do something, it doesn't mean he doesn't want to do it. It doesn't mean he can't do it. But what I'm saying is that before it get to this
Where
point,
is it? Period.
there
For
might
you
there
to
might
even
have been
make that claim, right?
there
Oh,
might have
just
been a
because
lot
he's
of
not
warning.
doing it doesn't mean he doesn't want to do it. How do you know that?
Yep.
Where is it?
Y'all speak for a God you claim to not be able to comprehend all the fucking time. He don't do this. He can't do this. He won't do that. This isn't in his nature. This is what he wants. You can't tell me what I want. And I'm sitting right here having this conversation with you. I would have to tell you what I want. But the problem is that y'all don't realize that the power that you claim God has lives in your mind. Your belief is a lens that's required in order to see the power of God. You take those lenses off, the power vanishes. And we still have not seen this God.
And there
But
is a
if I
believer in the comments saying the God is in our hearts, the God is in us, the God is in our heads. We fucking know that.
Yep.
Which is why the tonight's topic is, why aren't you mad at yourself?
hmm.
We know
Thinker,
that.
thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let me just jump. I need to get something done, please. Thank you. I enjoyed it. I appreciate the honor and the preference. Thank you.
Have a good one. Like the selfishness is just it's almost like y'all are unaware of how selfish you are, because your God answers your prayers. Then you know your God is in your head. You know your God is in your heart, which tells us that you are responsible for doing the things that you claim your God wants done or isn't doing. Stop fucking typing in caps in my comments. So why aren't you mad at yourself? How about, since God is in your head, how about you have him unmute your ass? And how about you have him make me bring you on stage?
The crazy part, thinkers, that they don't realize the way they're reacting to this whole social experiment in this conversation is proving exactly what we've been saying all along.
We had that conversation with several believers tonight. They don't care.
No.
What that one of them just kept reciting cliches over and over in a very monotone voice. They don't care. They say their God doesn't want them to be robots. It's The thing is that they say things, they are another thing, and they don't care, and they know it. They know they're not the representation of what they say. They know they're not the representation of what they believe, and they don't care. They know they are the harm, and they don't care. It has nothing to do with my perspective. It's what y'all show. That's the purpose of the conversations. You all get up here, you say things, you behave specific ways, you show it, you do it, you say it. Y'all want people to play in your fucking fairy tale and ignore that y'all will come up here and threaten someone's life. And then you want to try to erase our memory because your fucking mind is used to being brainwashed. You want to try to erase our memory through manipulation, through shame, through dishonesty, and ask us to pretend like you didn't just fucking do that. Ask us to pretend like you didn't just say that your God answers your prayers, but all this other stuff has to exist so your God will know that you voluntarily chose to worship it. It's sadistic as fuck that you've agreed that every other person who is not you should be the sacrifice for your fucking relationship with this God. That's what you are saying to us. That you've agreed to sacrifice other people and you're okay with that. While believing that your God sacrificed itself. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Go ahead, Fee. Dixon,
Hi.
your ass cannot come up here. I told you not to type in caps in my comments. You did it any fucking way. You and Jesus are muted the entire live, and that includes coming on stage.
Was that the one screaming to come up?
Yeah. And I was going to bring them up. But when I told him not to type in caps, he did it again in defiance. So now him and Jesus are in timeout for the rest of the fucking live.
Jesus in timeout is wild. I was just going to add that to what you were saying is that beliefs are not just words, like they lead somewhere, right? And the purpose of these conversations is to just get y'all to give a shit about where they lead to and not only focus on how good they feel for you or the benefit that they hold for you. And I don't think that I don't think that that's an unrealistic expectation. That's all I was going to add.
African Den, how old are you?
June. I'm 41.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm well past deconstructing. I've been an atheist I've been agnostic
What are
atheist
you
for the
right now?
last 18 years. I will say I'm an
What?
agnostic atheist, but I am learning about African spirituality, which thankfully doesn't have a God in the center.
Okay, so I don't talk about African
I the,
spirituality on here. Okay, the
no, no,
topics
no.
are about the God of
I'm not about
Christianity.
talking about. I'm not talking about African spirituality today. I'm an agnostic atheist. Now, the
Okay,
only reason I
no,
came up was
hold
simply
on, hold on.
because
Hey, hey,
one of
hey,
the
hey,
things
hey,
that
hey, 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 hey. I'm trying to let you know how to engage in this space. Okay. All right. As an agnostic atheist, you still have to stick to the topic that we are discussing. I don't want you to address the topic that we just had with the last guy that was on stage. Okay. I want to hear from your perspective regarding believers um, should be mad at themselves just as much as they're mad at the church for the harm that the church perpetuates. That's the topic.
Right. That's understood. Okay, so does anyone understand about narcissism? Like if you have a family dynamic that's narcissistic.
Yes.
Anybody ever experienced that or anyone been in that kind of dynamic? So in a narcissistic dynamic, you would usually have, of course, a parent who creates this echo chamber of logical fallacies that people are forced to abide by. And in that fallacy, you basically have a situation where you know part of you knows is wrong, but the problem is that you are punished for not abiding by it. So in that space, you basically have to apply this weird logic where they can be wrong, they blame you for everything. You are, and especially when you are resisting it because you're trying to keep your sanity, you are the bad child. You are a bad person. They make it really, really clear you're a bad person, and you might start to internalize that. Whereas the golden children are the ones who basically learn the rules, follow the rules, and then inherently become narcissists themselves. And so then they kind of defend the system. The people who rat you out, the people who make you basically like appointed deputies of the system. That's essentially what the Abrahamic religions tend to do. So when you ask the question, does the world need more or less Jesus followers? It's basically the golden children. They see themselves as the good people because that's
I'm
what
sorry.
they've been told they are. In
Uh, African Jen, did you hear me explain to you what the topic was?
it's in the thing, isn't it?
No. I gave
Why
you
are we shocked?
remember when I
Okay.
asked when I said I'm trying to tell you how to engage in here and then I said a bunch of words after that. Like do you remember the topic that I gave you?
You said you want me to engage the topic. I shouldn't go back to discussing what the last guy discussed.
Right, and then I stated what tonight's topic was, specifically regarding believers being mad at themselves and not just the church for the harm that the church perpetuates. That's the topic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, okay. So the topic is about believers being mad at themselves rather than the church.
They should be
Yes.
mad
Okay.
at
So okay, so
themselves. Right.
right. Right. Okay. So essentially, yeah. So it ties back into what I was saying about narcissism because essentially that's how it works and I come from a very narcissistic family, which is what led me to start realizing how my belief worked. Where essentially I looked at my diary when I was a Christian, and in there I was always depressed. And then people could keep asking me, but what if you found God the right way? And I said, I don't want to go back to that existence. I was always failing. Every single day I wake up believing I can be a better Christian. I was always failing, and I was always because the rules are impossible. And not just that, but it's like I would blame myself for it because God cannot be to blame. That's the way it's been set up, right from Adam and Eve. God is not to blame for the kerfuffle he organized. It has to be his followers. It has to be Adam and Eve, in spite of the fact that it doesn't make logical sense that they should be blamed for that. Like you wouldn't blame a child for touching fire, but that's what it basically causes you to have. So even when you've stepped out of it, it's still a lot of people even deconstructing admits the fact that they still have guilt about certain things. They still sort of have inertia to just be themselves because there's this whole programming that has been done literally since you were a child. And so that's basically is indoctrination. And so, especially with Christians, that system is imperative because if you can blame yourself, then it's about believing that you can do better. And therefore, it's not the system to blame because if you blame the system, then you want to leave the system. But that's not allowed. That's essentially a cult. And
Mhm.
that's how cults work. And Christianity,
I don't
Islam,
think you
Judaism,
know.
these are the biggest
I
cults.
don't. Well, I agree with everything that you're saying. Right, you sound very, very intelligent. You're still not on the topic. Right, the we're talking about believers being mad at the church for the harm the church perpetuates. But
Right.
believers are the
Okay.
church.
Okay. So you're talking about individually. Okay. Right. Right.
No,
I
no,
see
no,
what you mean.
no. Like, hear me out, okay? Because this is gonna be my third time giving the topic. Um, the topic is regarding believers of this God pointing the finger at the church for the harm the church does while not pointing the finger at themselves. Because as believers, they are perpetuating the belief that causes the harm. And so the topic is
Okay.
believers should also be mad at themselves and not just the church.
Okay, so to clarify the characters in there, you're talking about the difference between a believer looking at, oh, it's the people who are to blame, it's not the church which is to blame. Is that what you're essentially referring to? Like when people blame the church system for the crimes of the church, the people are like, no, 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 because these people don't believe, that's why they're behaving that way. It's not all Christians are believers. Is that what you're essentially referring to?
Let me give you an example. A believer is mad that the church um, is not feeding people, that the church is misusing funds, right? But they still believe in the God, right? And they're not, feeding people, right? They're still giving authority to the church. They're still giving authority to the things the church teaches. And so what I'm saying is just because they're not in the church doesn't mean they're not as responsible for the shit the church does. Because they still perpetuate the same teachings, the same books, the same ideology.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. So they are Christians, but they are not in the particular church that is under scrutiny.
The church, period.
Oh, the church,
But
period. Okay, okay. So basically, any
I
negative
don't know,
thing
is
that the
this really
church is
hard?
accused of. No, I'm just trying to clarify whether the person who is accusing, who is basically not accusing the church, but is essentially uh, is not realizing that they are the person who is sorry, the person who is not taking responsibility as being a part of. So I'm assuming the person is Christian also.
The believer, regardless if they're Christian, they
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
in the
yeah.
God of the Bible,
Okay,
right?
believer. Yeah,
Yeah, and
right.
they point the finger and say the church isn't doing this. That's why I left the church. The church causes harm. That's why I left the church. But they're still believers in the same God, right? The church isn't feeding hungry people, right? Because Jesus said feed hungry people, right? Like they're still
Okay,
perpetuating
okay.
the same teachings, right? They're still doing the same thing. They just don't identify with the church. So the topic tonight, it's really focused on like believers. Like, why aren't you mad at your damn selves? Because you're still doing and saying the same things. You're just not tied to a church.
Okay, right. I see what you mean.
Okay.
Well, I think it's also partly because the relationship is directly between themselves and God, who from which the source of the problem arises in the first place. So whether or not it's an entire church that is behaving that way, or it's the individual who is not necessarily participating in the church, but it basically is the same thing. So they might not realize it, but essentially the very problems that you accuse, it's always easy to stand out and look at the church and say, because it's a church, it's supposed to do this, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, you're part of that system. Even the people don't realize that when they say the church, they're not talking about just the building or the particular institution. It's the entire institution that comes from those beliefs. So a person out of the church, even though they are Christian, is essentially participating exactly what the church does. If they were in the church, they'll be the same thing. They might just work within a structure or not work within a structure in this case, but essentially it's the same thing. So all the negative things that come from the church, and I guess I was extending it to just the fact that sometimes you have them always make excuses of the people don't believe right, they don't have proper faith, that's why they act the way they do. But the problem is that they assume that they do, and yet, when you look at their policies, their views on anything in society is just as negative, is just as toxic as the church. And that's why I'm just tying it back to what I also ultimately said, that if you understand and if you really study about narcissistic relationships, and for some of us who had about a decade to have to deconstruct and pain that we had to deal with because we felt like people made us feel like we're horrible. We literally lost jobs and everything for having, openly come out as being not Christian. We had to reconcile with the fact that this is a narcissistic relationship. and that the logic doesn't make sense once you're in that bubble. And when you step out of it, you're dealing with someone who is still in that bubble. And therefore, a lot of the time I've been on many of these panels, they're constantly lying. And I ask myself, these are supposed to be the Christians. These are supposed to be believers. Why does lying need to happen? Well, because their system itself is a lie. So they would have to lie to defend it. They may start out very peaceful. They may start out like pastors, but then eventually they ultimately always lie to defend what is essentially not true. And that's because of the nature of that relationship. It stems from its creator. It stems from the person in the center of it. So it doesn't matter whether they're in the church or out of the church, they are going to behave exactly like it. That's basically all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you. Solitude, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 24.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
And so my question is, as a believer in Jesus, when believers say that the church is not doing what Jesus wanted, why aren't believers mad at themselves as much as they're mad at the church? You carry this Jesus in you. You are just as responsible, right? You are the representation of this Jesus on earth. Why aren't you mad at yourself?
I would say because I'm not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect human.
Is Jesus in you?
I would say that I am mad at myself. I don't claim to be not mad at myself sometimes, you know.
You're mad at
I would
yourself for
say,
there being hungry people on the earth?
well, yeah. I mean, if I had the money to provide for all these people, I would, but I don't at the moment. I
But
think
but you have
if
Jesus,
people
right?
had, yeah, I have Jesus. I believe I
Okay, so
do.
what is Jesus doing in you to help with that? Why isn't Jesus providing you with that? What's the purpose of Jesus?
The purpose of Jesus is my own experience, I believe. You see, Jesus is just the Son of God, the Son of Man as well, two beings in one, I would say. If you're pointing it towards helping others, like Jesus helping others, he should come down and help others. I would say. I would ask you, why do you not help others? Why do you not
You
feed the
would be
people
wrong
in
to
your
say
area?
that I don't. You would be wrong to say that I don't. I actually
Like, yeah,
do.
I'm just asking. Just like, I don't know if you do or don't.
You
I
just
just,
asked that question and I
it's not
answered
a lot
it,
of
and
people.
but I'm saying, right? You asked that question and I answered it. You would be wrong to say that I don't.
Okay, so I was wrong in assuming that you don't. My bad on that.
Right.
But not everyone can afford to feed such people,
But you
and
have Jesus, I don't. Right? You have Jesus. And when
yes,
you all say that the church, right, who has the money, the majority of the churches have the money. Not every church does, but the majority of them do, and they don't. And I understand y'all's anger when you're saying that the church is misusing the money, right? But it's those of you that believe in this God that give the church that authority, right? Your belief gives the church the authority. And then you leave the church, cool, but you carry the belief with you and you still believe that this God is with you, and yet you still can't do anything about the hunger on the earth. And then when I
that's not
ask, like, what is the purpose of Jesus? If Jesus is telling you to feed the hungry, but not providing you with the funds to do that or the way to do that, what's the purpose of Jesus? Especially if Jesus is sitting back, allowing the church to collect money, to
yeah.
collect wealth and property, and allowing people to go hungry and homeless while you carry him around without the ability to do it. What's the purpose of Jesus?
Well, the purpose of Jesus would be to teach us what you should be doing, but we as humans aren't perfect. the head owners of churches aren't perfect, so they may be selfish and greedy. I mean, they're all sinners. We're all sinners. I would say that putting us all in one group, saying that us people who believe in this stuff, um, asking about how Jesus is supposed to help us or isn't helping us, and you're saying we're all, because you refer to us as we, right? So we're all in the wrong for such belief. I believe that's wrong because,
Where did I say that? This is the second time that you have fucking assumed some shit.
well,
You did not hear me say that. I said, "Where is Jesus?" That's what I said.
no,
If I
yeah,
asked
you
you
said
if
where is
Jesus is
Jesus?
no, because I'm not gonna let you put words in my mouth. You did not hear me say that you are wrong. Stop.
No,
Stop.
that's
No,
how
no, no. I don't care
you,
how you took it. You didn't hear me say it. I
you
did not
said
say that. I said,
you
"Where is Jesus?" You said Jesus is inside of you. I asked you, or do you carry Jesus inside of you? You said yes. So I
yes.
asked you, "Where is Jesus?" If you believe that Jesus wants you to feed the hungry, but you don't have the ability to because you don't have the funds, then where is Jesus and what is the purpose of Jesus?
Okay, so what I was referring to was when you said we, as in people at church. So I wasn't
No, I
referring
said
to,
people who believe in Jesus. I didn't say shit about
yeah,
people at church. I
yeah. So
said
people
those
who
of
believe
you
in
that
Jesus.
believe in Jesus, those of you that believe in Jesus, where is Jesus? What is the purpose of Jesus?
Okay, again, we, the people who believe in Jesus, you're putting us all in a group. So,
Because y'all
let,
believe in Jesus.
yeah,
The group is people who believe in Jesus.
yeah, yes, I understand that. Can I just want to speak for a moment. There are people who believe in Jesus who try their best to feed who they can with what they
Where
have.
is Jesus?
Jesus is
Where is
in,
Jesus?
okay, Jesus is, for me, I would say Jesus is in the teachings of what we believe. In our hearts, I guess. I mean, well, he's in our hearts for our beliefs. But you saying that we asking about where Jesus is when there are hungry people in the world, there are people like me, or like not like me because I can't really afford it, but there are other Christians, right, feeding these people, right? You can't just put us all under one thing saying,
Are
She's
the
not.
where is
people
Jesus?
doing
If
it
no
or
one,
is Jesus doing it? Are the people doing it or is Jesus doing it?
well, sometimes people feed because they believe that Jesus has taught them the way
Are
through the
the
Bible.
people doing it or is it Jesus? Which one?
Well, it's a hard question to answer because
It's
some
not a
things
hard
happen.
question to answer because if Jesus is in you, then Jesus should be able to feed the hungry. If Jesus is in those with money and Jesus is feeding the hungry, it shouldn't matter whether you have money or not if Jesus is doing it.
Well, it does matter because we live in a material world where Jesus
Then
is
it
one of
ain't
the
Jesus'
material world right
power.
now.
Then it ain't Jesus. It's the human. It's the human with the resources that's doing it. It's not Jesus. Because the Jesus in you don't have the resources and he can't do shit. But if the Jesus is in a wealthy person and they have resources, then they can do it. It's the human.
Or sometimes people do things in a way for Jesus. So
It's still the
putting
human
us
and it's
all under
still
one
not
thing.
Jesus. It's still the human. It is still not Jesus doing it.
Okay, so let me say a quick story. If let's say if I pray to Lord, can I have $1 million and win the lotto, and I win the lotto out of nowhere, out of pure luck, and then start feeding the homeless or the hungry people, would you still say it's not Jesus and it's just
Yes.
me?
Yes, because when you had Jesus and you didn't win $1 million and you couldn't feed the hungry, it was you not feeding the hungry. Yes.
No, that's just me not having the means to provide for those people.
Because Jesus don't have the means when you don't have the means, Solitude.
Jesus
Your
has a
Jesus
means
is
as
broke.
well.
When you are broke, so is your Jesus. When you are wealthy, so is your Jesus.
Well, that's the thing is I'm not the only one who represents Jesus. There's many people who do, so that's wrong.
Is your Jesus fragmented?
I don't believe he's fragmented. No.
Evidently, he
For
has to be if he's broke sometimes and wealthy other times.
no, that's just a
He's
personal
he's
experience
he,
and reality of how
if
life is.
if your Jesus is broke over here but wealthy over here, he's fragmented.
No, I would say it's more of if you have like $5 to your name and you believe Jesus wants you to feed people, but you're a selfish being who doesn't want to feed these people, then that's a you. That's a personal thing where you don't.
Why does your Jesus only have $5?
No,
Why is
I
your
have
Jesus,
$5.
who is the creator of all of the earth, inside of you with only $5?
No,
Why
no,
does that Jesus only have access to $5 inside of you?
no. I have $5, right?
Why
Because I live in
when
conservative
you
way.
have $5 to your name, can your Jesus feed 100 people with that $5 while he's in you?
Not for me, but for other people, yes.
No, through you. When he's in you and you have access to $5 and that's it, can your Jesus feed 100 people through you with that $5?
But that would be a miracle, wouldn't it? Like, let's be honest.
Which will require a deity, right?
Well, God is a deity, is he
And
not?
he's in you. That
He is
deity,
me.
that deity that can perform that miracle is inside Solitude.
Yes, he is a deity. Yes,
Right.
he
So
is.
that deity that's inside Solitude with the power to perform a miracle to feed 100 people with $5, where is that deity, Solitude? And why isn't he feeding people with $5 inside of you?
Well, I don't know how to understand. I would say through my perspective of that and my belief in that is the Lord says in the Bible, he gave us dominion over earth. So we have full control over it. We have full freedom of choice of what we can do and can't do. And he will let us do
What
what
does
we
your
want to do.
freedom of choice have to do with whether or not your God perform a miracle while he's in you?
Well, that's you trying to make him accountable for something that he's already given us as a collective humans, collective consciousness, collective people. You're trying to put it on one person. That's what you're
One
trying to do.
person or a deity with all power?
Well, he has all power, but then we have freedom. We have free will, and without free
So
will,
you don't
if
want to feed hungry people. Is that what
no,
I'm understanding?
I
You're
do.
using your free will to tell the deity, the all powerful deity that's inside of you, no, I won't let you use me to feed hungry people. Like, is that what you're saying to the Jesus in you?
No, I do want to
Well, then
feed.
your free will wants to feed hungry people, right? I can hear it in your voice. You want to
Yeah,
feed hungry people, don't you? So it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
free will isn't the reason your Jesus is not feeding hungry people through you. Your Jesus is not feeding hungry people through you because you don't have the resources, Solitude. If you did, you would. I can hear it in your voice.
Yes,
It's not because you are just saying, I don't want to do it, Jesus. That's not true. But for some reason, what I can't understand is why you're willing to take the blame for that shit. While you believe an all powerful deity is inside of you who can perform the miracle and feed hungry people.
well, supposedly he has feed a lot of people with the bread and the fish in the Bible. But
Do you live
if,
in the
if
Bible? Are these hungry people that we're talking about today, are they in the pages of that book?
no,
Can
man,
you
no,
go back?
no, no.
Can you go back to Matthew and Luke and pull the fish from those pages and feed the people that are hungry today?
Based on my experience, no, man.
Then why are we talking about that? It's what you believe today, that this all powerful deity is inside of you and has the power to feed the hungry. When I say you all give the church the authority, when you believe this and you carry this, and then you say that, oh, it's he can do it, he just doesn't do it. He's in me, he can do it, he just doesn't do it. You make excuses for the people who have the power to do it, the people who use the authority of this belief system to perpetuate further harm. And if
I'm a
you're going to
fan.
believe, if you're going to tell me that a Jesus lives in you, the only thing I can do, Solitude, is take you at your word. And the deity that you're saying lives in you can perform miracles. So where are the miracles?
I would say the miracles, based on the history of the Bible, is they finished when Jesus died on the cross and rose again, and he was not of the material world anymore. And I believe we have free will as peoples, right? So free will means if God came down from heaven right now, everyone would just believe that he is real, and we'd have no real choice in what is our own belief system. So free will wouldn't really exist. And
So your
in a
God
way,
in you is allowing, the God in you is sacrificing hungry children so that you can freely choose it to live in you. Is that what I'm understanding? Your God
no,
prioritizes his dwelling in you and allows hungry children so that he can live in you
I would
by
say
choice. Huh?
I would say humans allow people to go hungry.
No, because
When
your God has the power. Your God has the power. What you're saying is your God isn't using that power, because if he did, then free will wouldn't exist and he wouldn't know that you are letting him live inside of you for free, voluntarily.
I
That's
would
what you're
believe that
saying.
we have the power to, like, we as a collective humans, we have the power to feed these people, but we do not
But
as
your God has the
individuals.
power, right? Your
Yes, the
God
God.
has the power. Your God doesn't use the power because your God is prioritizing your free will to let him live inside of you voluntarily.
But yes, as a collective people, it's not just me. As a
No, no,
collective
no. I'm talking
people,
about you. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about the Jesus that lives in you. The Jesus that
well, I
lives in you has the power to feed hungry people. He just chooses not to, because what
well,
he's prioritizing is your free will to voluntarily choose him.
I feed who I can. I mean, at the times
I'm
when
I'm
I have
asking
money
about the God. I'm asking about the God. The
okay,
Jesus
so
that lives in you has the power to feed these hungry people, correct?
yes.
But he doesn't. He doesn't because he prioritizes your free will over hungry people, correct?
Well, that's your perspective of it. I
Okay,
mean,
so I'm gonna
you
ask again. If
see
it's not
of
my perspective, it's not my perspective. So I'm gonna ask this question again. Solitude, the Jesus that lives in you has the power to feed hungry people, correct?
yes.
Why doesn't he do it? Why doesn't he use that power to feed hungry people?
Well, I believe it does work through me through when I do feed homeless people that I come across as a human being
Solitude,
in the
solitude.
world.
I mean, I'm gonna I have to. I see. I have to be very specific with you. Solitude. The Jesus that lives in you has the power to feed 25 million people at one time. Correct?
No, because I'm a human being in a material world.
I
I
didn't ask
cannot
about you.
actually
The
do that.
Jesus that lives in you, the deity that lives in you, does that deity have the power to perform a miracle and feed 25 million people?
The deity has the power. I do not.
Okay, the deity has the power, and that deity lives in you, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Does that deity have that power while it's in you, or does it throw its power away when it enters you?
I believe it has the power, but I do not believe I have the
Right.
power.
Okay. The deity has the power while it's in you. Why doesn't that deity use that power while it's in you?
Or then that would just be a miraculous miracle when and then
Right.
instantly people would believe
Yes.
that.
Why doesn't the deity do miraculous miracles through you?
I'm not too sure about that that question right there. Thinker, what your name is? I would say I'm just not chosen, I guess, like Jesus was. I would say I'm not too sure.
So
I have a finite mind. I
Your
can't
Jesus
understand
lives in you.
everything.
Hold on, one thing at a time. You're not chosen. Okay. He lives in
I,
you with hold on. He lives in you with all of this miraculous power, this ability to perform miracles. Because you're not chosen, he allows people to go hungry.
that's my
Instead of using you to feed hungry people.
well. I do feed hungry people who I can help, not
Good.
millions,
Thank you,
but
Solitude,
some.
for doing that. But what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about your limited ability. I'm talking about your deity's unlimited ability. That's what we're talking about. I appreciate you for doing it, for feeding hungry people. Like I said, I can hear in your voice that you don't want people to starve. I genuinely think you care about feeding hungry people.
Well, that
Thank you
brings
for
it
that.
back to
I'm not talking about you though. I am not
yeah.
talking about
I
you.
know you're
Well, I'm
speaking about.
talking about the God. I know y'all hate it when I talk about your God. You hate
No,
it.
I don't hear it.
But there is a
I don't hear
God
it.
living in you. There's a God living in you. There's
Through
a
me.
God living in you with all of this miraculous ability. And what you want me to believe right now, Solitude, is that God is allowing people to go hungry instead of using that miraculous power because he has not chosen you.
Well, it would take away freedom. It would take away free will. If
So we're
if a
back at that.
miracle
Now we're
happens, yeah, yeah,
hold
yeah,
on.
cut
One
you
thing at a
off.
time. One thing at a time. Now remember
It
you
is
said
one
that
thing.
was my hold on. Remember you said that was my perspective when I said that after you said it the first time. So I just want to make sure that you take a mental note that this is not my perspective, but it is exactly what you have said. That your God lives in you with all of this miraculous power, has not chosen you, and is allowing 25 million people to go hungry instead of using that miraculous power because of your free will.
Well, think of it like this. Maybe we are talking. You're speaking about how he's not using his power to feed people, or maybe you asking me these questions is his way of pushing me to answer these questions with how we, as a peoples, not just me, aren't feeding these people. So when you're asking me, if God isn't,
Solitude. You're back to the humans. I'm starting to think that the humans are the ones with the power and not a deity. Right? I'm starting to think that there is no purpose to your deity whatsoever other than your fairy tale. So I want to go back to the deity that's living inside of you.
yeah, well,
You because you keep going
just
to the
remember
humans. I'm starting to
this,
think you even think humans have more power than your deity. Is that the
just,
case?
just remember this free will,
I get the
meaning,
free will. That's what I want to talk about. Your God is allowing people to starve because of free will. Is that correct?
I would say we are allowing people to starve because of
But your God is not using the power that it has to feed
if he used
humans.
if he used those powers, people would not have free will because then they would
Right. So your
just.
God is prioritizing free will of humans over feeding humans who are starving. Correct?
I wouldn't say he's prioritizing. I would say he's
It,
doing
it,
what he said in the Bible,
if
which
is he
we have
not
free
feeding
will and
humans? Is he
dominion.
not feeding humans because of he wants to not violate free will?
Well, we have dominion over earth, as the Bible says, meaning we have
Is he
control
not
over
feeding
our own
humans?
experiences.
Is your God Solitude? Is your God not feeding humans because he does not want to violate human free will?
I would say he gives people
Is
a
he
choice.
not? Is he not? Is he not feeding humans through his miraculous power because he does not want to violate humans' free will? Yes or no?
Is he not using his power to? So I am drunk at the moment. 1 second. Let me just think about that. Is he not using his power?
Did you just say you were drunk at the moment?
Yeah, yeah. You,
Yeah. Hey,
Okay. It's
that's not a
honest.
problem.
Hey, no shade.
That's not a
No, no
problem.
shade. You're being honest. I respect that.
Yeah. Um. So if God, yeah. So God not giving us a magical miracle feeding all humans because He wants us to keep our freedom of choice and free will over that. I believe that would be true. Um,
right. And so, if that is the case, if that is true, that would mean he prioritizes your free will over hungry humans.
well, that's my perspective on it. That's
Yeah.
my
Right.
perspective.
Right. Of course.
That's only
Of course.
perspectives are just opinions. They're not
Yeah.
true. They're just
Right. That's how
opinions
you
of
see your God. That's how you see your God operating. The God that lives in you prioritizes free will over hungry humans. He has the power to do it,
yeah,
but he won't because he cares more about you voluntarily allowing it to live inside of you.
because it would take away our free will. I believe.
Right.
Yes.
So hungry humans are necessary in your God's plan so that you can choose it.
Well, without, as they say in philosophical ideas, without chaos there is no order. Right. So without
Then
hunger,
that means there's chaos in heaven. There's no order. Either there's no order in heaven or there's chaos in heaven
well,
where
the
your
first
God is.
sin was made in heaven by Lucifer, which is pride, the
Is
sin of
it still
pride.
there? Is it still there?
I'm not too sure at this moment, but I do know
Is
that
there chaos in your God? Is your God chaos?
I have a finite mind. I don't have an infinite mind, so I do not.
Then why
Um,
did you just try to answer where there's no order, there's no chaos? Why did you just try to give a infinite answer using a finite mind?
because I can't explain it in a finite mind, so I'm trying to
But you just gave,
grasp it.
you did though. You just answered for an infinite idea using your finite mind. And so I'm engaging with that. Your
Yeah.
where there's no chaos, there is no order. That would mean that there with if your God does everything decently and in order, there is also chaos in that. That your God is chaotic.
Well, that's just me being a finite mind,
Oh,
trying to
so
grasp
this is
an
another
infinite
thing
mind.
that you don't want me to this is another thing that you just want me to take as an opinion.
Yeah, because I
You
don't
don't want me to
actually.
take you seriously, do you?
No, I just don't understand. Like I can't answer an infinite
That's
mind
funny
type
because you have an
question.
infinite entity living in you, and you
I
can't tell
that's what
me
I
what for
believe.
what
You see,
purpose. You have this infinite entity living in you who's broke. He's broke
that
because you're broke. He doesn't use his miraculous power to feed hungry people because he cares more about you giving him a lease for however many years you are alive and you voluntarily choosing to let him lease your body to do
no,
absolutely to let me guess, to think finite thoughts about infinite things that you actually don't understand. That's the purpose of Jesus leasing your body.
no. I would just say that that's just human knowledge at its point of origin at the moment of this 21st century. Like we are finite beings trying to grasp the infinite um, knowledge and understanding, but as finite beings, we don't actually know what the hell we're talking about. So all we can do is try to grasp at it. I'm just trying to
Mhm.
grasp at
I think
that.
yeah, I get it. I get it. You just basically feel or believe that a deity is living in you. There's nothing
Yeah,
living in
yeah.
you. You have
Well,
a brain in your head, you have a heart in your body, lungs, blood, vessels, neurons, protons, electrons in your body, water,
yeah, well, I
right,
believe
in your
most of.
body, mucus, but not a deity.
Well, a deity is just a word, a label, in a
Hmm.
way. I believe in for my own experience. I don't believe in. I haven't read the Bible actually, but I've experienced things that I can't explain myself because I don't have that knowledge to explain it. And I stand on my truth. It's truth is subjective. It's my
You
own
haven't
truth.
spoken any truth. You haven't
Well,
spoken any
I
truth.
can tell
It's
you.
not true that a deity is living in you, right?
No,
That's a belief you
well,
have.
truth is subjective, so it's
No,
my truth.
no, it's not. It's
It
not
is.
true. It's not. It's not true that a deity lives in you. That's a
It's
belief
my
that
truth.
you have. It's not true. That's a belief you
No,
have.
you see, truth is subjective, meaning everyone has their own truth. So for me, that is my truth. But for you, it could be something else.
It's not
You know,
true.
I don't
It's a
mind
belief.
that.
It's not true. It's a belief.
That's why I said it's subjective.
It's not. It's not
Truth is
true. It's not
subjective.
true. It's not true.
That's
It's
for
not
you,
true. It's a
thinker.
belief. It's a faith. That's a belief you have. It's not true.
Things that are true can be demonstrated. Things that are true can be repeated. Things that are true can be tested. Every single thing that we've asked you that would demonstrate the existence of this unlimited, all powerful deity living in you, you've not been able to do that. I mean, the power of your deity is limited by whatever resources you have. So you may say, you may call it a personal truth, okay, but it is a belief, something that you cannot demonstrate. It's true that you have a heart pumping in your chest, because all humans do, unless you can show or demonstrate otherwise. But it is something you believe. That does not make it true. It makes it a belief. And I wanted to ask you this. You said that God doesn't intervene and feed people because it would be a violation of free will.
Yeah, I
So,
believe so. That's
so
just what I believe.
okay. So in what way was the free will of the people in the Bible violated when he gave them manna from heaven? And in what way was the free will of the people violated when Jesus fed them with those limited number of fish and loaves? Like, where did that limitation of free will demonstrate itself in those stories?
The limitation of free will is because my understanding you can't just make bread appear out of nowhere and fish appear out of nowhere, and it happened in the Bible as it says. So that would be the limitation of my um, understanding of it. Yeah.
I don't know how that answered my question. What do you mean by that would be a violation of free will? Maybe we're not talking about the same thing. You said that he can't do these things
Free
because it would
will.
violate free will. In what way?
Free will is your own, you as a person, your own choice in matters depending on situations of what you can and cannot do, right? And what you choose to or not do. And I would say feeding people out of nowhere just like that with bread and fish is
Y'all will
suppose that.
say
He's supposed to do
any
that.
dumbass thing to defend your belief. Like this
For
shit is
real.
dumb.
Because my next
That's
question
not
was going to
dumb.
be, did you limit the free will of the person that you fed with the $5 you had? Like, you're
Um,
you're ultimately turning altruism into something that's bad, a violation of free will. You're basically saying that for God to do the thing that he tells you throughout this book, according to your belief, that he can do, has done, and will do, is a violation of free will. That's a bad thing.
I said he works for me. I didn't say he did it for me.
You said what now?
I believed he worked for me. That's a belief. That's not an actual
The crazy
conceptualized
thing
truth.
is you believe that your Jesus, instead of using his infinite power to feed millions of people, will use your $5. That's the fucked up thing.
You're
This is what I
laughing at
mean.
that.
Exactly.
That was an
And
example.
this is what I mean when I say you all should be mad at yourself just as much as you're mad at the church for misusing funds.
Yep, unquestioned
Churches and
beliefs.
funds are
It
a whole different story. We weren't talking about churches and their funds. We were talking about how a God works through you, basically. So it has no actual meaning to what we were talking about.
Sure, because Jesus in his infinity has taken your finite mind and fucked it up because you obviously don't know what conversation you started with.
No, I would
And
say
you
that
probably hungry as
no,
hell
that's not Jesus taking it. That's you taking it.
because Jesus ain't feeding
You're
shit. Jesus
labeling
is up in that vessel chilling, fucking
look, you're
stomach
labeling
growling.
him as
Your stomach sucking on your
what I was
spine,
talking
and you
about.
say you got a powerful, unlimited deity living in you. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, and that is the conversation, right? This is the
But that's
very
just belief.
conversation that I'm sorry.
You know that's belief. You know, beliefs aren't. Your belief is different to mine, so mine is just experience and what I believe in. Sometimes beliefs are just people's understanding of what they can perceive to understand.
But
You know, sometimes
your beliefs give power to institutions that use them. Your
I believe
beliefs,
it gives power to what I believe, not to institutions.
your power can't do anything. You have $5, right? But we're talking about the belief and the collective power that is a result of that belief in this institution that is okay with not feeding children.
No, you weren't
You
doing
know
anything
what's
about
crazy,
it.
Fee?
You're
He
putting it
has an
on
all
one
powerful deity
person.
living inside of him. But then I bet he had $10 and he used five to go get some alcohol so he can add more spirits.
So his Holy Spirit.
Mm.
hey,
The he had
let's not
$10
go
to
just
his
for
name,
alcohol,
but
okay?
with
Let's
Jesus
not go
inside
just
of
for
him, he
alcohol.
used five of the 10 to go get some more spirits to add to it, and that's why he ain't drunk in the Holy Spirit. He drunk in Smirnoff.
No. What sucks? What sucks? I'm not much of a Smirnoff lover, you know. I'm not saying that like you're projecting your own belief of me trying to speak for a god, but I'm not speaking for a god. I'm speaking from my own experience.
Your
That's
own
that's what
experience
I'm
is
trying
the
to say.
God. Your own experience creates the God. Your God
My
is
own
limited by what
experience is
you
my
have
own
access to.
experience. Yeah, my own experience is my own understanding and perspective of such things that happens.
Such
It's not
things
me
what?
saying this is. It's not me saying this is God. This is what you should believe in. This is just me saying, hey, this is what I've experienced and this is what I think about it. You know, all thoughts aren't all truths. It's just how we are as humans. We all have different truths and different understandings and perspectives of how things are. And your guys are aligned with something that isn't aligned with me, but that's okay. I don't blame you for that. It's all good. I'm chill with that. I
And
just
that's part of the problem, though, right? The fact that you are chill with it, the fact that you can believe and accept illogical things that you don't question, and because you say, "Oh, it's my own personal belief," that is imagination. That's no different than when my son used to stand on the dining room table with a tablecloth, I mean, a pillowcase tied around his neck, thinking he was Superman. He wasn't. If he tried to fly, his ass would fall. Beliefs inform behaviors. And as long as millions of people continue to think that it's okay for me to believe that I've got an unlimited, all powerful deity living inside of me and I'm still limited by the balance in my checking account, that doesn't make sense.
well,
If
This
you
your
is
don't want
son.
to,
interesting.
I'm
Believers, like
sorry.
there's a believer in the chat right now who is tripping that there's 754 people in here and there's not a lot of comments, right? They expect for that many people to be in one place for there to be some action, which is logical,
yep.
right? That's logical. But when we say that for you to have an all powerful deity living in your body, there should be some fucking movement, some non human movement. And that's illogical to you.
Well, I tell you something about illogical is the reason. See, I don't go to church. I haven't read the Bible at all. So you're talking about adding to
Wow.
This is
institutions
fucking
of
ridiculous.
such
Insane.
things is wrong because I do not add to institutions. I have my own experience, and my experience, I can tell you about it, whether you believe it or not, or can call it coincidence is your choice. I'd like to talk about my experience if you're open to hear about it.
Does it include your God feeding millions of people through you?
No, 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 it does. It does
Then
not.
no. Then
Okay,
no.
well, that's okay. That's all right. I'm not trying to force it on you guys. You know, I'm not that type of person. There's a lot of people in church who try to force things on people. I don't do that. I just speak what I believe is true, and I hear what you believe is true, and I try and articulate it in my mind and just try to understand your point of view. And that's okay. I'm not trying to be a cunt,
Do
you know.
not use caps in my comments. You will get muted the entire live. I will mute you the entire live.
Don't use cat people. You've been told. Don't do it. But I appreciate you guys talking to me. Yeah, no, this is a cool conversation.
It's
It's
not.
okay.
It's really
It's
not.
it's filled with manipulation and dishonesty. It's not. And
What
honestly, like when you
what
first
part is?
started out, I mistakenly thought that you were a genuine person.
Or
I
what's
did.
not
I thought
genuine
that you
about
were
me?
a genuine person. But you're manipulative. You're willing.
How am I
You do
manipulative?
the whole negotiation thing, right? Like Jesus matters more to you than truth. Jesus matters more to you than, starving people. And so you've decided that dishonesty and manipulation would be the way to engage in this conversation just so that you can hang on to whatever belief you have that this
Well, you're
deity
just
lives in
projecting that
you
onto
and that
me.
this deity has power. So I no longer think, that you are a decent person.
You're just projecting that stuff onto me. I would say I'm a decent person, and oh, I don't know if I'm a decent person. I would say I'm a truthful person because I try to speak as much truth as I believe it to be. You know, it's my
See, I'm
truth.
gonna go fix me some
Truth is
coffee.
subjective.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Do you think that you have a responsibility to confirm that what you hold as true is actually true, especially when what you're holding to be true has an impact for other people?
If I'm trying to spread it to people, yeah, I would say that. If I was a spreader, if I was a preacher and type of that type
You
shit, you know,
do you think spreading is the only thing that leads to the perpetuation of harmful ideology?
harmful ideology, I don't believe it's harmful.
Well, it may not be harmful to you, but it's harmful to a lot of people. But you wouldn't know that because you don't read the book. You don't
Well,
know that you've aligned yourself with a God that's okay with human beings being owned, that commanded grape of 10 women as punishment for a man doing something he wasn't supposed to do, that says that when he returns, y'all, his consecrated ones, will be raping women and killing babies. Like, but you don't know that because you don't read this book. And then you sit
I've
back and
heard.
say it's my personal truth. But what is that personal truth based upon other
It's
than your
based on
imagination and personal desires?
it's based on my experience of which I wanted to speak about, but I was told that they didn't want to hear about.
Well, I don't want to hear about it unless you can show me your God. Your belief that a God did a thing doesn't mean a God did a thing. So your testimony is not going to be convincing that this God is true. We're asking, what can this God do? Show us this God's power, not the shit that happened in your life that you attributed to this God. Real power doesn't need an attribution. It's evident the source of the power.
Yeah, but they're completely subjective because it was evident for me. But for you, as a watcher of what I say and an observer of who you are, you would not believe what I say. No matter what I say, it seems to believe you guys seem to believe I'm talking cack, talking shit. So
I didn't. No, nobody said that to you. Nobody up here has told you you're talking shit. We've told. I personally, I don't remember what Thinker said, but I feel like you are an irresponsible person. Responsible people care about how their actions impact others. Beliefs inform behaviors. And when you are aligning yourself with a system, such as Christianity, that is extremely powerful, whether you're out knocking on doors or spreading the gospel or not, membership grants you complicity.
Well,
And
I'm
you
not.
don't read this book. And as much as I'm pretty sure you would not sign a contract you did not read the terms of, you've signed onto this belief system without knowing anything about it. You created your own version of it.
No, I've just experienced something that I do not understand, and I've heard through preachers similarities of such things. So I tend to, as my mind, believe such things as they say, and then attribute that to my own belief. So
Right,
I'm not a
but
Christian.
the
I'm not a
problem
Christian.
the
So I
problem
don't
though
label
the
a
problem is your
Christian.
methodology. Hang on a second. The problem is your methodology, right? You've accepted a belief system or attributed these things that happened to you to the God of the Bible. If you've lived across the globe, you'd attribute it to whatever was served in that culture. But the issue is that you haven't felt the need to be responsible enough to confirm whether or not any of the things that these preachers have told you is actually true. And that's dangerous.
I have, but I've read what that like when they speak about certain things, I read up on it, but I haven't read the whole Bible. So that's why I said I don't read the Bible because I haven't read the whole thing. I've read parts of it, but if I haven't read the whole thing, then I really I can't speak about the whole thing, you know. So that's why I said I haven't. I don't.
What
I haven't.
what parts have you read?
Bits about the Bible. It's Adam and Eve and their perspective of it, of Eve being, let's say, I had one pastor who I didn't agree with because he believed that Eve was lower than the male side of it. I didn't think that was right because
Well,
we
your
are
book, your God
equal.
does. Your God absolutely does. He values women significantly less than men. Actually, women are considered property. In the Ten Commandments that I'm pretty sure you think you follow, women are listed with other things that men own, like donkeys and houses and male and female slaves. What else have you read?
But that's not actually in the Ten Commandments.
It absolutely is. Commandment number 10. Now, you're telling me that you haven't read this book while telling me what's not in it. This is the type of logic that is problematic. You
Let me
admitted to
check that.
not reading this book, and then
One,
you're confidently telling me what's not in it.
you said the 10th commandment was what? What were you talking about? The 10th commandment: Thou shalt
Commandment
not covet
covet.
thy neighbor's goods.
No, the 10th commandment about coveting. It lists,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods.
yeah, thy neighbor's goods. If you read it in the original language, where it lists out all of the things that are considered part of those goods, it
What
includes
actually?
it includes the man's wife as well as his male and female slaves.
Well, we gotta go back into their times of how they lived, whereas that stuff was normal to them. You see, we live in a society where that stuff is unacceptable to us.
The question that you're not asking is
It's
why
not
would a
God saying
God
that.
The question that
Like,
you're not asking is why would a God accept it even then? If it's bad now, it was bad then. If it's harmful now, it was harmful then. And the fact that y'all don't ask these questions about why an all powerful, all knowing, outside of time God would not realize that a human owning another human being as property and being given permission by this God explicitly to pass those humans onto their children as an inheritance is problematic is why we have to have these conversations every day because y'all don't care to think through things. You don't care to critically think through the logical entailments of your belief system.
well, so I was just searching what the 10th, you said the 10th commandment. So I searched it up. Basically, what it means is, it says here, Exodus 20:17, which prohibits having an unlawful desire for what belongs to someone else. So I don't understand what you're talking about because that has nothing to do with what you're saying about.
You don't understand what I'm talking about because you have not read this book. If you look in a different version or a different translation, you will see the 10th commandment,
Okay,
which is
the
talking. Stop
problem.
speaking over me, please. You will see
That's
that the
just
10th commandment is about coveting. Several translations of this book list the things that this law prohibits being coveted. In that list is a man's wife, a man's donkey, as well as a man's male and female slave.
you got to remember that these translations aren't all true. They're just you see, the Bible isn't just one book; it's many books
How are you
pointing to
telling
the
me
same thing.
about many books when you haven't read any of the books in the Bible? I
Well, it doesn't.
know. Please stop. Please stop trying to tell me about a book you haven't read. There are members in
Well,
this community
I,
that are learning Hebrew that can take you to the original text and read for you the words that are listed there. Y'all don't read this book and then you don't hold yourself responsible for the things that are taught from this book. That is infuriating and it's irresponsible.
I think it's interesting that someone in YouTube, from the YouTube audience, said she's preaching to a person who has little to no knowledge on these subjects, and I agree. A lot of the believers that we talk to have little to no knowledge about the Bible, but they claim Jesus and the Holy Spirit lives inside of them. And
no,
so
that's not.
Jesus most definitely should be able to tell him what he told the authors of this book to write about him, right? Unless the Jesus is dead inside of solitude. I mean, we know he broke, but is he dead?
Yeah, I
Is
don't
he
believe
dead
he physically did. Yeah, probably. Yeah,
inside of
physically.
you? You have a dead
Inside
broke
of me,
Jesus
no.
inside of you?
No, I have Jesus inside of me. I believe I have
Is he
Jesus
alive? Is he alive?
in the spiritual sense. Yes.
Okay, so you have a Jesus inside of you that is alive and knows what he told the authors of the Bible to write about him, right?
Well, some parts of the Bible was written by people who were born after he actually died physically. So they 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 speak about things
Right. Did he tell them
after
what to
he
write?
they witnessed things
Did he tell
and
them what to write? Did he tell them? Did he inspire them on what to write?
I'm not sure. I just know that they witnessed their own witnessing, I guess, and they try to explain it into a book.
So your Jesus that's inside of you is he doesn't have anything to do with what was written in this book. Is that what I'm understanding from you?
Now he is stuff. I mean, he's in the book, so he is stuff to be.
No, did he have anything to do with what was written in the book? Was he a part of it being written?
Up until his physical death, I would say yes.
So he knows what's in the 10 commandments then.
I would say yes. I think me as a person, I think yes. I as I said, I
So
haven't
that
read
Jesus
all of
that's
the book.
inside of you, that Jesus that's inside of you, does he talk to you or is he just dormant?
No, oh, that's a hard one. You see, the way I see it is when something illuminates my mind, where I come across something that is towards the Bible and what I think me as a person, me, I think he's talking through that to me, but that's just my own belief, you know. It's not really
So the Jesus does talk to you, and that
what I
Jesus
believe.
doesn't know what's in the 10 commandments.
No, I believe he knows what's in the Ten Commandments, but I believe from my finite mind and my finite belief and systems of belief, then I find it hard to yeah, just to understand a few things that I don't really understand. So I try to talk about things that I do understand, but
But the
because mostly,
conversation that you're having with this all powerful deity, it sounds like either this deity doesn't want you to know something or the deity is ignorant. The deity is
no, I would say
obviously
I'm ignorant.
broke and
Oh,
ignorant, but the deity is there, right? It's there inside of you.
an
It's
infinite.
dull. It sounds like it's dull. Like
Well, I would be though, not the infinite being, because the infinite being is something that I can't as
it has no
I
effect on
cannot
you
really
though.
explain.
It has no effect on you, right? Its intelligence has no effect on you whatsoever. It's dull. It's there, but it does absolutely nothing. It does not make you more intelligent. It doesn't help you feed hungry people. It's just there.
Hey, it does help me feed hungry people.
It doesn't. You only have $5, which I don't think you have $5.
No, no, that was an example. That wasn't a literal sense. Literal sense. That was an
That's what
example.
you said.
Yeah, yeah, and I started with my sentence with as an example,
No, you
right?
didn't.
I did.
But
I know I did.
your example applies to every other believer as well. Like y'all's constraints, y'all become the constraint to your God's free will. Like you claim he wants to do all of these things. He wants to feed, he has a desire to feed everybody and protect people and, make the world better. But he's constrained by the limits of the human being who he inhabits, which is wild. How something infinite can be inside something finite is wild AF to me. But you become the very constraint and the limitation of your God while claiming that he has no limitations. Yet you don't see that you're the very power source of the God itself. Like that's crazy to me. So much so that it'll have you on the internet, at 6 o'clock in the morning, trying to tell somebody who's read the book, what it means when you haven't read it, when you admittedly haven't read it. That doesn't make sense to me. Any power that's going to have me speaking out the side of my neck or the corner of my ass, I definitely don't want it inside of me because I want things like,
Unless it's Smirnoff. Sometimes
unless
that
it's
shit can
Smirnoff.
be fun.
True, true, true. Let's not forget about that.
Well, you reading a book doesn't mean that you actually know what the hell it's talking about. It's just your perspective of what it's talking about.
No, it reflects literacy, right? Like, also, I don't speak on books that I haven't read. I do know that. And to me, that's common sense. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you about the Odyssey. I haven't read it. I'm not going to tell you what it means, what it says, what the writer's intent was, because I haven't read it. And I'm not going to make claims about what it can do because I haven't read it. I don't think that has anything to do with an interpretation. I think that has to do everything to do with logic and common sense.
Yeah.
You also lied and said that you care about truth. And when she told you that the Ten Commandments list women with property as well as male and female slaves, you said it does not say that, which is a
Uh,
flat out lie.
that's that's because I searched it up and I didn't see anything. For me, I didn't believe it because I didn't see anything of it. When I searched it up on Google, I got my computer set up to search
You
these
still
things. I
lied
searched
and
it
said
and
it
I didn't
doesn't
see it.
say it. You
Well,
lied.
that's not a lie because I didn't
That
see
is a
it.
lie.
Mhm.
That is a lie. You said it does not say that. That's a lie.
For me,
Not,
because
I
I
don't think it
saw.
says that, or I'm not sure if it says that. You flat out said it does not say that.
For what I've read, yes.
No, you just flat out
Yeah,
lied.
no, like I searched up what she said. What's the 10th commandment? I clicked on because Google, AI overview. I did the show more, and it listed a bunch of things, and I didn't see anything about women on that. So I believed that I spoke the truth on that.
You're a liar. This is why you say truth is
It's not
subjective,
about
because
lying.
lies are truth to you in your God. You're a
No,
liar.
that's not lies because what I saw,
Sure.
right?
How about you how about you read to us what you looked up? Read it.
Okay, let me search up. It's okay. So 10. Thou shalt not covet, covet. What? How do you say that?
Ask
Kavit
the
like
deity
is
that's living inside of you to tell you how to say that.
general references. They reference 10 kete. I can't say that word. Click. Let me click it.
What language are you reading it in?
Oh, English. It's just it's slow Wi-Fi. So when I click on the link, it loads real slow. So I gotta wait for this. You shall not covet anything that is your neighbor's. You shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maid servant, or his ox, or his ass, donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. That's what this says.
You are a liar.
I, I can do the video and show you what it is. Yeah, one second. Let me just turn on my camera. Turn it around. Sorry, my face is showed on that. I don't know why it's lagging. Can you guys see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Can you see the screen?
We see slave.
I'll try and zoom up on it. It says, "You shall not covet anything that is your neighbor's. You shall not desire your neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant or maidservant, or his ox, his ass, or anything that is your neighbor's. For where your treasure is, there will your heart also be." I don't know if you can see it on my screen. It's blank, so I'm just going
Yeah,
off what you
go
see.
ahead and give us the scriptorial reference for that? What's the scriptorial reference for that?
That is the scripture of what I'm reading right
What
now.
is the reference? What is the scriptorial reference?
The 10th commandment, which is "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's
What
goods."
is the scriptorial reference? Do you know what that means?
No, I do not. Could you explain that to me real quick?
Do you know what a reference is?
I know what a reference is, what I read out was a reference of what the 10th commandment was.
No.
Okay.
What is the scripture it is quoting?
Let me see. The 10th commandment was written in.
No. What scripture are you reading?
I don't understand the question.
You're not reading a
Sorry.
scripture, are you?
I am. It's a book. It's a
Then
whole
what scripture?
page.
Then what scripture are you reading?
It just says 606 part 3
So you're
and nothing
not
else.
reading a scripture.
I'm online.
You're not reading a scripture. You're a liar. Like you just straight up
It's
lie.
literally a book of the Bible
What is
online.
the scripture? Fee did not say to you that a book says XYZ. She said your Bible says it. You said the
Oh,
Bible doesn't say it. And then you
okay.
lied and said you read it from the Bible, but you're not reading from the Bible.
I'm reading from the Bible that's online, but I can go and get my own.
What scripture is it then? What scripture are you reading from the Bible that's online? What's the scripture number?
Yeah, it doesn't say that. It says
Right, because you're
606
not reading
part
from
3.
the Bible. That's a lie.
That is the internet's Bible of what I've searched, but I will get my own if that helps you out. Bible, which is where the fuck? Bible. Sorry, I look for all this stuff to find it. I might have left it up here.
The way y'all are willing to lie for this damn fairy tale is crazy to me.
No, I'm not lying. See, lying is something that is false and what is deceiving. But I'm not trying to deceive. I'm trying to show what I have searched. What is not a lie? It is truth because I have searched such thing. At the moment,
When
you
he
want
is talking right now, I
specific.
can't help but to think about our ancestors who were sold this God and how they were sold it with the
Slang.
manipulation and the lying and then from a British accent. And that's not me trying
I'm
to
not
say like
British.
that I have anything. I didn't say you were. I said I can't help but to think about how our ancestors were sold this God with the manipulation, the lies from a British accent. What you're saying right now makes me think of that, is what I'm saying.
Ah, okay. She attributing it to that. Bible. I'll just search online. I can't find my Bible. I don't know where it is. 10th commandment. 10th commandment. There we go. Exodus 20 verse 17. That's the scripture you were looking for. Hello?
You don't say. I think my Jesus
Yeah,
is
yeah.
quicker than your Jesus in your Wi-Fi.
Yeah, because that scripture's been on the screen for the past 10 minutes. So
Mm-hmm.
you just haven't looked at it.
No, I wasn't looking at that. I was in my room searching. It was the phone was in my pocket.
No, that thing's been on the
But I have it
screen.
now. It says
You were putting it in.
Exodus 2017. Yeah. 2017, that's right? Hello?
What does it say?
2017 example. This is a commandment that deals most specifically with the sins of the heart, showing us through we might refrain from all our outward acts of sin, murder, adultery, theft, and idolatry. We have failed to keep.
We're not asking
I
you to
think this
tell
is
us
a.
what's. Hang on. We're not asking you to tell us what some preacher is telling you to think about that scripture. We're asking you to read
Well,
what the scripture says.
yeah, I'm reading. I think I'm reading. I think I'm reading an actual fucking summary of such scripture. That's what I'm thinking right now. I'll read what's on your screen. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Okay, so what did you guys want to talk about that?
When I mentioned to you earlier that your God saw women as property and that a wife was listed among the things that a husband owns, in addition to their male and female slaves, you told me that wasn't in the Bible.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't read that, so I was wrong. My apologies on that.
Just as a general FYI, it's probably a course of wisdom to not tell a person what's not in a book that you haven't read.
Well, this is on the NIV book. There's different meanings to certain words of the actual ancient book that there was. So
Right.
this is their translation to it.
Right. But again, you haven't read any translation of it. So regardless of the NIV, NSRVUE, it doesn't matter. You haven't read any of them. You're not positioned to say what is and is not in that book. In the same way, I would not be positioned to say what is and is not in the Quran because I haven't read it.
I understand that. My bad on that. I should have read before. I should have thought before I spoke. My bad on that. That was my fault, that part. I apologize to the viewers, the spectators, of my ignorance of such thing.
Well, Solitude, you have basically proven to us that your God is dead weight. I think you should cast it off because it's not doing any good for you. It doesn't
I
tell
don't
you
believe
what's in
that.
the book. It doesn't help you feed hungry people.
Well, that's
I
because I
don't
choose
even
not to
know.
read
I
the
don't
book.
even. Well, I mean, it's
It goes
dead
back to
weight.
freedom of choice, free
It's
will.
still dead weight.
That's
It's
not the
dead weight.
way. It's just
Okay.
me being ignorant. It's not that
Okay.
being ignorant. It's just me.
All
Me
right.
as a
Cool.
human being.
Cool. All right. Well, have a great rest of the night, okay?
You have a good night as well. I hope you have a. Well, yeah. It was 12 in the morning for me.
Well, get some rest.
All right, and you guys have a good one.
All right.
Thank you for the talks.
You're welcome. That's about the third piece of lump they've proven tonight.
Yep.
Your God is you, Dazzle. Of course, you're not going to stop worshiping your God because you worship your motherfucking self with your loud ass mouth. I don't even know why the fuck you back in my request box.
Did we talk to that person before?
She came up here last night. She just loud as fuck and dumb as hell. I named her as Razzle Dazzle. I started fucking rapping Snoop Dogg yesterday. So fucking dumb.
I mean, logic just be kicking their ass. I say all the time, just say you want to believe illogical shit and go ahead and believe illogical shit, but don't come in here and try to convince us to believe that nonsense. And we're not going to stop talking about the harm of these belief systems no matter how upset y'all get.
Chester.
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 I'm finna take your ass
Marco.
down. Like, don't fucking start
No,
playing with
don't
me.
take me out. No, no, no.
Like, don't
I'm
fucking
happy to
start
talk.
that stupid shit. Like, you ain't in here with
I'm
kids.
not gonna talk. Okay. I want to listen to you guys
No, then listen from the chat. Why did you request up?
because I want to also talk, but I have talked before, and because I'm Australian, I think I got kicked out.
You gon' That's a
But
fucking
I
lie. Don't
really want to
Chester, don't fucking
actually.
start that stupid shit. Don't start that stupid shit. That's a fucking lie.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm happy to talk
I
about
swear,
everything
y'all
you
want
want
to
to
be
talk about. I'm
persecuted so
really
fucking
not.
bad. Shut up. Like, y'all want to be persecuted so fucking bad. Nobody kicked you out of anywhere for being Australian. You actually stayed on the fucking live longer than I would have liked for you to stay up. The topic today is your Jesus living inside of you, and what the fuck good does that do?
Yes. What it does do is people who believe in Jesus Christ, I would say, have a morality that is unquestioned, is maybe you would consider it to the right. You'd almost consider it alt right. Like we've got some very hard and fast rules, and I'm explaining in pragmatic terms about the people who believe in Jesus Christ. This is what they think, and this is what I think.
Are y'all part of a group? Did y'all get together and say, "Hey, let's go fuck with Thinker and let's see if we can make Thinker mad about us being racist"? Is that what y'all did?
I have nothing. I didn't do anything about racism. I'm just talking about Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Does the world need less or more of
No,
Jesus
that's
followers?
not the topic. I told you what the topic was.
What? Tell me what the topic is then, because you've got
I
a
already
million
told you that.
questions
I'm
on
not
it. You've
telling
got
you
three of them.
again. I'm not telling you again. I already told you what the
Okay.
topic was.
Okay. Well, I don't know what it is, so I won't be
Okay,
able to
then
answer
have a
it.
good one. Then have a good one.
Goodbye. Okay.
All
Have
right.
a good night. I appreciate it,
Bye, Chester.
and and
Bye,
honestly, I
Chester.
really.
Bye.
Okay. I'm just telling
Bye.
you, I really
Bye.
appreciate.
Rebecca.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are y'all this morning?
I'm good. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yes, I am 37 and I am a believer in like God the Creator, but I can't say I guess I've deconstructed from growing up like Christian Baptist religion how I did.
Okay, are you still in the process of deconstructing, or because I only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief, or atheists. Yeah, I know a lot of times there are people who believe in like spirit or source, or who may be agnostic and believe in some sort of deity, and that's not the God that we're discussing in here.
I do believe in I guess the God in the Bible. I guess so yeah, I'm a believer then.
When you say, so I want to make sure that you're not shifting so that you can stay on stage, because like when you say that you believe in a creator, that was your original answer. How is that different from the original question I asked, if you believe in the God of the Bible? Like, why did you answer it the way that you did?
Because I believe in the Bible, but not to take it at like a literal sense. That some of the stories did happen, and I feel like some of the stories are metaphors. Some of the stories have been fabricated by men. But do I believe Jesus existed at once upon a time and walked the earth? Yes. Do I believe he fed so many people with, the fish and the loaves you were speaking earlier? Not maybe that number, it may be a lot, but if somebody, blast that up. So I'm like all kind of all over the place in the way to where like I believe it, but like okay, because I just up until the time I was 25, I thought I was going to hell for being gay. So like I don't believe it in a literal sense, but I still believe in like God, but not that Jesus is God, that Jesus was an enlightened man. You see what I mean?
Is the God in the Bible an entity that created you and all of the world? And
Yes, I believe that.
okay, my question today is, this God, like, does that God live in you?
God does, not Jesus.
The God of the
God.
Bible, does it live in you?
Yes, God
Okay, and
does.
and what good does that do?
It helps pushes us towards love, light, kindness, and to do good for others.
In what
That
way? Especially the God of the Old Testament, right? If you're not talking about Jesus, you've got to be talking about Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament. So in what way does the God of the Old Testament do this?
I just look at the Bible that is man, that some of these stories are just them making a decision that God told me to do this versus
I'm asking, in what way does the God of the Old Testament push you towards love and all this stuff that you were talking about?
I guess in the Old Testament, that's where you kind of see what man is turning into. I believe God created us, and over time, we started doing what we started doing.
Are you answering for why the God in the Old Testament is such a dickhead, or are you answering the question that I'm asking? I'm asking, like you said, he lives in you, and to push you towards love. I'm asking, in what way does that God do that?
well, we were kind of asking about like the Old Testament. I think that's
No, I didn't ask about the Old Testament.
you were
No,
saying
the
where
God of,
where was he the
hold on,
guy?
wait 1 second. This is why I want to make sure that you believe in the God that we're discussing, and that is the God of the Bible. You've let us know that the God you believe in is not Jesus in the New Testament, so it has to be the God in the Old Testament, right? And so when you say that the God in this Bible lives in you to push you towards love, the only thing I have to go by for this God's characteristics is the Old Testament scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures. And so I'm asking, how does the God in those scriptures do the thing that you are saying does for you today? How does it push you towards love?
And I apologize that I'm not answering it right. The way that I hear that, I mean, the way that I understand that question, you're saying that if he's pushing us towards the examples that I gave, how is he doing that in the Old Testament?
No, that's not. No,
How is that God? I'm
no,
sorry.
that's what you hear, right? What I'm at, I'm
I'm sorry. I'm
asking
not trying to
if
be
that
funny.
God lives in you, if that God lives in you today, right? How does that God push you towards love? You said that the God lives in you and it pushes you towards love and light and all that those things. How does the God do that? How is it pushing you towards love?
Oh, I think in the sense of just being a good person. Um, Basically doing for others, being there for our neighbor as we would for our friend, being a good person, being kind. Like it could all be so simple. That's why I just think it's everything's just kind of been blasted over time with how the Bible and interpretations to kind of keep us in check. But I think that's how we do it. Like I said, I believe Jesus existed to kind of follow as he did as man, not to like praise him, but to follow and be as he did. Like what Jesus did, like follow his dad, and that leads us towards the light within us to become his God because we came from God,
So
the creator.
you're following Jesus when Jesus say love your neighbor as you love yourself, and because Jesus says that, that means that the God in the Old Testament is living in you, helping you to love people. Is that right? Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, and because I don't believe in a sense of like where God is here to control us and give like miracles. Like I believe miracles happen, but I don't believe God is like picking and choosing. I just believe that it can exist and it may exist more around enlightened individuals, if that makes sense. But I think like the Old Testament is definitely a horror. I mean, books in the Bible is definitely a horror story, but it's once again, it's kind of like I just look at it as like men's diaries and just kind of how things have happened. I still want to kind of, like you said, follow as Jesus did, but not praise him and follow as him. Like we don't have to go through him. He was the way, the truth, and the light, not the life. Like don't go through him, become as he did. So when you ask like, how do we do that? What is God showing us? He's showing us through Jesus how we can all become powerful. Now, are we all going to be able to feed, the 25 million? No, but can us living as Jesus did maybe help us to become richer to help maybe some people? Sure, that happens for some of us, but can evil people become rich too? Yeah, the devil
Jesus
exists.
wasn't rich. Jesus wasn't
No, no,
rich.
no, no. I know.
He
That's
used
what I'm.
magic. Like this is like I don't know why we're talking about wealth. Like he used sorcery and magic, and he was a supremacist. He was an Israelite supremacist who cared about Israelites. He did not like Gentiles. So and which is the God in the Old Testament did not care for Gentiles. Right? The Israelites were his chosen. He told them so, that he chose them above all other humans and they were his treasured possessions. He chose them to rule over the Gentiles. That's what Jesus' mission was, right? And he says as much in the New Testament. It's not until y'all get this Luke Jesus, this very Gentile Jesus, that is focused on the inclusion of the Gentiles. But if you're following Jesus's teachings, then the God of the Old Testament, if that God is in you, then you would his the laws that he gave his chosen people was to prioritize those within the cult, right? And I don't hear that from you. And I like a lot of times I hear people who believe in this God, right? Because they've been taught that Jesus was about loving everybody, right? And that's a an interpretation of the church at a later time. And because you've adopted that, And because this is who you've become, you are now saying you are that because a God lives in you and is making you that. And what I don't understand is why you won't attribute that characteristic to yourself. Why are you saying a God is living in you doing that?
Um, I don't I don't think I'm necessarily saying a God is doing it per se. I'm saying that God is within us because we are created from him. Like I see God as like a source that exists and just like take a scoop and boom, that's me, take a scoop, boom, that's you. Like we all come from that. So I think in a way we're reconnecting with God within us through just that. I guess
So,
that's just as simple as
so you're
it
not
is for
right.
me.
So this is what I mean when I say trying to squeeze into a conversation that isn't necessarily what you believe in. Right? If you're gonna take a drink while you're on stage, if you could go on mute because it's loud in the microphone, and then for some reason my microphone, the people can't hear me in the chat, and I would hate that they're hearing your cup, your ice, and then you gulping. It's very loud.
Oh, my bad.
Um,
I'm sorry. Was that
that's
I've done
okay.
that
If you
multiple
could,
times?
no, just the one, just the one.
Okay.
Yeah, but if
Okay.
you could mute, if just mute, I get it. I'm drinking coffee. I
I
go on
didn't
mute.
realize it was
Just
going to be
mute.
so loud. I'm new to TikTok, so my apologies.
No, that's okay. I'm just letting you know. Um, I think because I think like what it sounds like is that you believe in source, right? This idea of source and oneness, not necessarily the Yahweh. Uh, the one of the depictions of Yahweh in the Hebrew scriptures, right? A being that's actually sitting on a throne that came down on a pillar cloud and interacted with mankind, you know possessed Samson to go and kill people, or gave Moses a staff that he could part the Red Sea. um that's not the God that you believe in, is what it sounds like to me. Am I understanding correctly? Because like again, if you believe in source or spirit, that's not the God we're
Oh,
discussing.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was muted. I was saying that I believe in everything you said after the very first thing, like as far as like sitting on a throne with horns. No, but did was the Red Sea parted? Yes, I believe that story. Um, that I just think that how the Bible was written and how it's been translated over time has really changed. I think how some of the stories depict God. I don't I don't necessarily believe
Why do you
every
believe that?
bit.
Have you researched that? To have you like looked at older texts or looked
Um,
at the original language for you to make that assumption?
I've scratched this, barely scratched the surface. So no, not in a sense. There's been a couple scriptures that I've looked into that piqued my curiosity. And when I say I've deconstructed from religion, that's kind of what makes me say it in that way. But
Well, not religion, the text, the God itself, right? Like religion is religion, but we're talking about the God, right? And the way the God is described in the text. So, like, what scriptures are you referring to when you say that it was changed to change the characteristics of the God?
I would say, well, not the characteristics of the God. I think how Jesus was being, I think, ended up being used for the Bible
No, we're
per
not
se.
talking about Jesus. Remember, Jesus isn't God to you. I'm talking about the God you believe in, not Jesus. Jesus is just a prophet or a pastor or somebody who taught you God. I'm talking about the God that you believe in, which is in the Hebrew scriptures, the one that you believe parted the Red Sea, the one you believe put his spirit in Samson and helped Samson kill people, right? That God. What do you mean when you say the scriptures have been changed?
I wasn't saying that it's, well, I don't have examples for how it's been changed for God. I'm just saying in general how some of the scriptures have just been translated um, to give off a different meaning. But the one that I've researched isn't referencing isn't referencing God per se. It was referencing how to get through God through by Jesus. But so that's what I was just saying when I was mentioning that one.
Yeah, but for you to believe that Jesus is teaching you correctly on how to get to the God that you believe in, then you have to believe that, or understand it at least, or see the God in the Hebrew
So
scriptures.
so
Other
you brought up
than
the
how do you
Samson.
know? I'm sorry, 1 second.
I'm sorry too.
Um, h- how do you know that what Jesus is teaching in the New Testament is actually getting you to the God that you actually believe exists if you don't know the Hebrew scriptures?
I think that's what led to Jesus coming is because of the Old Testament. So you were mentioning like Samson and him killing all those people. I maybe see the story as, and how I see death as the people that he killed, and for the reasons that maybe God put in his head to do that, and why that
Which
was
are
maybe
what?
necessary.
Yeah, explain it to me. Help me see it the way you see it. Why was it necessary for Samson to kill those people?
They weren't good people,
Yeah, can you
and I
explain
think
to me
more
what were
people,
they? What were they? They were not good people.
and
God had
maybe
hold
and
on, Rebecca. We're talking about